why I got divorced. And I know you all have been waiting for this for so long. And here we are. I decided I'm going to break this up into 2 parts, right? We're going to have the context and the actual situation that led up to my decision of going for a divorce. And then I'm going to have a part 2 that just talks about the absolute craziness that occurred during the separation until the divorce actually got filed. And I'm gonna be completely honest, okay? A year ago, I thought the story of like what led to me deciding, okay, I'm getting a divorce, I thought that was the craziest story that I would ever be able to tell. Doesn't even hold a candle to what has happened in the last year. Holy moly. Before I really go into like information, I wanna be clear about a couple things. This is my story that I'm being so vulnerable. And honestly, like I feel really horrified, mortified, humiliated, and all of it. Like this is raw. It's also gonna be long. Like this is a lot of information. I'm including every receipt that I can. If anything that I experienced can help someone else learn, oh, I don't deserve this treatment. I'll lay it out there. I'm horrified and mortified and humiliated, and my bleeding heart, oh, I'm gonna start crying. This was really hard for me. And this, even to this day, like I'm still having realizations about the whole experience. And it's a process. But I also want to be so clear that like I'm giving you guys my unfiltered thoughts and like my experience and my sides. Like, yeah, there are both sides of the text messages there for sure. But if I interpret something differently the way that you guys would, like that's valid. If you see me tell you guys about something and you're like, Rebecca, I don't think you were in the right here. Like that's also fine and valid. Like you can tell me, you can call me out. Like I'm not a perfect person and you're more than welcome to leave a comment and say, hey, when it comes to this thing, I don't like what you said. Or I think that you were gaslighty or manipulative here. Like feel free to do that. 2 things can be true at the same time. And just because I experienced something a certain way or interpret it a certain way, that doesn't mean someone else is going to look at a lot of these messages. Because again, like there's a lot of information here. I'm giving you guys the whole thing, unfiltered. This is gonna be the longest video I've ever posted in my life. I'm so sorry. And honestly, like everyone who makes it to the end should get a medal, a prize. I'll figure it out. Before we get started with our episode, we're gonna hear from our sponsors. Okay, now listen. I love to speak from my heart. I try so hard to keep this page as family friendly as possible. Not that it's just for kids, but that I want everyone to be able to enjoy. I want moms who are around kids to be able to enjoy. You know what I mean? But sometimes I just have to look out for the ladies. And I feel like it's a disservice to not share with the women the most comfortable things I've ever worn in my entire life. And I'm not saying that lightly, like in the slightest bit, okay? Like, you know what I hate the most about having to go out in public is having to put on like a bra. Those things are so uncomfortable. I hate them. I was sent the Skims Fits Everybody collection, and I feel like I'm being hugged by a cloud. It's the most, I don't know what kind of magic they put into that material. I swear, I took them out of the box and I was like, how is this small thing going to fit on my body? I don't know what magic they put in it. It just does. And it's comfortable. And I feel like I'm being hugged by clouds of magic. I understand these are pricier pieces. I get that. I'm not saying everyone needs to go into debt buying these things. I'm saying if you are able, I want you to feel what it feels like to be hugged by a cloud. I care about this partnership so much, not like because I care about my body and I want my body to be happy because it is so good for my body. I want to share that with you guys. I'm not even reading from a script, as you can probably tell, because I'm rambling my butt off. So now for the one bit that I do have to read that is scripted, it'll sound way more professional than what I've been saying. If you want to also feel like you are wearing comfy clouds or being hugged by comfy magical clouds, shop Skims Fits Everybody collection at skims.com. And after you order, make sure you let them know that I sent you, because I want them to like me, because I love their stuff so much. Select podcasts in the little survey of how did you hear from us, and definitely make sure that you list my show that you heard from me. in the little menu that should follow. And that's all I got to say about that. When I first started this podcast, I was overwhelmed all the time. I mean, I was doing everything by myself. If I had a handy dandy tool that could give me templates and to-do lists and could help me shortcut through big problems that I might not know how to do on my own, and it already has answers for me, that would have been life-changing. And for a lot of people, that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the e-commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and accounts for 10% of e-commerce in the United States. You can get started with a design studio with hundreds of templates ready to go for you to use, accelerate your content creation with Shopify's AI tools, and feel like you have your own marketing team behind you with Shopify's templates for email campaigns and newsletters and things like that. And best of all, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class experience in everything from managing inventory to international shipping, even to processing returns and beyond. It's all way above my pay grade. So if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/Rebecca. Shopify.com/Rebecca. Now let's get started with this week's episode. And for the people that I know are here, who are here for my ex, who know him and us personally, and have no idea about anything I'm about to say because none of it was relayed to you, I'm sorry that you're in this situation. I don't know what else to say. I'm gonna go into like a little bit of context of like my ex and I dating and dynamics of our relationship and family dynamics, and then some other little situations that I feel like I have to give you guys context for because they're argued about a lot, if that makes sense. So my ex-husband and I first met when I was 17. I was a senior in high school. He was a 20-year-old junior in college. I didn't realize at the time how concerning that sounded. And you know, at the time I thought it was so cool, right? Like when you're a high school girl and an older guy says, "Oh, you're so mature, you get me, you're not like the other girls that I go to school with." Like it feels very validating. And young girls don't understand that it's not cool. It's not a status thing. Like that's a red flag that should be looked into a little bit. Like, you're about to graduate college. What's wrong with the people who are your age? Like, why are you out seeking high schoolers? Why are people your age not interested? And I'm not saying that in this case they weren't interested in my ex-husband. I'm saying in general, because, you know, I was a high school teacher also, and I had a lot of young women students who loved getting attention from older guys. And I think it's a real problem, a real issue that young girls don't understand. It's not flattering. It's not a compliment. It's not cool. It's actually really concerning. And something that I've learned even just within the last few weeks, even sharing the little clips here and there that I have of recordings between my ex and I, is that a lot of these things that I'm going to be talking about, I don't feel like are talked about enough. So therefore, so many girls grow up not realizing it's a problem and not realizing it's a red flag. So that's why I did this little tidbit. I'm also like rambling and nervous and all the things. So, but anyways, I digress. The other really big red flag that I really regret not taking seriously, like looking back, was the number of "hey girly" messages I used to get all the time, you know, from when I was 17 becoming an actual adult. I don't even know if I can count how many. And what's so sad to me is that I actually let myself be told and believe that it was just these girls misconstruing and manipulating things that were said, and that's not the whole story, and don't believe them, they're just jealous because I'm with you. And looking back, like, I'm honestly ashamed that I was like, oh, absolutely, of course. But I'm someone, I've always been very loyal to a fault. So if someone that I love and trust like tells me this at face value, oh, of course, you would never lie to me. You would never do that. And looking back, sometimes I just want to kick myself and be like, Rebecca, what are you doing? And that is going to be important. So just bear with me here. I'm trying to cover like all the context and all the bases, right? Hey girly texts aside, there were other things that would pop up a lot throughout our relationship. Lots of very complicated dynamics between family members. So like my father-in-law, for example, and my ex-father-in-law, for example. Started out, I thought we had a really great relationship. Like, we would go fishing together at the little pond by their house. Like, we would spend quality time. We would talk on the phone. And a lot of things changed when we got engaged. And it's funny, you're gonna hear a lot of stories in this video that you recognize, and it's because there's a lot of stories that I've told in podcast episodes that I said, oh, someone sent me this story, or I saw this online, or someone blah, 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 blah. And it was really something that happened to me. It became like a way of validating, oh yeah, this really wasn't okay. Things like that. So if you recognize any of them, there you go. And I try very hard to be vulnerable with you guys on the internet because I think that transparency and honesty and truthfulness is so important. I think that there's too many creators that don't do that enough. But I also still think that there's like a line of privacy and security that I've always valued. And we're just blurring that line today, so it's fine. Anyways, not everyone in my ex's family always liked me. I mean, there were family members that talked about wanting to give me a muzzle for Christmas because I talk too much. You know, is what it is. And you know, in college, my ex and my former brother-in-law and I, we all lived in this townhouse in college together. And I sat my father-in-law down and I said, hey, just want to let you know if I'm going to be like doing this, if I'm like, I need boundaries to be respected, because there have been numerous times in relationships where boundaries hadn't been respected. And an example that I gave him was, you know, this was during college. I was doing college cheerleading. I had quite a few head injuries during college. I had a few concussions. And there was this little thing of endearment that their whole family would do where they would take like a water bottle, sometimes empty, sometimes not, and they would bop each other on the head with them. And that's cool if that's your thing, but that's not my thing, and I don't like that. And I said that numerous times because it freaked me out. And the neurologist was freaking me out about like permanent brain damage, and I was like, please stop doing that. I don't like it. I don't want people to be bopping me on the head with things. It makes me very uncomfortable. I'm very self-conscious about like continuously hitting my head on things, which I understand it's not like, they're not bashing my head in, I understand that, but I didn't like it. I didn't want it. And I communicated this to my father-in-law, and I found out years later that it was somehow misconstrued into me saying that my former brother-in-law used to hit me. Had no idea that's what was being construed to everyone. And then when I found out years later and I was like, hey, we should probably like say something about this. Like, I don't want everyone thinking that I actually said or meant that. I don't know how that got misconstrued. And it was, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's over. Well, no, I think anyone would have a problem with someone accusing them of hitting them if they didn't. Now, so much makes sense, but you know, it is what it is. But for the most part, things really started changing when we got engaged, because here's the issue. We were working with both of our families to set a date for our wedding, and we found a place that we really loved, a very expensive place, but we decided that we were actually going to get married on a Sunday, on a long weekend, because all of my family is out of state, right? And it meant a lot to me to be able to see my family that was coming in from out of state and spend time with them, and a long weekend would just make that significantly easier versus my ex's family all was local, or at least within the state, you know? So the Sunday at this place was significantly cheaper. Long weekend, it worked out perfectly, so we were going to do that. We checked with both sides of the family, everyone said it was good, and we were happy with it. A week or two after we put the deposit down, like my parents, who were gracious enough to pay for our wedding, put this very expensive deposit down on this very nice venue. And a week or so later, we get a call from my former mother-in-law. I don't know what the correct term is because she passed 6 or 7 years ago. I'm not mathing right now. But anyway, she let us know that my former brother-in-law wanted to study abroad, and there was a chance that they might leave for abroad before the wedding. And so we had to change the date. And I said, we already have a deposit down. Can you check and make sure? Like, what's the actual date? Can we ask? And the response we got back was, well, his stuff matters too. And yeah, I get that for sure. Everyone's stuff matters. But like, why can we not just ask and get clarification on when he would actually have to leave? And I was told, yep, we asked, he's leaving before. That was a lie. He ended up leaving way after when the trip would have been, or way after what the wedding would have been. But I didn't know that at the time. That started like a lot of extra tension, like more than there was before. And it would eventually lead to when my former mother-in-law passed, I kid you not, And I know there's gonna be people that don't believe me. Within the few hours of her passing, like we were at the hospital, they pronounced her dead. We went back to the hotel because we were on vacation. I mean, this whole scenario like could be its own video that I may tell you about one day. Very traumatic situation. The same day, like within a few hours, my former father-in-law outwardly commented about how, well, I haven't had to date in so long. I don't even know where to start. And when the boys had a problem with that, it somehow became my fault because they would never tell him no. Why would they have a problem with him bringing up the specific girl he wanted to date at her funeral? No one would get upset by that. It must be me telling them that they can't accept his new life decisions. Like, I was given the silent treatment by some family members for over a year because of it. Absolute mess, an absolute catastrophe. So like, I felt very uncomfortable around so much of this family. That's just one side of the family. The other side of the family, I mean, I was literally given a book and instructed to give to my father about why my family is going to hell because we're Jewish. So needless to say, I felt very uncomfortable. Something you guys have to understand is that growing up, I've always been a huge people pleaser, okay? I've always wanted people to like me, and that's one of the reasons that I'm so grateful for social media is because it's really forced me to understand and grasp that not everyone is going to, and that's fine, and I'm okay with that now. But before, because all of this, remember, like I didn't even start social media until way after I was married, right? Before, when there was so much tension, like I just wanted their approval so badly, and I wanted them to like me so badly, and I couldn't understand why. Oh, I'm gonna start crying. I couldn't understand why, I tried so hard to be helpful and spend quality time, and nothing worked, and they just were not going to like me, and I was just going to be the scapegoat for a really long time for a lot of things. Some things I wasn't even a part of, like the issue with the new girlfriend things. Like it's not even my business. And it took me a long time to really just accept that's how it was going to be, but it was rough for a long time. And even though, like, in some aspects, in some family regards, like, things would get better, even things with my former father-in-law just wouldn't, and started getting incredibly inappropriate. Like, ever since my former mother-in-law passed, he wouldn't stop talking to me about inappropriate adult things. Things that I'm not going to specifically say on camera because I know there's going to be young kids here. And I asked it to stop numerous times, and it didn't, and I asked for support from my ex, never got it. I got it, that's just how he is, just tune him out, smile and nod. No, that's unacceptable. And it became even more uncomfortable when it came to the car situation. So I'm fortunate enough that my dad, when he got a new car, I got his old CRV, and I loved it. I loved that car. And my ex had the same car that he had from when he was in high school, and he loved it. It was very sentimental to him. I know his mom went through so much effort to make sure it was the exact kind of car that he wanted, got it painted, great. I understand that, but it was not taken care of. I don't know if in the time that I knew him for 10 years, I can't think of a time that it ever got to a car wash. It also flooded, like if it wasn't parked at an incline, and it rained, it would flood, like the inside of the car, like the carpets, and so it smelled mildewy and moldy. It was gross. I didn't want to drive it. And I know that there are some households where it's like, this is your car and this is my car, and there are some households where it's like, you take whatever car, it doesn't matter. But in this case scenario, I didn't want to drive that car. It wasn't getting taken care of, and it wasn't getting fixed up, and I would ask, can we just sell it? Can we get a different car? But it was sentimental to him. Okay, but then I don't want to drive it. Well, the issue came when it started breaking down, but he still didn't want to get rid of it. Like, I'm telling you, this car stayed around until last year, like 2024. So then when it just started not working great, there would be days I just didn't have my car. I would wake up and he would just already be gone with my car. No communication, nothing. Just, I'm going to play pickleball, and just gone. Okay. And my parents would ask me all the time, why are you driving around the Mustang. Like, I mean, I have asthma. Like, it was rough on my lungs to sit in that car and drive in that car. Like, it was horrible. My parents would give me crap all the time. We gave you a car. Why are you driving this car? That's a great question. I would also love to know the answer to it. And my ex's response would be, well, if you just told me that you needed the car, I would leave it. Okay, but you have a car. Why do I even have to ask that? You're insisting that you don't want to sell this car. I don't understand why then you're not the one to drive it. Why do I have to drive it? And then when it finally just stopped working, and it still stayed around for another over a year, after 2, maybe 3, I don't know what year it was when it finally stopped working, but at least 2, maybe 3 years after it stopped working and just sat in the driveway, my former father-in-law offered that my ex could use one of his old cars, because he also does not get rid of vehicles when he gets new cars and doesn't use them anymore, which, okay, it worked out in this regard. But somehow I still got stuck driving my ex-father-in-law's car, which was very uncomfy for me because, again, like, you know a little bit of the dynamic of this relationship. I want to drive my car. Like, why can't I drive my car? But the car thing is something that is and will be very important for context for later conversations, and that's why I'm like, everything that I'm mentioning has to do with the big blow up and or issues over the separation. So I'm just trying to go over like all the contextual things for you guys to have background information for like the real story part. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm boring you guys with details. I'm also very nervous that it comes off as like very petty and just ranting and just trying to bash people, and I'm genuinely not trying to do that. Like, I'm genuinely just trying to touch on things that impacted me directly in this story directly, if this makes any sense. So the last little bit of context before I start getting into the timeline is that, I know a lot of you have heard me say in a lot of different kinds of content that I play video games with this Discord of people. There's like a couple of Discords at this point. They're all kind of overlapping, but pretty much how that happened was someone that my ex had been friends with for a year. They played softball together. I don't actually know how long they were friends beforehand, but they played softball together, and he mentioned at a game like, hey, my friends are trying to get me to learn this game called League of Legends, and it's really difficult and competitive and blah, blah, blah. And that was something that my ex and his law school roommates and I, like, that was something they did together, and I was able to join in with them, and that was something that we all did for a little bit years ago, right? Until my ex was like, oh, I used to play that game, like, I'll do it with you. And he started getting on and playing games with them all the time. And then around that time, I started doing social media full time. I left the classroom and I was home all day, every day, and I didn't really have a lot of social interaction, and that was really rough for me. So after a couple months, I just asked, I said, hey, a lot of these people in this Discord that you talk to, they're home all day, they're just kind of hanging out. Does anyone care if I join? Because I'm just kind of looking for human interaction. Like, I am struggling a lot. Does anyone care? And luckily they didn't. And so that's how I joined the Discord. And I'm still friends with everybody to this day. Like, some of them were just visiting, but I became very close with so many of them because they were the only human interaction I would get during the day for a while. And like, I want to be so clear, like, we were together for 10 years. We were together for 10 years, married for 5, like total of 10 years. And I did not go through 10 years thinking, oh, I'm miserable and I'm unhappy and I'm abused and blah, 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 blah. Like, I genuinely loved that I could be silly and fun and quirky, and I have struggled for a long time to find the words for this thought process, and I recently did, like a week ago. I feel like growing up, especially girls in my generation, we grew up listening to the fairy tales, right? And we read about the Prince Charmings and the Disney and the blah, 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 blah. And as we grew up, we kind of formed those expectations. And then when we got older and we grew up and we actually started dating, we got a lot of society saying, no, that's not realistic. It's not going to be like the movies. It's not going to be like the fairy tales. And I think I included, not everybody, but some women, me included, kind of took that as oh, yeah, it's not going to be like the fairy tales. These not great things are normal because it's not like the fairy tales. And I think it's important to note that there's a very big difference between real human flaws and human characteristics and things just not always, T's not always crossing and I's not always dotting, and like actual red flags and issues and abusive tendencies that can sometimes be written off as, oh, well, no, this is just, it's not all sunshine and roses. It's not all Disney. You know what I mean? And I think that to go from one extreme of here are these Disney princes, and then to go from, oh, well, it's not going to be like that. People are going to have flaws. It's not going to be all sunshine and roses. It's hard to, it was, at least for me and a lot of other women, not everybody, but it can be really difficult to understand where that line is until you've lived it. I've shared some voice recordings of talking about abuse with my ex, and I'm gonna touch on it a little in a bit, but when you think of abuse, you think of someone shoving you downstairs or like giving you a black eye kinds of things. And that wasn't happening to me. Yeah, he would get angry, a little aggressive sometimes. Sometimes he would think he was being playful, and I would get hurt or I would get bruises. And, you know, something that I didn't realize was as big of a deal as it clearly was. My ex would, like, he had a temper, but like even the way he would speak to me in like video games, like at a minimum. And for a while, I kind of told myself, like, oh, it's only about video games. But it really wasn't. I wish I had recordings of the way he would speak to me. Some of the people on Discord used to ask if I was safe, because I would die in a video game and I would like be screamed at, like relentlessly. And I have, you know, I'm gonna blur out their names because, you know, they didn't ask for this, but like there have been numerous friends on Discord who have even said, if it comes down to it, they're like in line to testify that they witnessed how, just from the way that he would scream at me, they were concerned for my safety. And that will kind of come to a head with our little timeline. Sorry if that was boring. That was 30 minutes. At least, like, I don't know, that's raw footage. I don't know how much it's actually gonna, with Lena editing out my staring at the walls and ceiling and fanning my sweating body. It's fine. Everything that I call the sequence of events that lead up to the divorce. There were a few little incidents starting in January of 2024 that all lead up to the blow up that I refer to as the New Orleans situation. During COVID, my ex worked as because he was an attorney, as you know, worked as an appellate unemployment judge. I don't actually know the correct term, but you know, during COVID, unemployment cases were skyrocketing. It was a mess, and our state needed a lot of extra hands to help figure out not only unemployment cases, but appeals for unemployment cases and things like that, and hired to help with that. And then once the state kind of got back on its feet and were up to date, they didn't need the 90 extra people they hired to catch up in this regard. But they basically said, okay, we don't need all of you guys anymore. So if you need recommendations, let us know. But you know, we don't need you to do this job anymore. And my ex applied to stay, but did end up going to work in workers' comp for the state also. And this was like the first real in-person job that he's had before. Now, he did work for like maybe a month or two. I don't think 3. I could be wrong, but I don't think it was 3. At the restaurant that I worked at when I was in college and finishing up college as like a host, but it was not very long. And I believe it was just during like, I'm studying for the bar and I need something to do hours. Not that it's not like real work or anything. It just wasn't like he wasn't there for 3 years, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. Like there are plenty of people who go throughout their school years and don't work. And I think that's a privilege for a lot of people, and that's great for them. But I also do think that there's a lot of benefits and skills and lessons that you learning like to work from a younger age. And I want to be clear, like I'm not using that to bash anything or anyone. I'm not saying like, oh, how dare he not have a real job like that before. My point is that workers' comp is a very grueling part of the law. Like, it's rough. People are overworked. It's a lot. So for that to be his first in-person job was going to be a lot, no matter who it was. So after, it might have been 3 or 4 months, I'm actually gonna fact check myself right now. It looks like it was more, I believe, around 4 or 5 months, somewhere around that time frame. Like late summer, early fall of 2022 to the beginning of 2023, my ex communicated to me that his job was slowly killing him on the inside and that he physically felt ill every time he had to go in. And, you know, thanks to you guys, social media was doing really great. And I was like, well, I don't want you to be sick every day. I make plenty of money, and I was meeting all these other creators who had big teams, and I've never had a big team or anything. I've always had Lena, my editor. I even had her in this time frame of the story. I definitely already had Lena. But that's it. You know, I have friends who have assistants and videographers and things like that. And I was like, you know, my friends are telling me that I need this extra help. What do you think about, you know, if you feel ill going to work every day, I don't want you to feel that way. I don't want you to be in that state of mind. What if you quit? And you could either do something else, or you could, you know, take care of the house, make dinner, clean, help me with editing, help me with my job. Like, that's fine. We don't have kids or anything, but you know, he loved the term house husband. Sure, I'm okay with that. And so that's what we decided. At the time, I was working like 80 to 100 hours a week. I was like mentally circling the drain, man. I was tired all the time. I mean, I still am a workaholic, but I've definitely found way better ways to streamline. Like, when you start social media, no one really lays out the easy ways to do things, or the easier way to do things, or the way, like, you know what I mean? You just kind of, it's trial and error unless someone tells you. And I didn't have anyone to tell me. So I was literally working 80 to 100 hours a week. And I even have messages that we're gonna see soon of him acknowledging, yeah, I really worked that much. So when things weren't getting done, I didn't really notice, if that makes sense. Because like, not only, and it'll make a little bit more sense in a little bit, but like, for example, I never stopped paying Lena. Like, she was still consistently working for me in editing videos. Something else that was really distracting me for a year was that I started getting incredibly sick. For those of you who've been around for a long time, you might remember, like, I went on almost 8 rounds of antibiotics in the span of a year, to the point that I even started developing allergies to some, because I was so sick all the time, and I had so many sinus infections. And then remember when I had that weird stuff on my face? I started developing perioral dermatitis, and we couldn't figure out why it all of a sudden was starting, or what was causing it and what was triggering it, and it was just a mess. Like, I was in so much pain all the time, I was working all the time, I was sick all the time, I was exhausted, and I was just running on fumes for a while. And then in January of 2024, so this went on for like a year, something drastic happened that would like catalyst everything. And what that was is that, you know, we would play the video games on Discord, and we would play with my brother, who was around for a lot of the screaming. And my brother lived at home with my parents. And there was one day that my brother did not have, I'm gonna start crying again, didn't have headphones in. And my mom walked in when my ex was screaming at me, and she got so concerned and so worried about me. And she did a little bit of asking around and digging and blah, blah, blah. And then sometime in that month, in January, when I was over at her place by myself, because that would happen often, because my ex did not like going to my parents' house, which is fine. It will be important later. She sat me down and she told me that she was really worried because, for a lot of reasons, that she felt like I looked tired and I was sick all the time, and we need to figure out why. Am I working too much? Am I working too hard? What's happening? And she was worried not only that I wasn't getting the support that I needed in my home, but also was very worried with the way that I was being spoken to, and wanted to know, was this like a one-time fluke, which she knew it wasn't, because she asked my brother, and my brother was like, yeah, no, it's all the time, and nothing anyone ever says, he doesn't stop. But she was asking me, is this a one-time fluke? Am I misunderstanding something? Like, why is this acceptable? And in that moment, I got so defensive, and I was like, Mom, like, this is this is my husband. I couldn't do what I do without him. He supports me, and he does all, I couldn't do any of this without him, and he's my other half, and you don't understand. You don't know what's happening. He does so much for me and for us, and how dare you accuse him? Like, I really went off on her. Because I'm loyal to a fault, for sure. Like, I was aggressively loyal. I was angry that she would even insinuate that something was wrong, or that he was treating me poorly, or anything along those lines. You know what I mean? But what it did was plant a little seed in my brain. And I started noticing when I would get a playful slap on my back or my legs or anywhere on not my face. Oh, I was just trying to be flirty, but I guess I missed. I was trying to, I'm your husband, I was trying to smack your butt, but I guess I missed and just palmed me in the back or the legs. And I would say, hey, that hurts a lot. Like, I'm getting some bruises. Please stop. And it didn't. Or he would go for my pressure points in my knees, like right here, and he would just randomly, like even in public, if I was sitting down somewhere, like I found that my body was jumpy, and I was constantly jumpy because I was on alert, because I would just be sitting somewhere, and all of a sudden he would just try to squeeze my pressure points on my knee, like, because he thought it was funny when I would jump or squeal out in pain or something. And I was like, no, like, that actually hurts, but it didn't stop. Or, the little skin right on the inside of your thighs, like, he would pinch it really hard and it hurt. And I would tell him, stop. And he thought it was affectionate, I guess. He thought he was playing, and I kept trying to insist, like, I don't like it, but he wouldn't take he didn't take it seriously. He thought it was playing. I even hate that I have to talk about this because it feels dumb. So I have asthma, and he really loved to tickle me until I couldn't breathe, which isn't fun. Like, it's not enjoyable, and it sounds so dumb to be complaining about getting it feels weird and creepy, because weird, creepy people ask me about tickling and stuff in DMs all the time, and I hate that I even have to talk about it. But I think it's important, and I would yell, please. And as you may have heard in some of the recordings, he would take the please as police, and he would then make it into a joke that he thought was funny. The police can't help you now. That's what he would say when I would beg, please stop. And again, he thought it was fun and playful. And whenever I would say, please don't, he didn't really take it seriously. And there were a couple times that I tried, years past, to be very vulnerable about other things that upset me or hurt me or bothered me. And he told me you might have heard this on one of the recordings also, that I have an ugly crying face. And so he thinks it's funny when I get upset or emotional. He finds it humorous and comical because the face that I make is just so ridiculous. And so if I know I'm going to cry talking about this, how do I bring it up in a more serious manner? How do I address it? How do I, what do I do? And that's just the physical stuff. I'm just gonna be blatantly honest. I'm not going to talk about the sexually abusive stuff in the video. I'm just not. But the point is that in January, I started to notice these things because the seed was planting, and I started noticing, oh, this is not okay. And I kept telling myself, he just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how serious this is. He would never do this on purpose. He would never be malicious. And then in February, I don't know why this even caught my attention. Again, this is February of 2024. But I remember I was sitting at the bottom of the stairs, and my ex made a comment about cleaning the kitchen, and I watched him grab a paper towel, run it under the sink, and then start to wipe the countertop with it. And I just remember going, oh, hey, I don't think you need to wet the countertops before you use bleach or Clorox or whatever. You can just go in with the Clorox. And he scoffed at me and said, I don't need to use those chemicals. Those things are toxic. And I said, what? I'll never forget this. And my friends literally want to put this on a t-shirt. Rebecca, I know you're not a science person like me, but water's the universal solvent. It naturally cleans itself. You don't need chemicals. And I just remember, oh my God, this is why I'm getting sick all the time. My house is that gross and grimy because in a year, think about your kitchen countertops where you're making food, or your showers. I kid you not, oh yeah, the pink stains in the shower are natural. Everyone has them. No, that's mold. No, that's not it. What? Again, it will come up. You will see the text when we get there, for sure. Like, this is why I was getting so sick. For a year, that is how the house was getting cleaned. And like, I was just in disbelief. And like what do you mean you're not a science person like me? Like that, you don't have a science degree. Like regardless, this was when I really, for the first time, found my voice and I put my foot down and I was like, no, this is unacceptable. Absolutely not. And I started pushing back and I said, no, I need more help. And then in that moment that I realized, it's almost like all these thoughts just came rushing into my brain at once of like putting pieces together and like hearing my mom's voice in the back of my brain. For the first time, like really started finding my voice and put my foot down. And I was like, no, like come to think of it, you're supposed to be helping me. Like I'm not really being helped. Like you left your job to take care of the house. The house is not getting taken care of. You quit your job to help me with my job, but you won't take over my email stuff. I'm so behind on email because I can't do it all by myself, on responding to comments that I really want to get better at, on my subreddit stuff for Am I the Bad Apple? Lena's doing all my videos. Like you don't even cook dinner because Factor was great enough to sponsor the podcast and sent us meals all the time. So like you can't even clean the house. Like I need you to clean the house. And it was just kind of like, there was no real reason. It was kind of, well, there's too much stuff to clean. That's like the one job I need you to do. But instead of there being like any actual conversation, and I'll never forget these words. And remind you, like I'm paying all the bills completely by myself. I got, Rebecca, you don't really work as hard as you think you do. Like you don't work that hard. I'm sure if we got your ADHD stuff under control, you'd be able to get all your work stuff done in plenty less time, and you'd have plenty of time to help me with the house stuff. And there's only a couple things in this world that I will actually like hype myself up about. And one of those is my work ethic. Like I work very hard. And hearing him say that to me when I was working myself into the ground, I'm gonna start crying again. Working myself into the ground, working 80 to 100 hours a week. I'm sick all the time. I'm not feeling good. Like to tell me that I don't work that hard and that I need to find time in my day to help with like the little bit of things that he's been expected to take care of. That's when like the rose-colored glasses that I had just shattered, like absolutely shattered. And that's when I started realizing and getting very angry when I would get the slap on my backs and legs and parts of my body. And I would get mad when I would like the fact that I had to feel jumpy and unsafe in my own house because someone wouldn't take no. Please stop trying to squeeze my pressure points as hard as you can and stop trying to pit. Like literally in self-defense classes, they tell you like there are certain parts of the body to go for if you're being abducted because it will rip the muscle strands. Why is my partner doing that to me? I was getting very upset, very agitated. And I said, you need to do something and you need to figure it out fast. And that was when it was decided that he had a dream that he wanted to go like a professional pickleball player. And so he was going to find a little, he knew someone that was opening up some gym or whatever that month, and he was going to coach and then be sponsored to be their pro. I don't remember all the details, but so he was going to be coaching for part of the day and then training for the rest of the day. And he started being gone like 12 hours a day. He was gone all day. I don't know what all the day consisted of. I just know he was gone all day. And if he didn't leave early in the morning, he was sleeping until like noon or 1 and then would leave for the rest of the evening. And that's only to say that like we did not spend any time together. We spent 0 time together. The Discord became my main source of human interaction during the day because, other friends go to work and have their own families and jobs, and I would be home. I would be on my computer working anyways. I would just have people in the background. And it even became a game for some of us of what time do you think my ex is going to get home tonight? And it was usually after 10 and 11 p.m. a lot of the times. And we increasingly were starting to really butt heads. Like for example, I was very self-conscious about me leaving teaching and staying and working at home. I gained a lot of weight. Now, I was not like fat or overweight or anything by any means, but I was much larger than I usually was, and I was very self-conscious about it. As you guys know, I did cheerleading for 15 years, so body dysmorphia and eating disorders have always been something that I've had reoccurring issues with. So to be as heavy as I was mortified with I felt ashamed of myself, which I should not have been, but I was. And so I was, trying to eat healthier and trying to eat better and trying to exercise. And then, there were things that my ex thought he was doing that was very thoughtful that, like, to me in the moment, it felt very like, what are you doing? Like, for example, he would come home at 11 p.m. after being gone all day and be like, oh, I brought you dinner. Here's cookout, which is, like, for those that aren't in North Carolina, it's like fast food. And I would be frustrated because, one, I'm trying to eat healthier. I don't want the French fries and the cheese curds and the hamburger and the milkshake. Like, the milkshake in itself is 800 calories. I'm trying to eat healthier. But also, it's like 11 p.m. I ate 5 hours ago. And then he would get frustrated that I wasn't, like, grateful and that the food was going to waste. And then I was frustrated that it wasn't even asked, do you want something? I didn't even know he was on the way home. Or, he would grab Chick-fil-A on his way to pickleball. And he'd come home and he'd leave brownies in the house all week. And I would get frustrated because I'm like, I'm trying to eat better. I'm trying to lose weight. And you're just leaving all these sweets around for me to eat. I don't want them in the house. So we started, like, nitpicking a lot and getting very frustrated with each other. And he felt like he was being very considerate and that I wasn't, like, appreciative. And I felt like I wasn't being listened to about the things that I was trying to work on for myself. And, we really started hard. I don't even know when it started. It probably was even before then, but that's when I at least noticed how far apart we were growing. I'm someone that when I'm driving in the car, I love to talk on the phone. Like, I love just talking to someone or I could listen to someone ramble while I'm driving, like, for hours. I just could. Right? And even, when we were both working from home and I would go somewhere, I'd get in the car and I'd call him. And even if we just sat in silence, like, it was a comfortable silence. And that, I don't know when that stopped, but I noticed that we weren't doing it anymore that February and March. And when he would get home late at night, he would already be on the phone with his dad. And he would just stay downstairs and be on the phone with his dad for another hour, sometimes maybe even 2. Maybe not 2, that might be much, but like 30 minutes to an hour for sure. A little bit about this dynamic. I don't want to go and sit and listen on the phone with his dad. I'm going to stay upstairs. So then that was just even more of our evening that we're not only not together, not talking on the phone with each other, like we used to, but also just not interacting when we both are home. And then we used to also stay up and go to sleep at the same time. Well, then we started, whoever wanted to go to bed first would just go to bed. And then we would get up before one another. Like, it all became very separate. And I was feeling the distance, and so I suggested that we go on some dates and spend some more time together. So we went to this sushi restaurant in March, and I remember I was sitting in the booth, and he was sending some email for some pickleball something. I don't remember what it was, but it doesn't really matter. It's not like, oh my God, he was on his phone, because, like, I was scrolling on my phone too. Like, we were both kind of on our phone for a minute, and then I tried to bring up something to talk about. And I noticed that, something that I struggle with on Instagram is, like, taking photos of myself and actually posting them. I've never been very good at that. Even when I post them, like, no one looks at them. Like, I get so many real views and likes and comments, blah, 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 blah. No one cares about my photos, which is fine. Just for brand purposes, I have to keep trying to post them. But it's always been, like, a frustrating pain point for me in social media. But I realized that I hadn't had a photo posted in so long, and I didn't have any new photos to post. And I recently tried to, like, get a manager and have them help guide me. And they were like, you need to post photos, you need to post photos. And I didn't have any recent ones. So I actually grabbed a photo from the year before when I was a little heavier, and I posted it. And I remember getting a comment that said, oh, thank gosh, you look great. You were starting to look a little chunky. And I was so annoyed by that comment because, one, that's just a messed up thing to say to anybody. Why would you ever do that? 2, the photo was from when I was heavier. So it, like, was mind-boggling to me of, like, what? And it was making me feel bad about myself, and I was getting frustrated. And so I voiced this to him, and I was like, I cannot believe why someone felt like this was an appropriate thing to post on my photo. This is rude. You should never ever comment about someone's weight or how someone looks, or like, just don't. And I was just looking for a little bit of sympathy, and instead I got something along the lines of, well, if they're one of your followers, they probably just really care about you, so you can't blame them for worrying, because on a BMI scale, you technically would have been considered overweight. And if there were any remnants of those rose-colored glasses, that in that moment, they were just gone. I could not believe he said that. And I just got so self-conscious. I don't even know if I ate the rest of the food that I had at the restaurant. I was so self-conscious and so upset, and I felt gross. I felt disgusting in my skin, to be honest. And I just went home and just cried to myself. I don't know if he even noticed. I know I wanted to make sure he didn't notice because, again, in my mind, he told me that it was funny when I cried. Now, granted, after we separated, he would later tell me, oh, I never meant that. I just didn't like to see you cry and didn't know how else to make sure you didn't cry around me. And I tried to explain to him that all I knew was that my husband told me it was funny when I cry and it makes him laugh. So I tried not to. And I wanted to add that because I wanted it to be clear that according to him, he didn't actually mean that, but that was the reality that I was living with at the time. Something else that happened it was either March or April, but again, one of those, if there's any remnants of these rose-colored glasses, they're like long gone. And I can't remember if this was March or April. My family dog had an obstruction in his intestines, and the vet said that he was too old to be able to do well with the surgery to remove it. So we were gonna have to put him down. And we all went to the vet, like everyone, my parents, my brother, my ex, and I. That's our family dog. It was hard. It was really rough. I'm not even gonna go into like the details of the actual vet visit because it's such a blur for me that I can't even tell you specifics, but I know that my brother and my mom were very offended by some of the things that were said by my ex, like just very insensitive comments and questions to the vet during that visit. And as we're leaving the vet and like I'm like still crying, my ex, I think I skipped over something, but it's fine. Because of the car situation, we'd been discussing getting another car, and just for tax purposes, and I hate driving. There's nothing I hate more than driving. So we played around with the idea of looking at Tesla because of the self-driving feature. Because again, there is nothing I detest more than driving. Like that's the only reason I cared about that brand of car. And it was before all the stuff with Elon. It was before, okay? It was before. But anyways, important context for right here. Sorry. As we were walking out of the vet, and I'm still like crying, my ex asks me, hey, before we go home, do you want to go look at cars? Like there's a dealership not that far. We could go test drive some cars. Anything that would be fun? And I said, no, I don't want to do that right now at all. I just want to go home and cry because the sweetest boy is now gone. I don't want to go and test drive cars for funsies. No. So, we come home and I'm just like still on the verge of tears trying to keep it together. And I don't remember what he asked or what he said, but I just remember responding like something along the lines of like, oh, I'm exhausted. I feel so fatigued. I don't want to do anything today. And I remember him responding with something along the lines of, yeah, today was rough for me too. And I perked up and I said, yeah, because you've always like complained about that dog. I didn't really know that he meant that much to you. I didn't think that you liked him. And I like actually was excited to start this conversation because I thought this was going to be like a vulnerable moment that we could share. And like, I really thought he hated my family's dog. It meant a lot to me to hear him insinuate that like losing him was hard for him too. And I was like really looking for that connection and that interaction. But instead, I was told something along the lines of, oh no, I'm not sympathetic, I'm empathetic. And you guys were really taking your time moping around about that dog. And I'm kind of an empath, so that was hard for me to be around that. I just was so furious in that moment, and I was angry, and I just could not believe what I was hearing. I saw red, because you guys know what a crazy pet person I am. Like, that to me was just insane. And it was around this time that I was even wondering, like, does this person even love me? I don't understand. Like, it felt like I was looking at him for the first time, and I was like, do you even like me? My ex is someone that, like, physical touch has always been something he has not, like, he doesn't like, even when my mom gives him a hug, doesn't like it. But I feel like, you know, when you're married to someone, I feel like a basic part of that is, like, you know, wanting to hold their hand or wanting to give them a hug or, like, even a kiss. And, like, just like with the tickle thing, I feel so stupid for even talking about this because it feels dumb, like it's embarrassing. But I chose this job, I guess. But I kind of had a thought. I was like, I wonder if I don't go up and, like, force him to hug, even just hug me or give me a kiss during the day, will he notice? And I just decided I wasn't going to go up and force that or initiate that and see how long it took for him to come to me. And I don't know how long it would have gone on. He did end up giving me a hug after 2 weeks when I bought the Tesla as a congratulatory yay. If I didn't make that purchase, I honestly don't know how long it would have gone on, to be completely honest. But in that moment, I was like, I don't think this person even likes me. I just felt like a bank account, a piggy bank. Every other day it was I want to get these new pickleball shoes, or I'm so excited to drive the Tesla, or it was all about, like, the things that I could buy him. I felt like I didn't matter as a person, and I was just so upset and frustrated. And so that's when I really started kicking into gear, and I was like, okay, first things first, like, I want to be right with myself. And so I was like, I'm gonna continuing, you know, eating better and my exercise, and I'm gonna look into ADHD medication, which, you know, I've known that I've had ADHD for a very long time. I was diagnosed in my adult years, but I never sought medication for it. I was going to around the time that my former mother-in-law passed, and then that was just such a traumatic thing. My ex developed, like, a very strong distrust for doctors and hospitals and things like that, which understandably, it was very traumatic. And so at that time, you know, a lot of ADHD medication has side effects that are like, oh, could one day in the future, you know, cause heart issues or whatever, all the things, you know? And so he asked me not to, so I didn't. And come back to the part of the story, I felt like it was the time. Plenty of time had passed. I needed to do this for myself. And so I started looking into getting ADHD medication. And I was doing a lot of research and talking to my doctor. And I remember sitting and watching and scrolling on TikTok, and, you know, my For You page is like cat videos, ADHD stuff, and, like, my friends' funny skits. That's all I get on my For You page. And I remember I was watching a video talking about how statistically women who are diagnosed with ADHD also fall somewhere on the autism spectrum. Like, statistically, they usually do. Not always, but statistically, they're more likely to. And I don't remember his exact words, but I do remember there was some kind of joke about, like, pointing fingers and, like, mocking the fact that maybe I could be autistic. Like, we already knew I had ADHD. And I just remember being so put off by it because, first of all, whether I get the diagnosis or not, I'm still me. Like, it doesn't change. Second of all, there's nothing wrong with it. But also, I genuinely was under the impression that he also was, I don't know how, like, on the spectrum. And I said that. I said, I don't know what you're laughing at. If I test positive for autism, all that means is that we'll both be on the spectrum, which maybe I shouldn't have said that. I've had mixed reviews. Some people are like, Rebecca, you can't say that. Other people were like, no, that's, like, valid. The man won't wear jeans because the texture bothers him, or at least that's what he said. But he was mad that I suggested that. Like, he took such offense, and I really didn't understand because, like, to me, it's not a big deal. Like, there's nothing wrong with my brain if I have autism. It's just wired a little different. Just like I have ADHD. There's nothing wrong. It's just wired a little bit differently. I don't understand the issue. Oh, he was mad. Real mad. So after he screamed at me, he gave me the silent treatment for an entire week. He would not interact with me, would not speak to me, would not talk to me. I even, like, started getting more progress in my I'm getting ADHD medication. And when I would try to share it with him, he just like would shrug and blow me off and like not even respond. And that silent treatment would lead into like one of the last big issues before the New Orleans incident. So some of our Discord friends were coming into town. Some of them were going to be in town for multiple days. And so there were going to be some days that it was going to be a small group of us going to local places, and then another day or so where people from other parts of our state drove in for the evening. Some were staying at our house. And we would all like go out and have fun and bar hop. Now, my ex does not drink, which is fine. Lots of people don't drink. If I'm driving, I won't even have one. I just won't do it. I'm a small person. I don't want to take any chances. I'd rather be safe. Mocktail mojitos, those are my go-to. And no one ever questions it, right? You come back with like a fruity looking drink, even like pineapple juice, Sprite, and grenadine, no one ever questions it. No one ever, and like society's a lot better now about not questioning why someone's not drinking than they were 5 years ago. But that's usually my go-to is either a mocktail mojito if they have it, or pineapple juice, Sprite, and grenadine. But I'm just rambling now. The point is, my ex was not a fan of even the bar scene. He didn't like going and sitting and talking while everyone's drinking. He was not a fan. He not only wasn't a fan, but would like actively complain about it. And so the first night that everyone was there and they wanted to go to a bunch of bars and just do bar hopping, I told him, hey, if you don't want to go, like not everyone is coming in for this night. If you don't want to go, that's okay. You don't have to. People would love to have you, but no pressure. And he just kept saying, do I need to go? And I'm like, you don't need to. If you want to, okay. But if not, it's not a big deal. I didn't know that he took, do I need to go as, please tell me you want me to come. I genuinely believed from past experiences that he was like, I don't want to go. Do I need to go? Are you going to be upset if I don't go? So I told him no. Because like that word need was like, that's what that told me. So that was like miscommunication, but that's what it was. I also had a college friend that was in town that I was planning on meeting afterwards. So I was going to do bar hopping early on with the friends, and then I was going to go like out with my friend who was in town. So it was like the Discord guys with their girlfriends for the first part of the night, and then I was going to have a girls' night with my friend and her sisters later. And my ex just kept saying, well, like, how are you going to drive? And so I'm just going to Uber. And he's like, well, do I need to go? Like, do I need to drive you? And I said, nope, because if you don't want to go and if you're not going to have a good time, I would much rather just spend $10 to go see my friend and then $10 home. And then you get to do what you want and it'll be fine. So he dropped me off at the first bar. And that's where like some of the other people who were DDs dropped their cars off in that parking lot. And then we went to that bar, and then we went to the bar across the street, and then we went next door, and we had a good old time. And then someone said, hey, before we call it a night, let's go play Jackbox games at our friend's apartment. And we said, okay. And the two people who had their cars, or the DDs, we all split off into who was getting in what car. We were going through the parking lot, and then I get a text from, and it says, are you guys at this bar? And it was the first one that we went to. And I said, no, we're going to our friend's house to play Jackbox games. And as I'm getting in the car and he's texting me and he's like, well, you didn't want to go home? And I said, no, why would I want to go home? Like, I'm having so much fun. There was nothing in here at all that I said I wanted to go home. I said I was hanging out with everyone. I was waiting for my college friend to let me know she was ready for me to come over. Like, did not say anything about wanting to go home. But he asked, you don't want to go home? And I said, no, why? And that's when I saw, like, as we were starting to drive out of the parking lot, my car was in the parking lot. And I was so confused. And I like just was stunned for a moment. And I was like, wait, is he here? And I'm sure there's a lot of people that would be like, Rebecca, why didn't you just tell them to stop the car? Blah, blah, blah. Because like I genuinely was just stunned. I was not sober. Part of me probably thought that my brain was playing, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. Like I was just very confused as to what was happening. Because he was like, well, an hour ago you said you were ready to leave. Should I go home or should I come there? I'm leaving the pickleball park now. But you're not. The car's parked here. And I was so confused. I said, no, I just missed my college friend. Because I'm assuming he took me saying, oh, I'm just waiting to hear from my friend about when she's ready, as me saying that I didn't want to be there. So I said, no, like, I just missed my friend. I'm going to Uber. Don't worry about it. And he said, okay, so don't come at all? Like, that's fine. They just asked if I was coming, and I felt guilty, which did happen. Some of the guys we were with sent him a message, and were like, hey, why didn't you come out? And his response to them was that, Rebecca says I embarrass her, which is probably true. Never said, what? So my friend lived, like, literally down the road from where we were. So like it was literally a 3-minute drive. I don't know. Very short drive. And as we're walking from the car in the parking lot to the apartment. We're like, there's a group of us. It's my friend that lives here, a friend from out of town, the friend that lives here's girlfriend, and me, just in this car. And the friend that was in from out of town, they'd never seen a person before. And that's important because he was in the back of our group. So when he saw a tall man that he did not know just power walking towards us at 10 p.m. in the dark, he's starting to get a little defensive, like, hey, what's up? What do you need? And we all turn, and my ex is just there in our face, like just there. And I was like, hi, hello. Great, yeah, you. I'm so confused. Where did you come from? Are you coming to hang out, or what's the plan? Which it's fine. If you decided you wanted to come hang out with everyone, that's great. But internally, like, all I could think of in the back of my head is, if you're gonna stay, great, but please don't, like, just complain the whole time, please. Like, I just felt like I was on such a roller coaster, because I kid you not, before he dropped me off at the bars earlier, he said he didn't want to sit around and watch everyone drink. He was gonna be bored and he'd rather just play games on his phone. Like actually would just said that he wanted to just play games on his phone and play pickleball, which is fine. That's okay. But then he was like parked where we were and then just showed up where we went, and I'm just confused at this point. I'm so lost as to what's happening. And he had like a bunch of cookout with him, the fast food stuff. And he said, sorry, I didn't get anyone food. Rebecca didn't answer her phone. What? You never called me. You never texted me and said I'm going to cookout. Does anyone want anything? But also, like, we were all just doing dinner at, like, we all got food at the bar. And it's 10 p.m. Like, no one else is planning on eating dinner at 10 p.m. And literally everyone's response was, no, we don't want anything. We're good. Thanks for offering, but like, no, we're good. But I just felt very defensive in that moment. Like, okay. So we're in my friend's living room, and there's like a bunch of us on like the couple couches and chairs, and some even on the floor, people playing, like, you know, the two cars combined. And then my ex is literally sitting in the back of the apartment at the kitchen table, and everyone's offering, hey, do you want in the round? Like, yes, we have more people than what Jackbox offers, but like, we can rotate people in and out. Do you want to turn? He says no, he doesn't want to turn. He just wants to sit there and eat his food and play his games on his phone. Okay, that's fine. And so as he was sitting in the back by himself, I texted him because I didn't want to like make it more weird than it already was. Like, everyone was already uncomfortable by I didn't come because Rebecca says I embarrassed her, and then the car was in the parking lot, and like they also recognized my car, and then he just showed up and said that he offered everyone food, but I didn't answer the phone to get their orders. Like, it was kind of tense. What time are you staying until? I can tell my college friend not to come until after you're ready to leave so that you're not alone. And he said, I'm just here for you. I have to be up at 8:30. I said, okay, well, I appreciate that, but it's totally up to you. I know the guys are so happy that you came because I wanted him to feel included, and I wanted him to feel like he was a part of and that they were his friends too. I said, you know, my college friends, they want to start the night at midnight, so I'll be as quiet as I can be when I get home. Like, I'm trying to be respectful of that he has to get up at 8:30. And he just said, I don't see why. I've been avoiding them for weeks, as in the Discord friends that we were out with. And I said, well, they really like you, because he was convinced that they didn't like him, so he didn't like them back. So then I don't know why it was important for him to go, but he says he was there for me. And I was trying to relay that I appreciated he was there to be out with me, but if he needed to go home, I was not going to be upset if he needed to go home. And he just said it wasn't a big deal. He had a lesson at 10. I assumed he was then training from 8:30 to 10, whatever works. I don't remember around what time we ended up leaving, but he ended up driving me to go see my college friend where I was meeting her, and then he went home, and then I just spent the evening with them, my friend and her sisters, until who knows what time, and I went home, went to sleep, and the next day was when a bunch of our friends were coming into town to hang out with our friends that were in from out of state. And I knew that my ex had a long day at the pickleball place, but like I wasn't sure when he'd get off and what was happening, and I knew that some of our friends that were driving in to our part of town were staying the night. And so I put sheets for the guest room into the washer, and I texted him and I said, hey, whenever you get back from the pickleball stuff, because I'm assuming like if you're training, you're going to be sweating and things like that. I'm assuming you're going to go take a shower before you come out. Can you please make sure that you switch the clothes, the sheets from the washer to the dryer. And then let me know when you're ready to come hang out with us, and I'll let you know where we are. I always have my location on. Like, I do so many events with a bunch of friends, whether it's at like theme parks or convention centers. I share my location with like 26 people. And I'm like, you have my location, or, you know, call me, text me, whatever. So we're at this barcade in the middle of the day, and then all of a sudden he just is there. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know you were on your way. Great, you're here. Do you want to play some arcade games? And he's, no, this is dumb. And he just started complaining about why would he pay money to play games that he can play at home for free. And I was like, well, it's the atmosphere. We're at a bar, so you get a drink. And he's like, well, I don't drink. And I'm like, I understand, but that's like the appeal. It's like the ambiance. It's the vibe. It's, here, I got a bunch of tokens. And he's, well, why'd you get tokens? Because other people want to play. Like, I don't mind getting tokens so that, you know, some of our friends that came in brought their wives and the girlfriends. I want them to feel included. I want to do stuff with the girls. I don't mind spending $10 on tokens for all the girls to like do the little games that we want to do. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I said, why don't you just take some tokens, play some games? No, it was the principle of the thing that he can play those games for free at home, so he didn't want to do them. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to play. So we just sat at the table we had and just played games on his phone, which is, again, fine. If you're having a good time, great. But I got a bunch of people coming up to me asking, is he okay? Does he want to play a particular game? What can we get him to play? And I said, he doesn't want to play games. Some people were like, okay, he can do whatever he wants. And other people were like feeling like they needed to include him. And I feel like it was agitating the situation more, but it's fine. And I asked him while he was sitting there, I was like, hey, by the way, you made sure to switch the sheets over, right? Nope. He came straight from pickleball. And I was like, okay, but now we're going to get back later tonight and their sheets are going to be wet after sitting in the washer all day. That needs to be dried. And he's like, we'll worry about it later. So we have fun at the barcade, and then we go to this food hall down the street, and I'll get something to eat. And then we go to this one bar it's so goofy. They're hula hoops. We end up at this bar every time our Discord friends from out of state come into town. It's fun. But we're there, like a couple hours go by. It starts to get very late. And one of the girlfriends who was staying at our house, she starts to feel very sick. She thinks she ate something at dinner that was not agreeing with her stomach, and she was not feeling good. And in the meantime, my ex was making little comments about like, all everyone's doing is sitting around and drinking and talking. And I was like, but this is what we wanted to do. Like, this is bar hopping. Like, if you don't like it, that's fine. But I don't know what you expected. You didn't want to do the activity when we went to the barcade, and now we're somewhere else. I don't know what you expected. I'm not sure what you thought this was going to be. So when the girl started feeling very ill, I pulled him aside and I said, hey, we've got a couple options, because here's the situation. She's not feeling good. She and her fiance are staying at our house in our guest room. He wants to stay out. He's having a great time with his friends. You keep telling me that you're not having a good time, that everyone's just sitting around drinking, sitting around talking, and that you don't want to do that. And you didn't want to do the activity when we were at the barcade, which is fine, but I don't know what you were expecting this was going to be. I understand that you came out for me because you wanted to be here for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I also want you to have a good time with your time and like value your free time. So if you don't want to be here, it's okay. You don't have to be. So there's a few options. Either we can all of us in my household can just leave, but everyone else is going to stay out. And he, our friend, wants to stay out with everybody. Or he can go back with her, mess with the sheets in our washer and dryer and get them situated, which I don't love. That's not very host-esque etiquette, like I didn't love that. But like I was having a good time. I wanted to stay out. But if he went back with his fiance, then that means my ex would also have to stay out when he wasn't having a good time. I said, or, I could take her back and you could stay out with everyone, but you've already said you don't love the people here, nor do you love what they're doing. Or you can take her back and you can get the sheets situated for her while she's like getting ready for bed, and you can make sure that they're dry and don't smell bad from sitting in the washer machine all day. And then you get to do whatever you want with the rest of your evening and have the time that you want to have, and she gets to feel better and not be like sick in front of people, and then me and our friend can stay out with everybody. And those are kind of the options that we got. And he just said, what do you want me to do? And I said, my choice would be for you to take her, because you keep saying to me that you're not having a good time, that you don't like the people and you don't like what we're doing and you're not having a good time, and that's fine. You don't have to have a good time. You can go home. And if she's not feeling well, then you can take her, and the people who are having a good time can stay out, and the people who aren't can go. And then he just got really mad and turned to our friends and said, all right, guys, well, I guess I'm taking her home because Rebecca says she doesn't want me here and I'm just embarrassing her. And I just was like, what's happening? Everyone's having a good time. Like, why do you have to? Okay. Like, I was horrified. I was mortified. And I was like, I couldn't even like enjoy the rest of the night. And we didn't even stay out that late. If that didn't happen, we might have stayed out later, but like the vibes were definitely different after, at least for me. Like I could have just been in my head for sure. Or we stayed out for another hour, I think, and then we went back. And like it was fine. Like it all honestly kind of just got swept under the rug, but like it was also marinating in my brain, if that makes sense. Like outwardly, it was all like, oh, nothing's wrong, and this is just a typical Saturday evening. But like internally, I was like, this is ridiculous. What is happening right now? And this was like the middle of April, about middle to late middle of April, leading up to a big thing that I had to do in New Orleans and New York at the beginning of May. So I had to be in New Orleans for, what was it, May 3rd, May 2nd, one of those, first week of May. And my mom was really excited because she's from New Orleans. And she wanted to come with me because she's like, we could extend the trip a little bit and we could see my grandparents and my aunts and uncles and cousins and do fun things with family. And I love that idea. I already knew my ex was not going to love that because he does not enjoy, or at least he would tell me he did not enjoy going to New Orleans. He didn't like doing the crawfish boils. He said that it was too much work for too little reward for the crawfish stuff. He didn't like sitting outside in the camp. It was too hot and the bugs, and he didn't like just sitting around and talking. And okay, that's fine. So I told him that if he didn't want to come to New Orleans, that was fine. I just needed to figure out like a podcast studio or whatever. Because if he was going to come, I was going to have him like set up the cameras and just press play for me. Because, you know, before I had these awesome cameras, I had cameras that like their record limit was 30 minutes. Back then, I had to keep resetting the cameras every 30 minutes, and it was just a pain if I didn't have someone just hit the button for me. So I said if he's not coming, I could either have my mom do it. She's not very tech savvy. I know she's watching this. I love you, Mom, so much. I love you so much. Or I could like have a studio do it. And for a while, it was just gonna be me and my mom. But leading up to the trip, my ex decided, no, I wanna go. I wanna come. I wanna be there for you. We've been arguing about all of these things that have been happening the last few months. I wanna go and be there for you. And I said, are you sure? I'm very excited about this trip. And I'm gonna be gone for a while, right? I'm gonna be in New Orleans for a week, and I go straight from New Orleans to New York. And then I come back right in time for our 5-year wedding anniversary, which was May 18th. Okay. And I told him, you know, I'm very excited about this trip. It's also going to be a very long trip. I'm going to be gone for a long time, which I don't love because I miss the cats so much when I'm gone. So I said, you know, if you want to go and you want to have fun, I would love that. But if you don't, and it's going to be like when everyone was hanging out while the Discord people were hanging out, I don't want that. That's not fun. I'm really excited about the things that I get to do. You know, I got invited to Meta in New York, and I was hosting a YouTube event in New Orleans. Like, I was very excited, and I didn't want to feel like I had to monitor if he was going to be pouting or having a good time. And I told him this, and he got it, and he understood, and he said that he really wanted to go. And I said, okay, I'm not like asking multiple times to try and convince you not to. I'm just saying this is the same weekend as Jazz Fest in New Orleans, which is a big music event. So like tickets were expensive, especially at the last minute. Like it was $1,000 or $2,000 just to get his last minute flight to New Orleans. And even like figuring out when is he coming in and when is he leaving was a big deal, because I'm like, I don't know your pickleball schedule. I need to figure out, like, here's what me and my mom have planned with family. Here's when I'm going to be working and my mom's going to go do this with her sister, like all the different things, so much stuff going on, right? And we decided that he was going to fly in the day after me. I either flew in the Wednesday or the Thursday, and he was either going to fly in the Thursday or the Friday. I can't remember. And he was gonna stay until Sunday or Monday, something along those lines. So I go to New Orleans a day early, and I'm seeing family and I'm doing stuff. And then, you know, I'm actively trying to make sure that I'm calling him more, because I'm like, remember, in this mindset, I'm like realizing we don't really sit on the phone like we used to. We don't talk like we used to. When I land in New Orleans, I was so out of it. Like let me tell you the mental anguish I was already in at this point. I travel a lot, like at least once a month. And there's always a lot of moving parts with a lot of people's schedules and flights and hotels and podcast episodes. I was so out of it. For the first time in the 5 years I've been doing social media, I forgot when my flight landed, and I don't remember exactly the details, but I like told my mom the wrong time that I landed. I don't remember how that happened. I think I thought I had a layover somewhere and I didn't. I really don't remember how that happened, but I told my mother the wrong time that I landed. So, my grandparents live about 45 minutes from the airport, and my mom had to hop in the car and drive and come get me and come pick me up. And I felt so bad. I felt like such a burden and such a bother. And I was already so self-conscious. And I called my husband to sit and talk with him on the phone and like be vulnerable and talk about this. And I'm like, I feel like I'm really running myself into the ground. I'm so tired. I'm losing my mind. I feel like I don't even know how this happened. And we just start talking, and the conversation very quickly gets switched to how excited he is for the Tesla to come in and be ready because we ordered it, and how he just can't wait to drive it around. And I kind of paused and I said, I hope you understand this isn't going to be your main car. And I'm not saying that as like I'm materialistic and blah, 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 and this is my fancy car. No. I'm saying that because, and I explained this to him, when he kind of commandeered my CRV, it got greasy quick, like in the kindest way possible. The amount of greasy fast food wrappers everywhere, like to the point that parts of the car was starting to feel greasy if you sat in the seats. I was like, I just spent a lot of money on this car. You can't do that to this car. Like, it just can't happen. I'm not having what happened to the CRV happen to, like, it's to the point that I don't even like driving the CRV at this point. And he got very upset and said, I don't see how that's any different from you. I ended up getting like the extra seats in the back row because one of my best friends has small children and I wanted to make sure there was room for like their car seats and stuff. It was like an extra little fee. I thought it was worth it for like my nephews, you know what I mean? And he immediately starts berating me for allowing my friend's children to sit in the back of my car. Because don't you know, kids are disgusting creatures. And he just started really bashing these toddlers for these are some of the most well-behaved children I've ever seen in my life, first of all. And I got very defensive. These are my nephews. What do you mean? What is happening right now? And I got so upset and so defensive. And I was like, no, first of all, no, we can talk about the car stuff later, but like, we're going to address how you're talking about the boys right now. This is unacceptable. Absolutely not happening. And we just start bickering about that. Like, I'm still sitting outside the airport waiting for my mom. I don't remember what words it ended on. I just remember him saying something along the lines of like, all right, well, this isn't going anywhere, so I'm just going to hang up. And he just hung up. And I was angry. And I was mad, but I was also confused. Like, I understand you're upset because I'm holding you accountable for how you're keeping the car. Like, I understand you got a little defensive. No one likes to be told they're doing something wrong. No one likes to be told that they're in the wrong. But just like I told you guys at the beginning, like, if there's something that you're like, Rebecca, I think you're out of line, like, I'll own that. Like, I'm not a perfect person. We all have flaws. We all make mistakes. We all do or say things that we shouldn't at times. It happens. But like, to then like completely flip it around on children, I was not happy. And that's where the text messages start. And as I read, I will, give you guys context, and I will honestly just read the messages that we're sharing. Because even when he flies into New Orleans the next day, we still really only communicate through text message for the next week. Now, there are going to be times that we sit on the phone, and there's going to be a little bit of time in New Orleans that we actually speak to each other, but it's not often. Luckily for you guys, you get to see it all. It's fine. So here we go. And I don't even know, is it like the best thing for me to just like read it all? Maybe I will just read it all because like, I guess, yeah, this video is going on YouTube, but there is a whole community of people that are just going to be listening to this via audio. So I'll read it all, sure. And for those of you that are just listening, just know that there are screenshots of this whole thing on the screen on YouTube and Facebook and all the things. So pause. We're going to take a quick break and hear from this week's sponsors. Okay, now listen. I love to speak from my heart. I try so hard to keep this page as family friendly as possible. Not that it's just for kids, but that I want everyone to be able to enjoy. I want moms who are around kids to be able to enjoy. You know what I mean? But sometimes I just have to look out for the ladies. And I feel like it's a disservice to not share with the women the most comfortable things I've ever worn in my entire life. And I'm not saying that lightly, like in the slightest bit, okay? Like, you know what I hate the most about having to go out in public is having to put on like a bra. Those things are so uncomfortable. I hate them. I was sent the Skims Fits Everybody collection, and I feel like I'm being hugged by a cloud. It's the most, I don't know what kind of magic they put into that material. I swear, I took them out of the box and I was like, how is this small thing going to fit on my body? I don't know what magic they put in it. It just does. And it's comfortable. And I feel like I'm being hugged by clouds of magic. I understand these are pricier pieces. I get that. I'm not saying everyone needs to go into debt buying these things. I'm saying if you are able, I want you to feel what it feels like to be hugged by a cloud. I care about this partnership so much, not like because I care about my body and I want my body to be happy because it is so good for my body. I want to share that with you guys. I'm not even reading from a script, as you can probably tell, because I'm rambling my butt off. So now for the one bit that I do have to read that is scripted. It'll sound way more professional than what I've been saying. If you want to also feel like you are wearing comfy clouds or being hugged by comfy magical clouds, shop Skims Fits Everybody collection at skims.com. And after you order, make sure you let them know that I sent you, because I want them to like me, because I love their stuff so much. Select podcasts in the little survey of how did you hear from us, and definitely make sure that you list my show that you heard from me in the little menu that should follow. And that's all I got to say about that. When I first started this podcast, I was overwhelmed all the time. I mean, I was doing everything by myself. If I had a handy dandy tool that could give me templates and to-do lists and could help me shortcut through big problems that I might not know how to do on my own, and it already has answers for me, that would have been life-changing. And for a lot of people, that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the e-commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and accounts for 10% of e-commerce in the United States. You can get started with a design studio with hundreds of templates ready to go for you to use, accelerate your content creation with Shopify's AI tools, and feel like you have your own marketing team behind you with Shopify's templates for email campaigns and newsletters and things like that. And best of all, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class experience in everything from managing inventory to international shipping, even to processing returns and beyond. It's all way above my pay grade. So if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/Rebecca. Shopify.com/Rebecca. Now, back to the episode. I said, "Are you mad at me?" He says, "No." I said, "Well, you seem frustrated." And he said, "It's just not worth it for us to have that discussion again." And I said, "Well, I think anything that's bothering either of us is worth having a discussion, especially if there's miscommunication involved." And he said, "Well, we've had this same talk 100 times and it only makes things worse." I said, "I don't recall other times I thought you insinuated that I didn't work hard," which meaning like while we were arguing on the phone, it clearly came up to that other fight from months ago about not working hard because I was talking about how I worked so hard to be able to afford this car. You can't destroy it with fast food stuff like that. The spills and the sauces like everywhere. I said, "Are you referring to the other questions I asked you that night?" Which I think I did forget to tell you guys this part. I'm so sorry. I asked him straight up if he liked being married to me in February and if he loved me. And I don't remember what his response was, but I remember it wasn't a good response. He didn't say, "Yeah, of course I do," but he also didn't say, "No, I want a divorce." Like it was very like passive, like a non-answer. I just don't remember exactly what it was. And then I remember later that week, I asked him what his favorite things about me were, and he could not give me an answer for like 15 minutes. He said, I don't even remember what he said after 15 minutes, I think it was something along the lines of like, you're pretty or something. I don't know. But that's what I'm referring to when I say, are you referring to the other questions that I asked you that night? And I said, how does it make it worse? He said, we've had the same conversation tons of times since you became self-employed. We always argue, you get mad at me until we bring it back up, or you think I'm mad, and then I just say to drop it. And also just for clarification, like I took these screenshots like as best as I could. There's a couple messages that things are going to get blurred out, like people's names are going to get blurred out. There are certain like very personal or intimate things that I'm going to blur out or cut out because one, for legality reasons, but also I'm sharing with you guys like my experience and my mentality. Like, so I'm going to give you guys details regarding events and situations that impact me, but that doesn't mean that other stuff in other people's lives is the world's business. You know what I mean? So yeah, clarify. So I'm going to continue. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to keep going. I said, I want to be clear again that this is not an angry or accusatory question at all. I'm not going to get mad or yell or anything. I just want to understand your brain and where it's at. I'm not at all insinuating that I'm not important to you and that you don't care about me. I know for a fact I'm at least top 3 of the most important people in your life, LOL. I asked you a few weeks ago if you hated being married to me, but I don't think I worded that question well. I know you love me as a person, and I know you think I'm beautiful and great and all the things. I understand that. I want to know if you feel romantically in love with me. And again, I'm not angry or trying to point fingers in any way. I just want to know the situation present. His response was, I still don't understand the question. What do you mean by romantically? I said, I don't know how I can be more clear than that. He said, you're going to have to at least define romantic. You just said, I think you're beautiful and great, and then asked if I wasn't all those things. I'm so sorry. I left out one more piece of context. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm the worst. There's just so much. And this is, I'm trying to describe this in the least weird way possible, especially for the people involved. There was a time in college, my ex and I actually like broke up for a couple weeks when I was in college. And we had like a really long discussion about how in his mind, the most perfect woman, like in the most beautiful woman, like his definition of beauty was his cousin. And she's flawless, don't get me wrong. But it always felt weird talking about that. And like when we broke up in college, it was like, you're great and I think you're beautiful, but I also think cousin is too. I think she's like, I think his words were something along the lines of, I always envisioned I would end up with someone who looked like her, and you're kind of the opposite, you know, blue eyes, curly hair, tall, and you're none of those things, was kind of like what was relayed to me at the time. But it was like, I love you like I love her, I'm not in love with you. And that's like when we broke up in college, and then a few weeks later he came back and was like, oh, I'm just stressed out. Sorry, I didn't mean any of that. And then we got engaged. It was an important context thing, I'm so sorry. So I'm gonna get back to reading this now. Apologies. My bad. He said, you're at least going to have to define romantic. You just said, I think you're beautiful, great, etc. And then asked if I wasn't all of those things. And I said, I mean, you also think cousin is beautiful and great, and there's a difference between loving someone romantically and loving someone like family. Like, for example, and again, I'm emphasizing I'm not mad at you or pointing fingers or yelling. It's just a conversation, and I'm looking for answers to understand the situation. I was very hurt and upset by our conversation a few weeks ago. Like, I think discussing some of those things genuinely changed my brain chemistry. Not exaggerating in the slightest bit, I actually felt shifts in my brain. It was a wild experience. It was also very scary. I could not fathom you telling me you didn't think I worked hard, which I now get was a form of miscommunication, but that really just messed up my brain. You also told me there were various things I did that made you not respect me as a person, and that was hard for me to swallow as well, because even when I'm mad at you for whatever, I can still feel my respect for you. Like even when I'm furious with you, I can feel it in my heart, thoughts of, no, that's too far, you still love this person. And the feeling that I would never try to hit below the belt because even angry, I want to respect you and your feelings. So hearing you say that was kind of like an awakening, because I guess you're right. I can see when you don't fully respect me, because when you're really mad at something I did, or even just in league, like you don't hold back at all. And again, just emphasizing that I'm not saying this in anger, I'm not mad, I'm just communicating what I feel like I have observed. But I feel like you don't really have that constant respect for me as a person to be able to hold back and not hit below the belt sometimes. Not that you do it on purpose, but you don't necessarily respect me enough to not, if that makes sense. And he said, and maybe you're right. Maybe we don't have much in common when it comes to interests or hobbies. and I don't know how to change that. I feel like I try to be involved in everything you enjoy for the most part, and then do or say things to mess everything up or make you mad, even when I don't mean to 90% of the time. And you don't even try to care about anything I'm interested in outside of asking about a pickleball thing every so often, or trying to encourage me to go somewhere because you could also go and have me record for you while I'm there. And he asked me if I needed a ring light, but that's not important to the story. I classify romantically loving someone as the same as being in love with them, but different than just loving them like family. Like the way you love cousin and think she's beautiful is love, but it's not in love, you know what I mean? There have been a lot of things here or there over the last few weeks that have also upset or angered me. I've not tried to go out of my way to upset you, I really haven't. And I wouldn't ever do that to you. Again, you matter a lot to me, you're my favorite person. I feel like at times that I've tried to be helpful, we've both been trying hard to be helpful in the wrong ways and we keep butting heads. Like when the Discord was all together, I know you wanted to be a part of it to make me happy and feel included, but I was genuinely concerned you were having a bad time because you were just playing on your phone and you looked bored out of your mind. I really wasn't trying to kick you out or not want you around. You really just looked like you were having a bad time and I was feeling really guilty about it. I do try to get involved in things that you do, but I don't really know how. I kind of feel in the way at your games. Like I want you to do the networking and get everything you want out of the tournaments. I don't want you to feel like you need to babysit me there. But I'm also just not good at sports and I can't keep up when you and your friends just want to play. Like I want you to play. I want you to enjoy, but you don't even really tell me when there's a tournament and that I should go. If you wanted me there, I would love to go and support you. I don't really know how else to get involved in the things you have going on. You play a lot of single player games and we don't really like each other's shows. And I told him I did not need a ring light. Thank you. But I think the biggest thing that I just need to know was really about my earlier question. Again, I've been feeling like you love me like family for sure, but not that you're really in love with me. And I just want to know how on or off base I've been about that. No anger, no yelling. I just want to know your complete, unfiltered thoughts. And he said, I don't feel like that's a lack of respect for you. Maybe the exact opposite. I mean, I don't criticize one friend because it's not worth my time. I neither care about him, his performance, or even a relationship with him as a person, if I'm honest. I've mentally disassociated myself from most people of the Discord, even though I know they're all fine people in real life, but you and one friend are different. I don't lash out at you guys like I would friend or friend. I try to help, and in the heat of competition, that comes out as telling, especially as someone is arguing back with me in an accusatory, upset voice, when I literally just watched the event as a spectator and am at least 4 ranks of skill higher with a champion pool 10 to 25 times more diverse, so I fuss at you and friend because I want you to improve and always do well. It just really frustrates me when you literally can't do better and you really won't try to improve. I just can't understand not putting my full effort and attention into something I'm doing. It feels like a waste of time and effort, especially when I don't enjoy half the people talking at me. As far as real life things go, I'm not sure what you mean by don't respect you. I talk you up even more than you do 100% of the time to others, except in League of Legends. Now, I do feel like you're far less analytical and tend to put zero thought into most things, and I dislike that I can never have a real conversation with you unless it's this stuff, but I don't understand where you got that I don't respect you or the things you do. If anything, it seems like I care too much about what you do or think. I don't feel like my conversations with my father impact anything in my life outside of conversation. I literally forget he exists until something comes up or we need to communicate or interact. Again, I feel like you're prejudging everything that happens because you expect it to be a certain way. If anything, the last 3 weeks, I've been on perfect behavior if not completely absent or controlled. I've literally done nothing that would upset you beyond fussing in a couple ARAMs and you trying to snap my head off because of it. Then I immediately just muted and quit talking. I was on my phone at our friend's house because there was literally nothing for me to do, and I had a game that I wanted to play. I don't and can't drink, so I literally have nothing to do but people watch and try to talk with drunk people who remember literally nothing about the night. Which is fine. I just enjoy being around people sometimes and can interact perfectly fine while multitasking. I did not appreciate being constantly ushered out and asked to leave. I was resigned to never go out with you guys again because of it, and was contemplating staying away from other public events until it seemed like you needed me in New Orleans. I've honestly been dreading this trip for the past week because I feel like you don't want me there in public things or even want me around period most of the time, which I get. You have plenty of options and things to do and not a lot of free time, and I'd rather stay out of your way and let you be happy with others, which is fine if true, but I also don't want to be uncomfortable in a place I don't particularly care to be in if I'm not wanted or going to get fussed at or feel guilty. I don't know what this means or how to respond. This sounds like you want a specific answer or to escape something. If a girl would have sent this to me while dating, I would expect the next message to be that they want to see other people, which has crossed my mind. I felt like now that you're fit, popular, and have a ton of connections or options, that it's easier for you to not want to deal with me and find others who interest you more and are more fun to talk to, which is true. There are plenty of great people out there that share your career, interests, and are just more personable. And since I've retired, I've become essentially useless in regards to career or offering anything of substance back to the family. I know I'm possibly my worst, laziest self, to put it bluntly, and I'm not blind to what's happened the last month or more, and certainly am not naive to the way people work. If you'd be happier in another situation, then that's your choice. You know I'm not the jealous or spiteful type, and I just want you to be happy and healthy. So my response was, you told me that there are things that I do that make you not respect me, but you didn't give me any examples, so I genuinely don't know what was going on through your brain to give an example that day. The only example I can think of is from League, which I get you're passionate and want us to do well. However, when outbursts like, "my wife is an idiot," are yelled for everyone to hear, there's nothing that can convince me that's from a place of caring or respect. I know I'm not great at the game, and I know if I actually wanted to, I could get better, but I do know that other people respect me enough to bite their tongues and not just put me down. Now, of course, they'll give me crap, and me and one friend will sure crap talk each other, but it's a little different when my husband is just shouting, "my wife's an idiot," and it's just difficult for me to say with my whole chest, I for sure feel like my husband respects me when stuff like that gets yelled. Like, it's not the frustration with my gameplay that bothers me, it's the names and some of the phrases said that just don't seem to faze you that are said to me. And I just now started to feel like I needed to retort back because when I didn't, the other guys started making comments on the side, and I realized if I shot back at you, they were less likely to do so, but I don't like it. It just feels blatantly disrespectful. I don't think I would agree with that statement. I'm not listing these examples as gotchas or in-your-face statements kind of thing. I'm just explaining why I don't agree with your statement that the last 3 weeks should have been a perfect kind of thing. In the last few weeks, you unintentionally called me fat. That one hurt really bad. When you mentioned that technically my BMI was probably overweight, but I shouldn't be upset about it because I'm more fit now. The comment about pouting over the dog was also incredibly hurtful. The "my wife is an idiot" thing, I'm not entirely sure why you told our friend that I said you couldn't come hang out because you embarrassed me. I never said that. I told them you might be working, like when they said, "oh, does he hate us?" And I literally defended you and just said you had a lot of responsibilities going on. And then you made that comment to and they thought it was serious and they called me out. I had no idea what to say because that had never been said by me. I get you may have felt that way as you're communicating that to me, but I'm not sure why it was said. It just made me look bad. I understand you don't like the scene at the bars, which is why I was trying to explain to you that if you wanted to leave, you could. When you're sitting alone on your phone playing a game, other people perceive it as you not enjoying yourself or being bored, and it makes them uncomfortable. Everyone kept asking me if you were mad at them, if I forced you to come out, and if you were okay. I wasn't trying to tell you no one wants you here, I don't want you here, but you actively looked miserable, so I kept trying to explain that you didn't have to stay out with us. And then our friend's fiance started feeling sick and she needed to go home, but our friend couldn't take her. He pulled me aside and said that if he got in a car with her right then and there, he would immediately throw up and that he needed to sober up first before he went home. I thought he communicated that to you as well. That's why I pushed you to take her home and I stayed out with him. I'm honestly so sad that you've been dreading this trip so much. If you didn't want to come, I wish you would have just told me. I could have found a way to make it work. I know you're also very busy and have a lot going on and only have so much free time. It's not that I don't want you around. I enjoy doing things with you. I will admit I've been growing increasingly frustrated at some of the joke comments over the last year, and that's what I mean by feeling like doing more with your dad has kind of decreased the sense of awareness because these are jokes I just can't imagine you publicly making a few years ago. But maybe I just never noticed, or maybe social media has changed me. I don't know. Like making the black joke at the beach last summer after we just talked about some sensitive stuff. Or even when you thought I was telling a story wrong, instead of just telling me later, arguing with me in front of people that you thought I was wrong, which I wasn't. It's not that these examples make you bad or make me not want you around, but it's frustrating when I'm sitting here telling you, please don't make these jokes. They're kind of racist, and then you do anyways in front of my friends. And I'm not going to dignify the joke with actually listing it on here. That has no place on my page, blatantly. I want you around. I want you to come places with me, but whether it's a lack of respect of me telling you please don't, or the lack of self-awareness that's just not a good idea, it's been making it a little difficult for me because you're coming off as racist. Point blank. Again, I'm not going to dignify explaining to him why his joke was racist, but at least not on my page. I would like you to respond however you want to respond. Of course, I'm looking for a specific answer, but I don't think it's the same one you think I'm looking for. I'm very confused by this response, to be honest. I'm not sure what you mean by most of it. For starters, I don't see myself as, oh, now I'm hot and fit, time to wow people. I see myself as borderline falling back into an eating disorder and worried that I look sick. Also, if in whatever parallel universe I was not married, I absolutely would not be interested in dating a content creator. I think you're way off with your train of thought, and I'm genuinely not understanding what you mean by being blind to the last month or more. Are you referring to the conversation we had a few weeks ago that I referenced earlier? I also would never in a million years consider you useless. I've genuinely been worried about you feeling lost or feeling like a sense of identity crisis, and I'm not entirely sure how to help you with that. I've tried to be really supportive with your dream of doing pro pickleball. I want it for you so badly if you think that's what's going to make you happy. I just don't know how to help you and I feel lost. And to be honest, I feel like me asking for help at home with the house makes you feel worse, but I don't know how to help that because I do need help. And I'm not trying to shame you or make you feel bad when I'm not getting that help, but I still need it nonetheless. And I don't know what to do in that situation. At the same time, I'm genuinely worried that you're not in love with me. Again, I know that I matter to you, but I feel like I matter to you in the same way your cousin does. I mean, for sure, more than your cousin, but you know what I mean, and that shatters my heart. I love you with my whole body and soul, but I've also been learning over the last year to better myself and stand up for myself. I've been trying so hard to become better at communicating and advocating for myself, and that's been so important to me, and I know I still have work on myself to go. I'm by no means perfect or anywhere close to it, but I really am trying. And because I'm trying to love myself more, I can't accept the "my wife's an idiot" comments in games anymore as a normal part of love. It hurts my heart that you don't have a desire to hold me or kiss me, and that you don't even particularly care if I go watch you at your games. I get so excited when I do stuff and I see you supporting me in the crowd. It just makes me sad that you don't feel the same way. I've also been struggling with just blatantly mean comments, like the pouting about the dog thing, and the way your dad speaks to me and makes me uncomfortable, talking about inappropriate things, and no one will back me up. To me, that just feels like, yeah, I matter to you the way your family does, and I think I'm at the top of your list for sure, but those examples feel like you're not in love with me the way I am you. And it kind of breaks my heart that your immediate answer isn't, of course I'm in love with you. What do you mean? Because honestly, that would be mine to you. And I'm not at all saying, hey, there's this content creator down the street, he's my soulmate, like I feel like you're implying. LOL, I don't know where that's even coming from. And I would be so overjoyed if your immediate response and thought was, well, duh, of course I'm in love with her, but it just hasn't been. And I don't know if that's because you don't feel that way, or if I was right with my question about loving me the same way you love your cousin, or if you're just anxious and paranoid about my question, but it just makes me sad. And I'm not mad, I'm not yelling. I just kind of wish you loved me the way that I love you. But if you don't, then I think it's something we need to talk about and discuss, because I do feel like I deserve to have someone be as in love with me as I am them. And I want that to be you so bad, but I also have to do right by me. And I will admit that I feel the content world has changed me. I totally understand I might not be the same person you decided you wanted to marry, and I would never be mad at you or yell at you for that. I would never point fingers or blame you for that. I get it if that's the case, and if it is, we will talk about it and figure out the best thing to do for both of us. Sorry, I'm trying really hard not to cry. This is long, I'm so sorry, guys. His response. The BMI comment was about your weight almost a year ago, after you asked me to be honest, and personally, I hate those questions. Everything with body image is always a lose-lose, and it's attention-seeking. If I were more insecure about my body, you would offend me all the time too. I ask you about being muscular and you constantly tell me I'm not, which I know and I have the power to fix, so I know it's not your fault and don't get upset at you after I ask the question. And pouting over the dog wasn't meant to be negative, but I don't remember the full context. And the thing I said to our friend at the bar was a joke. I clearly indicated that and even told him it was, though it's felt more and more true this year, even before this past month, but defended me. I wasn't even invited by you or them. One friend mentioned I could come 15 minutes before to include me, and you told me not to come, just to drop you off. I even asked multiple times if I should come, and you said no. I didn't want to leave. I was having a fine time, and I certainly didn't want to be forced out of the group after being there for 30 minutes. You were telling me to leave before we even went to get food. It felt like only you perceived it that way. I was walking around, talking to people, watching them play games, do stupid stuff, or even just sitting and talking with our friend's fiance half the time. There isn't a lot for me to do at a bar, especially when they were all just standing there looking at each other. Most of the bar was just our two friends standing there in silence while another friend screamed songs. I've been dreading the trip mostly because I hate traveling in general. And most of the time, I just get to do the driving, the filming, and behind-the-scenes work, which I know is the reason I'm there, but it feels like I get all the stress and strife without getting to do the most of the interesting things about traveling, though that's mostly just me complaining. I usually end up playing babysitter or DD or get told to go home early with someone. Frankly, I don't think I'm busy or do that much. I'm gone a lot, but coaching or playing pickleball with people for money is very natural to me. It can be draining, especially if I don't eat or drink, but I wouldn't say I have that much going on. Comedy's always been what's made me feel like I'm fitting in, and I do come from a less PC area where any of these jokes would be considered mild, so maybe it's a little bit of everything, but I don't think it's my dad's fault. He tries to say that he's sure people in the Discord and my own family would make similar jokes, but no. His next comments, again, I'm not dignifying that with putting that on my page. I'm just not. It's just excuses of why other people would find it funny. But I should have just tried to remain silent, but then it just comes across as me being disinterested or crass, so maybe I don't know what to do, and it's better I stay in my small pond and work more on stuff that's important to me. I'm still confused by your question itself. I have been in an identity crisis, but that's been my entire life outside of sports, especially after my mom passed. I've never felt that I've clicked with any job or work. Maybe video games or something digital, but I didn't fall into that. I didn't know how to pursue a job in that field, so I went with Super Secure and hated the result. Though I should have just stuck with it and powered through until I found things I enjoyed about it. That's how I work, and now with this pickleball thing, I could be successful and make a lot of money doing something I'm really good at and enjoy, but I'm frozen again because I don't know how to advertise for myself or make the business successful. And being a pro is literally 60 to 160 hours a week job. I would be away from home playing every other week all year. I'm not sure I'm committed to that life at this point, even though I feel like I'd be willing to put in the work. It's very clear we have very different love languages. I don't do physical for very specific reasons that are way too long to explain over texts. Most of the time, especially in public, they just make me super uncomfortable. But I literally make it a point to tell you how pretty you are, or that I love you, or how nice you look almost every day, and it's ignored. Then I go completely out of my way to do things for you or that you normally want, and it's not even noticed. Then I try to share things with you that express things I'm not good at saying, and you can't even look up from your phone for more than 5 seconds. But God knows you can send me 20 TikToks a day that say how a relationship should be, or a cat video we've literally watched together 10 times. Again, all of the comments I've made aren't malicious. I specifically remember saying the idiot thing very lightheartedly to our friend, and immediately complimented you 5 times afterward because I thought you got oddly mad about it. The pouting about the dog thing was about me, if I'm remembering correctly. I was pretty irritated that Doobie went that way when he seemed extremely healthy relatively. It didn't really seem fair, but my dad went out of his way to send you a message about it, and you just ignored it. It does feel like he's the only one trying in most of his relationships nowadays, even if he is uncultured and inappropriate at times. I have no way to express what love means to me. It's mostly just about being happy and comfortable, which I generally am unless I don't know the risks or there are too many options. I would love to have some actual hobbies in common, but that doesn't seem to be working because we get too obsessed with the things we already like. Either way, this year you've seemed completely disinterested and annoyed by almost everything I do, which doesn't really feel like love. And then on top of that, you randomly have these breakdowns where you say how much you need me and love me, etc. And again, that doesn't feel like love to me. It feels like dependency. It looks like you don't really want me around when you have something to do or distract you, but you need me to be there for you when you don't. especially for an emotional or physical support or punching bag. But I can honestly say I don't think I can love you the way that you love me, because that's not how my version of love comes across, especially when I feel neglected. I don't fight or force people to do things in relationships. I just find other things that can keep me busy until someone wants a relationship or wants to reciprocate. So my response is, I didn't ask your opinion on the weight thing though. I was complaining about how the commenters telling me, thank goodness you lost weight, you were looking chunky, was upsetting me, and that I was blocking people for it, and that kind of comment came out of nowhere and really upset me. I don't mean to offend you when you ask me. I genuinely assume that you're joking because you are very fit cardiovascular-wise, but you don't lift ever, so it's not like you're doing anything wrong. You just don't lift. And that's okay, but it's physically impossible to look like our fitness influencer friend without lifting, which is why I genuinely think you're joking when you ask me that. The context of the dog thing was you mentioned how it took up a lot of time during the day, and you said, if it were me, I'd be in and out with him, but you guys really took your time pouting and crying over him. I'm not sympathetic, but I'm empathetic, and that took a lot out of me, which overall just a really insensitive comment to make while I was sitting there crying. But at first, our friend didn't think your comments about the bar stuff was a joke. It was ironically at a time they were all sitting and talking about how in their nightmare league scenario, they would put us both on a team because hearing you scream at me was just awful. I also never told you you're not invited to hang out with everyone. Not once. I told you that if it was not your scene, you shouldn't feel like you have to be there because I didn't want you to be bored and miserable. When you asked me, do I need to go? I didn't take it as you wanted to be there. I took it as, are you going to be mad if I don't show up? So I wasn't saying no as in I don't want you there. I was saying no because I really thought you didn't want to go and didn't want you to feel like I would give you crap for not being there. A lot of times when I make you go somewhere you don't want, you complain about it later and that I made you go and how much you hated it. So I was not annoyed that you showed up. I was annoyed that I thought you were going to give me crap about how boring it was and how awful it was when we were sitting around doing nothing. Also, I don't think I'm the one who perceived it that way, because the only reason I kept asking if you were having a good time is because people were asking me why you didn't want to play games and why you were just sitting away. They were kind of poking fun about how you didn't want to play games with them or even me. I know you don't intend for it that way, but many people do not perceive your multitasking as multitasking for genuine fun. They perceive it as boredom. A lot of times they think you don't want to be a part of with them or that you aren't having fun, and it can make people uncomfortable and not mad at you or uncomfy with you, but feel like you don't like being around them. And I'm not saying that to scold you in any way. I'm just trying to convey that even though they were asking about what you were doing, it wasn't from a malicious place. They were just really worried you were having a bad time. If I had known there were more things you wanted to do when traveling, I would have made time for them. But I think it's incorrect to say when we travel you get stuck leaving early to take someone home. That happened once with our friend's wife at home, so I'm not sure how that example is finding its way into the travel issues part. I think it's also fair to say when we travel for my work that I'm also stressing in, I don't know what word I was trying to say. I misspell a lot of things because my nails are long, but I don't actually know what that word's supposed to say. But I'm also stressing and not just focused on the fun things. I don't think it's fair to say you're the one getting the responsibility name tag while I go off into the sunset. I feel like I'm working every moment of each of those trips. I don't think I'm talking and conversing with people as much as you think I am. Right now, my usual text threads consist of one of my best friends needing help decorating her house, and another friend trying to convince me to use his company to make money with Snapchat, and another friend needing to help with long videos and editing ideas, and another friend struggling with just life. Lauren is literally the only non-work related conversation that I usually have, minus the Discord dudes, and chatting with these friends a bit here and there, but I probably do need to find some kind of assistant. Again, mostly my daily interactions with people, minus the Discord, is work. Like, I'm honored that these creators value my opinion, sure, but again, it's like work stuff. Interior designing was been an incredible help, though. I actually think I'm starting to get good at it, which is fun. But you mentioned finding people in my job kind of thing, so I assumed you thought I was chatting up content creators? I genuinely believe you can do the pickleball thing. I think you're really good and are very athletic, and you work so hard at it. I can help you with the advertising thing if you want. You can use me as a bargaining chip all you want. It does not bother me at all. Shoot, if it means they'll play in pro tournaments with you, heck yeah, I can help their social medias. I just want you to do what you enjoy. I don't know how else to help you with that. I did hang up all the clothes that you asked me to. They're not on the floor, just the things that go into the drawers, and I've not had a chance to sit and finish that. I was planning on finishing our room and bathroom once I got back from this trip, but I'm less frustrated over my clothes in the closet and more with the deep cleaning. I know you keep telling me water is the universal solvent, and I can't tell if you're trolling me or not, but no, people need disinfectants. We have to scrub the shower and the tub. We have to use cleaning solutions on the counters. I've been working so hard to fix my sinus infections, and they have been better for a while, but a lot of that is because of the cleanliness. And I know it's also my fault as well, but it's so triggering for me when I watch you just wipe the counter with a wet paper towel and you tell me, it's fine, it's naturally cleaning itself. That's just not correct. I understand I'm not a science expert, but other people who are tell me the science and how it works, and we have to use disinfectants, and I genuinely believe that cleanliness is a factor of why I keep getting sick. I took a Clorox wipe to our stairs 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to throw up. It was so gross. I had to use a whole wipe for each stair, and the wipe was completely brown and yellow after each stair. These things are absolutely why I keep getting sick. And when you tell me whenever, you can just use water, it feels very gaslighty because I know that's what's making me sick. When I'm holding my phone and looking at it, usually the inside of my brain is, oh, this brand emailed you and you never emailed them back. Oh, shoot, you posted this everywhere but forgot TikTok. Oh, shoot, it's already noon and you never finished editing that. Oh, crap, Lena had a question. Oh, crap, you forgot to text this person back. Blah, 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 blah. 3,000 things in my head at once, and it can feel like, oh, okay, I have a handle on this, I can get all this done, I have a list in my brain, and the moment someone pulls me away from that list, it disappears from my head, never to be seen again. And that's why I get flustered and frustrated when I'm in the middle of something and you ask me to do or look at something. It's not that I don't want to hear you or see what song you want to play for me. It's that I'm trying to wrangle 7 trains of thoughts onto a 4-train track and still ensure they don't explode into each other. But I've never sent you a TikTok about how a relationship should be. I've only ever sent you ones that are deciphering your ADHD partner, only so you can understand that I'm not doing these things on purpose or to hurt you. It's just how my brain works, and not feel like how I function is a direct slight to you. The idiot comment about me was not lighthearted. We all died when you screamed, "Ah, my wife is an idiot," in front of everybody. The pouting thing about the dog was not a comment that needed to be made. And I understand it felt unfair what happened to him. It was very unfair and a horrible thing. I still think saying we were pouting was an insensitive comment. I honestly got about 20 texts from lots of people about Doobie, and I ignored all of them. I just haven't had the energy to sit there and cry over him again looking at all the texts. I don't think you're incorrect about your dad being the only one trying in most of his relationships these days. But at the same time, he's gone years either not trying or specifically working against people. It's not a, oh, well, now he wants to play nice, so it's fine. No, that hurt doesn't just go away and disappear. And when he's still not interested in being respectful and is going out of his way to talk about things he's been told are inappropriate, no, I don't really want to try and have a relationship with him. I just want to feel like your idea of loving me, being happy and comfortable is different than your love for your cousin. I think over the last year, I started worrying that it's not, and it's caused a major internal struggle for me. I feel like you've been gone so much, and I understand you've been working and training, that's not a slight to you, that when you are around and comments like the BMI thing or the doobie thing are made, it messes up the little bit of time we actually have where we aren't both working. I don't really agree that I haven't wanted you around for the last year. I feel like it's only been the last month that I've been having this brain shift of advocating for myself. And even that still hasn't been an I don't want this person around sort of thing. I think lately I've started feeling like your mother and father. I've just been vividly remembering her crying to me and feeling so underappreciated and undervalued and used. And I know you would never try to make me feel those ways on purpose, but I have really been feeling like her. And your mom used to cry to me about how your dad doesn't really love her the way you're supposed to love your wife. And I never really understood what that meant, but it started making sense. And again, to be clear, this isn't a slight on you, but it's what I mean by I feel like you love me the way you love your cousin, and that sucks. Coming to that kind of realization has been tough for me to deal with because whether you believe it or not, I do love you. But again, if your love for me is like your love for your cousin, I want to accept that so badly, but I just can't. And I'm not trying to make you feel neglected, but feeling like you're not in love with me has made me need to take a step back and brace myself for that reality. His response was, "You did ask for my opinion. I made a very generic comment about people in the comments just having opinions. And then you made me look at the pictures and asked if I saw a difference. To which I tried to say you look great, don't worry about it. And you literally said the words, 'What's your honest opinion?' I tried to explain you weren't fat, but it was great you wanted to get healthier. It's impossible to look like your fitness friend without supplements. My point was those are loaded, attention-seeking questions that have no right answer. That's not even remotely close to how that conversation went. I don't want to play arcade games for money. I can play those games for free, with them if they want to. And I was happy watching. Those people don't understand me at all, and nothing they do is fun. When I'm included, I get fingers and comments about how I don't fit in, and when I'm not or don't go, I get comments about how I never go. I just don't see how you can't see why I dislike nearly all of them. I can't even enjoy something without being told I'm not enjoying it. I think you missed the point about the pros. I would have to do 40 plus hours a week of practice and training to be relevant, especially early on. Then if I get signed to the app, I would be in a different state from Tuesday to Sunday every other week. I asked you to sort your clothes into hang or fold, and I would fold them at least 5 times. I do use Clorox wipes and the shower cleaners you ask me to use. You just don't notice. There's stains on things I can't fix, and that's going to get almost immediately dirty again when we use those areas. What germs are you removing with the Clorox wipes on the stairs? It's only brown because you have 2 cats, and I rarely clean the stairs like that because it's difficult. I vacuum them, but they're gonna have dust and dirt. We use them 100 times a day. It's important to note our stairs are wooden, not carpeted. So my response was, everything in that closet that needs to be hung up is already hung up. It's honestly just the fact that our house is not deep cleaned enough. You can tell me I just don't notice, but no one else has their shower stained like that. I understand there are things I need to be better at cleaning too, but the answer cannot just be, well, it's just going to get dirty again, or that's just what it does, because that's not correct. Our house is brand new construction. Our shower should not have the soap scum and moldy looking stains that they do. I understand that we use the stairs a lot, therefore they need to be cleaned more. I'm not saying that it's solely your job, but I do think it would be really unfair to me to not mention that before you started at the pickleball place, the house was still not getting cleaned as it needed to be, and my health has greatly suffered for it. I've worked really hard to try and counteract that and do more, and it's kind of been working, but again, I think it would be really unfair to me to not acknowledge that no, the house just hasn't been cleaned as much as it needed to be. Also, I don't think the working full-time thing would fix everything if you were still yelling at me in league and not excited to come home to me at the end of the day. Like again, I will say I think social media changed me a lot, and I feel like I expect more in that aspect. I expect the person that I'm married to want to come home and see me at the end of the day instead of spending another hour on the phone. I expect the person I'm married to have enough respect and love for me that he cannot call me an idiot or scream at me over a video game in front of people. I generally would expect the person I'm married to want to hug and kiss me. Like, I understand that social media has made me more outspoken, less of a doormat. Probably some new negative traits too. I know that it's made me expect more from those around me. I also understand that's not the woman you decided to marry years ago. And if that's just not what you signed up for, as much as it hurts me, I would never be mad at you for that. I might be mad at the situation. I could never be mad at you for staying who you were and are. I need to know. I don't like feeling like all I'm good for is a bank. I don't like feeling like I'm making you feel worse. I don't want to be contributing to your identity crisis. And if these things just aren't solvable, then we need to figure that out and talk about that and what that means. His response is, I'm nearly 100% positive me working full-time would fix things. I'd be making enough money to support myself, you'd have less pressure, we never would have to run into the coworker issues or we both have felt useful, or at least not like one person wasn't adding anything. Plus, if I were at the DOJ, I wouldn't be playing League or doing stuff like that. I'd have to be in bed before you got on half the time, and I would be mentally tired and fulfilled instead of mentally bored. You're on League and Discord every night when I get back. There's no one to see when I get home. I sit downstairs eating for an hour with the cats, come upstairs, get told to either get on league or leave you alone. I've called you 8 times in the last week coming home, and once you actually were able to talk or didn't immediately hang up. But if this is really how you feel, let's separate and see if you like that better. You've said that 5 times now, or at least keep hinting at it, and I honestly don't know what I can and can't do, apparently. All I know is I keep trying, and nothing clicks or works. And I want to do things with you and share, but you've been avoiding me, and when we interact, you just snap at me lately and say you want to be left alone, so I just shut down and stop trying. And that turns into more laziness at home, and me leaving the house more, and you just pulling away more. And I responded, but you hated law, and I don't want you to hate your life either, and if you're miserable, what would staying have helped? It would not have made you feel better, right? And you don't even tell me you want me to come and sit with you. Like, okay, you're on the way home. Usually when you walk through the door, you're on the phone with your dad. Is it so hard to tell me you want me to come sit downstairs with you? It would make me ecstatic. I would be so happy to do that, but no, I'm not usually sitting around waiting because I'm used to when you get home, you're already on the phone with your dad. Why would I sit around and listen to your dad talk about pickleball games? I have not said that was what I was looking for. I've actually just listed things that I feel like I need from you, and you've told me twice now that not being together is something you're fine with. Once when you literally just told me I could go be with someone else and you wouldn't be jealous at all or anything, just encouraging me to leave. And now when you suggested we should separate and see how we feel, and that really sucks. I'm really proud of myself for controlling not falling apart right now, and I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I just don't want you to think me keeping it together meant I didn't care. I've only been distant for a couple weeks. Yes, I will admit that. I've been really upset and stressed about this, but that's just 2 weeks. I feel like this has been an issue on my end for much longer than that. But if these things that I'm saying are just not possible or not going to happen and we just keep hurting each other and that's what you think is best, then as much as I hate it, I respect that decision. I don't feel like I have any other choice anyways. I don't want to force you. And his response is, everyone hates their job. I would have coped and learned how to do it. At least I would have had some sort of purpose and income, and I wouldn't feel so lazy all the time. I continually say I'll try and do. I've come a significantly long way since 5 years ago, or even 6 months. 5 years ago, I would have told you everything to do without a regard for your feelings, and would have expected you to listen and do what I said. And you would have done it. Now I mostly listen, try to offer advice, and let you do your own thing, which I'm glad you feel confident and strong. I also cleaned the entire house 4 times in March and April, aside from our bedroom and the places I couldn't reach in the office and music room. I've washed the patio twice, like you asked. I try not to talk unless I can say something appropriate. I feel like it's mostly give on my part and take on yours, aside from money and work. Which is why it seems obvious to me that if I made money and supplemented it at least, that things might be easier. I said I want you to be happy. It'll hurt, but you've said it 5 times. I've simply asked for more information or tried to get clarity on what you're actually asking for. This is the first time I've ever seriously suggested in our entire marriage that we even spend time apart, much less separate. You know where I stand with things like that. If I'm not good enough, I'm not going to force you into something you don't want or that's going to make you unhappy. I want you to be your best you, even if I get left behind. I'll find a way to manage, even if it means being alone. So my response? Part of me feels responsible for you feeling so bad about yourself. I don't want to force you into a job you don't like, but I'm also worried I let you just slide into not doing anything, and I really just don't know the right answer of what to do or how to help you. I like to be on the phone when I drive too. I'm the same way, I completely agree. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying that even just telling me you wanted me to would make such a small difference. Like, it's such a small and simple thing. And I understand you've come a long way. I feel like I have too. I feel like while we are the same as we were years ago, we're also very different. I almost feel like we kind of reversed roles completely. But I would not say picking up clutter and putting it in another room is cleaning up the whole house. I do appreciate you helping me with that, and I'm thankful you were able to help me with that. But I'm sorry, moving clutter from visible walkways to behind closed doors is not cleaning the whole house. I did notice you cleaned the floors in the bathrooms upstairs, and I thank you for that. I appreciate it. But the whole house to this day is not set up, organized, or cleaned. And I also acknowledge that a lot of the mess is also my own. I get that. I'm not saying it's not. I feel like you saying it's completely give for you and take from me aside from our livelihood is also very unfair to me. All I do is work. That's literally my entire identity is work, 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 work. Of course, if you take out work, it looks like I don't do anything. I just think that's a really unfair statement to make. That's like saying my dad doesn't contribute to his household. I'm telling you the things that I need and I want from you. I've tried to explain without downright saying, please, dear God, fight for me. And instead, today you have told me that 1, I'm able to go be with someone else if I want. 2, we can try separating and seeing how it goes. My whole point today is I didn't want to have to ask you to fight for me. I presented an option and you suggested twice we can walk away. I don't know what to do with that. I genuinely did not expect it. I've not once said that was my goal. I just wanted to know what yours was, and twice you let me know that you want me to be happy, but you'll be fine if we go our separate ways. Like, I genuinely, again, did not expect that to be your response, and I'm not sure how to go about that kind of response. I don't know what to do with that. But when I'm telling you, it feels like you aren't in love with me, and that is the response I get, it just kind of reinforces that fear. And his response is, and that's not your fault. It's a personal problem. I've always thrived under pressure and hard work, but I tend to take the easier path, which means I shy away from risks and work when possible. The pickleball thing should be a good opportunity, and hopefully I can figure that out. Saying I do fight for you. I make changes every single day to try and be nicer and say different things, or check off at least one house task, or make sure I tell you how nice you look, or I appreciate you. I'm just not good at expressing those things in words, and the way you've worded things certainly has not sounded like you want me to fight for you, or even for us to continue trying. I'll say it clearly this time. I keep saying I will try. You keep saying it's not good enough. I keep saying I'll do my best to improve. You keep saying I tried and gave up a long time ago. I made a commitment 5 years ago. I never intended on walking away. I feel I made that clear all 100 times you've put me in this corner. And again, you're completely misreading what I'm saying. I want you to be happy. You keep saying you can't do that with me after I say I'll try. If that's the case, I want you to move on and be happy because you certainly can and deserve it. I would not. I would just be alone, like my dad is. Sure, he met his girlfriend, but he's still alone and depressed every day. And my response is, I don't think you're hearing me when I'm telling you that some of the little things you do and claim that is you fighting for me aren't as helpful as you think, or aren't like big giant gestures. They're the bare minimum. Giving me a hug and a kiss, wanting to give me affection is not fighting for me. That's the bare minimum, and you already said you have no interest in that. You don't desire to give me a hug and a kiss, and I'm not really sure what to do with that. I'm still processing that. Asking me about a TV show that you just said yesterday was stupid and a waste of my time is not helpful. It doesn't feel like a genuine desire to connect. It feels bad. I've been religiously counting my calories and eating healthy, so a 600-calorie brownie on the counter each day is not helpful. It feels like I'm not being heard when I'm crying about gaining weight and wanting to look better. And I know that I could always do more to make you feel appreciated, but I do go out of my way for you as well. Anytime I leave the house to go eat with friends, I bring you home food or ask if you want something while I'm gone. I try to schedule all my travel stuff around what you have going on. I find ways to get you out of doing stuff with my parents because I know you don't like it. Most of the time I don't even tell you because I don't want you to feel guilty. I would just rather you do the things you want to do guilt-free. I try to talk to you and I always tell you when you look good. I do think of you often and try to do things for you when I can. I mean, our whole factor meals thing is so you don't feel like you have to cook and have ready-to-eat food whenever you need it because you said you need to eat more. And sidebar, just to be clear, everyone, yes, all of this texting started while I was in New Orleans and he was at home. This is going into like the next days. We're now in person and we have not really spoken to each other in person. We're just texting from other sides of my cousin's house. Just so everyone's aware. And just so you guys know, like, not only that, but this was also during my YouTube event. So like, I'm just having to put on a good face and host and be like, hey guys, yeah, it's me here. And so this next message that I'm gonna pause because I have to now give more in-person context. So after everything that you just heard happened up until my YouTube event. We went to my YouTube event and I sat down at this table. That's actually where I met Nurse Hadley, and a couple other people, Peyton, like wonderful human beings, so much fun. And my ex sat at a table with my mother on the other side of the room the whole time. There was maybe 5-10 minutes at the very beginning of the event before people got there, where the photographer that was hired got a photo of us clinking glasses together, and then a photo of us like in front of the YouTube sign, and then he went and sat at the table with my mom, and we did not interact the entire event. And then when we got back from the event, I did a late night podcast episode with Lee McNasty that you might have seen, and so much fun. And then we recorded it at my cousin's house, and then we went back to the hotel, and it was me and my mom, and we were just spending one night in the French Quarter, and then we were going to go to my grandparents' house. So like the plan was we would spend the night in the French Quarter and then film another podcast episode the next day, and then go to my grandparents' house for the rest of the weekend and do family stuff. So like it wasn't a big deal for all of us to get a room with 2 queens that night. So after the podcast episode that I filmed, we still did not really speak in person to each other's faces. I don't really know what my mom thought. I was trying really hard to keep a smile and act like nothing was wrong in front of my mother, because again, it's Jazz Fest. It's not like we could have gotten another hotel room if we wanted to. It's all sold out. You know, I had it booked from when it was just going to be me and my mom, and my ex changed plans last minute, which is again fine. I wanted him to come if he wanted to come, but that's why my ex and I were sharing a hotel room with my mom. So I got back from the podcast, I took a shower, was getting ready for bed, and the last text I sent was the last message between my ex and I. I was waiting for him to respond. Another reason why we were still texting, because again, my mom was there with us. And all of a sudden, as I'm brushing my teeth, my ex walks into the bathroom, and I don't remember his exact words, but I just remember him letting me know that he was changing his flight. Remember the very expensive last-minute flight that I bought for him to come to New Orleans during Jazz Fest? He was changing his flight and leaving in the morning. And I said, I thought you were going to help me with the next podcast episode. Well, can your mom do it? And like I didn't even have a chance to respond. He just walked out and then hopped into bed. And this is the message that I sent him right after he told me in the bathroom that he was changing his flight and he was leaving and he was going home. Now, mind you, again, my mom is in the bed over with her headphones in watching Friends. So I said, I didn't really have time to write out or finish writing out a response to this until tonight. But again, the things you claim to be doing still just feels like you aren't hearing me. I'm literally saying the words, it hurts me that you haven't wanted to give me a hug or a kiss in over 3 weeks. Maybe it was 3, not 2. That was my bad if I misjudged that. It never dawned on you to just walk over and want to hug me and tell me you love me? Even just holding me. I would get the message without words necessary. I never said I gave up a long time ago, but I'm not sure what to do with my husband just blatantly not wanting affection from me, or instead of, no, I love you, just tells me, I'm not a jealous person, you can go be with someone else. Like, there isn't someone else. I don't even know where you got that from. Or now just leaving early. I was watching, I thought you were having a good time tonight, and now you're just leaving? I'm not understanding how this is fighting. Like, I would have literally taken crumbs. And I get right now this weekend isn't an ideal situation, but leaving early? So you're just done. You're not interested in fighting for us? For this? So that message was sent at 2:19 in the morning. Okay? And why is that important, Rebecca? I'll tell you why that's important. I sat in the front seat with my mom, and he sat in the back, and we didn't drive it far. We only drove it down a couple streets so that we could park it at my cousin's house for the day, and then spend the day doing the podcast stuff at the Quarter, but also hanging out at the Quarter while we were waiting for my next podcast episode. And that is when I got a response back. And the response was, leaving works better for everyone. It saves $400. No one has to make the trip back here, and I can just get dropped off after the podcast or Uber, and you can enjoy yourself with no tension, and I can't be here this weekend. Even if I'm physically here, I won't be. And I haven't slept in 3 days. Tuesday, I slept terribly, and I literally have not slept in 2 days. I also have a lot to do before you get back, and I really need to get started this week at Wake Forest so I can get that running. And side note, what he means by Wake Forest is the pickleball place was opening a new location. I guess they wanted him to coach there, which great, but like that wasn't going to be for like another week, I think, but it's fine. My response was, I wouldn't agree that leaving works for everybody. And I don't care about the $400. I care about you leaving. Feels like you're done. I don't feel like I'm here either. I can't sleep, and I keep having silent panic attacks to myself constantly. I'm very excited about the Wake Forest opportunity for you, and I'm not sure what other things you have going on before I get back, but again, for me, it feels like you leaving is you just wanting to let go, and that's shattering for me. And again, I get this weekend is not ideal accommodations. I get that, but so we run around the French Quarter. It's so tense all day. And there are a few moments where my mom like excuses herself. She's like, I'll give y'all a chance to talk. And I really don't remember, like there were no big conversations that we had face to face. It was more like side comments of like, I can't believe you're leaving. I can't believe you said that you wanted me to leave. And well, it's just what's best for everybody. It's just not, well, that's like really hurtful. That's really stressful. Like you always say you don't want to come, so we weren't planning for you to come. And then you said you wanted to come, so I spent so much money to get you here, and you're like leaving after not even 24 hours. And I said, what am I supposed to tell my family? Like we're supposed to be doing family stuff. I don't understand what's happening. I can't believe you're leaving. I've been begging for you to fight for me and for us and telling you I don't feel like you love me, and your response is to leave. And so we had like these little comment statements like at each other kind of all day. My podcast episode ended up getting rescheduled to like a different day. So he wasn't even gonna be here if he decided to leave for it. He ended up saying like, oh, I'll stay till after the podcast episode, but then it ended up getting rescheduled. Anyways, it is what it is. And then around 4 p.m., he went back to the text conversations and he said, if you really want me to stay, I will. Otherwise, it just makes more sense logically for me to leave today. And at this point, I'm gonna be honest, y'all, I was so over it. I was angry. Like I had already explicitly told him to his face, but I also told him the night before, like, don't leave. I expressed so much concern for him when he vanished. He was so rude. I was so over it. Everything from that night onward, like, I was over it. And so I responded to him and I said, I want you to do what you think you need to do. And he said, well, that's the answer I expected. Maybe it's best I leave once I pack the equipment. And I said, I don't really know what that means, but I'll keep the equipment. I need to film Bad Apple content. And he said, well, you'll have to check 2 bags. And I said, that's fine. If I need to, that's fine. And I know this stuff doesn't pertain to the story, but the people who are listening like can't hear. And I just have like a lot of anxiety that the people who are watching on YouTube and have the physical screenshots are going to be like, well, you didn't say the whole thing. And I'm like I'm just stressed about that. It's fine. But anyway, so then he's responded and said, it seems like we're both waiting for something that's not going to happen, at least not this weekend. If neither of us have a preference, then maybe we just do the most efficient way this time so no one has to feel guilty. You initially had me leaving today based on price anyways until I guilted you into making it longer. And I said, what do you mean? You didn't guilt me. I just didn't know when you needed to be back for pickleball. And he said, well, you initially wanted me to come until Friday. And I told you pickleball wasn't a problem, especially after the transfer. You still said Friday because it made the most sense for travel, price, and the cats. I asked why and nudged until you eventually extended it. And this way, we save $400 and your mother saves 2 or 3 hours of driving, which driving to the airport does not, even there and back, does not take 2 or 3 hours. But regardless. So if neither of us wants us to decide, it makes the most sense in every other respect. And again, at that point, I was just so over it, just emotionally fed up, and I just didn't respond. So then an hour later, as we decided the podcast episode is getting rescheduled, we're just kind of wasting time here in the French Quarter. We can go back and like do stuff with my grandparents or something along those lines. So we got the rental car and we loaded in and we started heading for Homa. And on the way from the French Quarter to Homa, on the way is the airport. And so my ex texted me as we were getting into the car an hour later and said, stay or go. This bridge passes the airport exit. And I said, I want you to decide. What do you want to do? And he said, well, I don't want to sit in awkward silence and upset people all weekend. I know for a fact I don't want to make everything worse by doing that. And I said, I don't think you've upset anyone except for when we were worried about you after you left last night. And he said, I'm past sad, disappointed, and kind of just want to hit things at this point. People clearly notice when I'm quiet or in the corner thinking. You told me 50 times yesterday that it makes people uncomfortable and upsets them. And I don't want to cause more issues that either of us have to deal with. I said, there's a difference between that and being at a bar with friends and standing off alone. But if it would make you more comfortable, that's up to you. I can't see into your mind. He said, there isn't. It would be worse to sit in a corner upset at family's house. And at the bar, I was just hovering around the group like everybody else. And I said, okay. And he said, well, the app won't let me change it anyways. And I said, why? Like, what do you mean? And he said, I don't know. It just gives me an error message. I said, well, you can either leave Sunday or you can text the help number. And I repeated it out loud. I said, okay, this is your decision. Like, it's time to make a decision. You either can keep with the original plan. You can stay until Sunday like we planned. I think this was Friday. Yeah, this was Friday. You can stay until Sunday like we planned. Or you need to tell my mom to take the exit, and you can ask the help number to, like, you can, like, text customer service with Delta. I do it all the time. I said, those are your two options. You got to pick. You either need to tell her to take the exit or go straight. And he was quiet for a couple seconds. And this is like a very large, like, bridge that was coming up. And we weren't on it when he first was like, oh, this bridge, we had time, don't worry. We actually missed the exit because he was quiet, so I assumed he was staying. And then after we passed the exit, he said, actually, can we loop back around? We're gonna take the exit. I'm gonna go to the airport. And I said, okay. And I just was so fed up and so angry. And I was honestly shocked. Like, I thought he was just quiet, I'm gonna pass it, great, okay, cool, that's a little glimmer of hope. Nope, we passed the exit and still asked for us to turn around and go take it. And, like, I was devastated. I'm even feeling it already. It's fine, I'm not gonna cry again, it's fine. We dropped him off at the airport, and I gave him a hug and a kiss goodbye, and then I got in the car, and I just started sobbing on the way to my grandma's house. And I had to pull it together because, again, I don't know what's happening. I don't want my grandparents to know what happened. Like, I didn't even want my mom to know, which just all happened in front of her on accident. Like, I didn't plan for that. You know, you can't really go back from your mom seeing all that. But I didn't want anyone to know. So I had to, like, try to get as much out of my system as I could so I could pull it together to be in front of people. You know what I mean? As my ex got to his plane gate, he sent me another text message, and he said, I know you're hurt, and you expected me to just stay and follow like always, but I had to make a decision for my own health and mental this time. I'm breaking, and I need to be alone to decompress in a comfortable space so I can think and figure things out. I still love you, and I'm in love with you. I always have been, but I don't feel like getting backed into a corner or you standing up for yourself like that is love. There's a saying that goes, I may not know what love is, but I sure know what it ain't. Clearly, I don't know what love is or how to express it, but it must be somewhere between compromise and try, and not ultimatums and cryptic text messages. And my response was, I don't really agree with anything that you just said, to be honest. I didn't expect you to just stay and follow like always. I just expected you to stay. Every single time in our 10 years that I felt like I was losing you, I fought. There was a time I literally just left my shift at the restaurant that I worked at throughout college and drove to, which was 2 hours away, because I was scared to lose you and I wanted to talk and fix things. I understand that you've had a lot going on mentally and that it's not just all about me. I just want you to figure those things out, and I want you to feel better about yourself and be healthy, but you won't convince me to agree that this was the right move. I didn't feel like I backed you into a corner or gave you an ultimatum. Telling you how I feel about things, telling you what I needed from you as a partner, that's not backing you into a corner. It's not always a fun conversation, but that's just what marriage is sometimes, hard conversations. I also don't feel like I ever gave you an ultimatum. I told you I wanted you to feel like you were fighting for me and for us. I told you I didn't want to have to tell you what to do for that. Then you told me you were leaving. That was your response. All day I simply told you I wanted to make the decision. That's not a cryptic message. I told you I wasn't making the choice for you. Sticking by that is not an ultimatum or a cryptic message. I already told you that would shatter me, but I wasn't going to beg you to stay and fight for us if you didn't want to. I'm just not agreeing with your recounting of it. His response was, staying felt wrong, and I tried to explain that. All I needed you to do was say stay, or even hint that it was something you wanted. Instead, you just told me how fine and mentally prepared you've been, like you've been planning this for years. I thought we weren't clicking, sure, but to come out and just say we aren't happy so we don't have to be together took me by surprise, to say the least, especially when I was excited to see if the trip would help, but also dreading going in my gut. My mental in that regard is fine. I struggle with occasional depression, but I'm just a wuss who has crippling fear of decisions. And then I screenshot my message about saying that I didn't want him to go, and I circled it and I sent it to him, and I said, I'm not understanding how this wasn't an indication that I didn't want you to leave. I never said I was mentally prepared for you to leave. I said I could make it work if I needed to. Because if you don't want to be here with me, I'm not going to beg you or guilt you. If you stayed, I wanted it to be because you wanted to stay, not because I just made you feel bad about it. And he said, well, it sure didn't feel that way. I repeatedly told you I was trying and constantly try to show you I care in my own way. You responded by saying it's not good enough, and you didn't care to try if it wasn't worth it. Physical affection just isn't my thing. It doesn't come naturally, especially when I feel like you don't want to be bothered. So I try to give it through actions or gestures or affirmations. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. If we aren't happy, we don't have to be together. I never said those things. You're the only one who mentioned not being together twice. You said if there was someone else, I could be with them. Then you said if I wanted, we could separate. I never mentioned us not being together. I genuinely thought you were having a good time last night, and then you just said you were leaving? And then all of a sudden you just left. I ran in my pajamas to the lobby looking for you, and the man said he saw a white dude walk out the front door, and I was terrified. I thought you were gonna hurt yourself. We were in the process of calling the police, and then you just stumbled in, saying you went to the gym as if it wasn't a big deal that you bolted without saying a word at 2 a.m. He said, when did I ever say I wasn't happy? That's what I mean. You keep telling me you aren't happy and haven't been for a long time, so you just stopped trying. I said that I had a bad week and was constantly trying to be better, even if I kept making mistakes. I don't see how you think this conversation sounds the way you think it sounds. You said if we aren't happy, we should separate. You said you weren't happy, and I just said I want you to be happy, even if that means it's not with me. Again, I'm failing to understand your perspective. I had a fine time at the event, I guess. I sat there terrified to speak or get in the way. Then I couldn't sleep or stop tears, so I went for a walk. I was going to the roof to sit and maybe even sleep, but ended up accidentally finding the gym, so I spent an hour rage lifting until I hurt myself. I didn't need you guys to come after me. I'm a large adult man with no history of mental illness, whether you think that's true or not. Every time I spoke to you, you shooed me away or snapped at me, so I gave you space. You were 10 freaking hours away when you sprung all this on me 4 hours before I had to wake up for a flight. How the heck was I supposed to hug you? I even hugged you 7 times in the last day, and you remember once. You looked at me, 3 times total? Reciprocity. Been my point this entire time. I don't want to fight for things and force a relationship all the time. I want it to go both ways and use our strengths instead of always feeling guilty or like I messed something up. God, I'm always tired of feeling like I can't do anything right. And I said, it's not just about saying the words, I'm not happy. I was telling you what I needed from you as a partner and telling you how various actions were being received by me. You responded with, I don't like doing that, or here's why that doesn't happen for a lot of it. Communicating your needs to your partner isn't toxic. It's a pretty normal aspect of relationships, and being told that it's toxic and cryptic feels bad. If the roles were reversed and I was worried that I was going to lose you, my first instinct would have been, I'll do those things. I wouldn't even take not being together as an option, so it was kind of hard to have heard that was one for you. It's not about you being a big dude who can't protect himself like you just left. in the middle of the night, in the French Quarter. Like, you didn't even tell anyone where you were going. We were worried sick. I didn't shoo you away or snap at you once since we've been in New Orleans. And I wasn't staring at you because I didn't want to break down crying while I'm actively working. You didn't hug me multiple times that day. I was literally watching for affection. That's just not true. Even when Dewey died, you rubbed my back, but you never even gave me a hug. I don't understand how I chasing after you and fighting with every bone in my body for you for 10 years all of a sudden turns into, well, now it's one-sided. Where's the reciprocity? All because I took a few weeks and stopped initiating affection to see if you gave me any? And he said, I do all those things. And I tell you I'm trying and will try harder. Then I tell you ways I can make sure those things do or don't happen, and that's not good enough either. I actively do the things you ask, and they're both not noticed and not good enough. I guess sometimes people just aren't good enough, Becca. I try to give you everything you want, even if it's hard for me to do it naturally. I try to take care of you and look out for things you need everywhere we are. I constantly feel guilty or left out, like I can't relate to you, or you don't want anything to do with me, or I can't satisfy you in any way ever. I can't even keep your attention for longer than 10 seconds anymore, so yeah, all I can do is say I'll try. And if that's not good enough, I guess I'm not the person you think I am. Or maybe I've changed. I'm not even sure anymore. I just want to see Vixie, honestly. I'm a grown, intelligent man, and I can handle myself and know how to stay safe. I just needed to take a walk. And we saw each other for what? Half a day? And said 2 things to each other? I'm glad you didn't feel the need to snap at me for just being in the same room at least. Better than last week. And I meant 7 times since I got to New Orleans, and I certainly did. Just like you do, I counted every single hug like a transaction. In short, it seems like we both need something the other can't seem to understand or even think about doing. And I said, it's not about being a grown man. It was incredibly inconsiderate to just leave at 2 in the morning like that without letting anyone know where you were going. We were worried sick. I understand you needed to go on a walk, but at least you could have done is just said that. I think literally anyone in that scenario would have been worried and panicking. And you did not hug me 7 times since coming to New Orleans. There's no way. You're gonna have to list those for me because, again, no way. That's what I was looking for and waiting for. And I'm gonna take a sidebar really fast and just say, like, how humiliating it is to be so open about arguing with my husband about him hugging me. Like, I'm mortified that this was my life. Like, how embarrassing. I have to count hugs like a transaction from my husband. I just needed to tell you how absolutely humiliating this moment is for me. It's fine. He said, I couldn't stop crying and I had to leave. I don't know what you don't get about that. I was gonna sit in the hall, but every place was a door to a room. So I sat in the stairs until I saw a roof sign. And I can tell you every single one. And I said, I did say the kiss and hug thing made me feel bad, yes. I also said other things that make me feel like I was worried you didn't love me, but I don't really want to list them out again. Not because they're not important, but I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to throw them all in your face. Like, my goal here isn't to make you feel bad. I don't want it to come off as me scolding you about them again. I understand the physical things don't come naturally to you, but there are some things I feel like are kind of common sense to be given. Example, when I'm literally saying, these are the things I want, and I'm not getting them. And again, it's literally just a hug and a kiss from my husband. That's it. To me, the most common response is to come and give me one. And I understand there are a lot of little things that you do that you think come off as very loving and showing that you love me. And I've tried to explain to you that they are truly not as helpful as you think. I already told you I was going to see multiple friends the night our friends from Discord were in town. I was already going to Uber after seeing my college friend. We already had rides figured out. Like, we were going to plan out those things beforehand to make sure we were all good to go. So you making yourself miserable at the park for hours and waiting around isn't the gesture that you think it is. And I'm not saying it wasn't considerate to think about, but I'm saying it wasn't this helpful thing that you thought it was. Hey, I waited around because I knew you were playing pickleball and I wasn't sure if you were going to need waters or balls while you were there, and I wanted to be able to bring them if I needed to. And I don't really like the sport, but after a while I'll just stop by and watch you guys play. Like, sure, it's a sweet thought, I guess, but it's not helpful. Or another example you use is making sure all these brownies are at the house and if I want them. But again, I've been so conscious about what I eat. It's a nice thought, but it's kind of counterproductive to what I've been talking about and trying to do. So I'm hearing you say you're doing little things to let me know you're thinking about me, but I'm telling you I don't feel heard by you because a lot of these things are pretty counterproductive to what I've said or have going on. I never said I would not attempt doing things for you. I actually even listed out numerous things I do for you behind the scenes that you just don't notice or maybe even knew because I don't feel the need to brag that I tried to make your day easier by getting you out of something with my parents or something. And honestly, I would like for you to list out all of the hugs you've given me from the last 2 days. Sure. He said 3 times at the event. Twice was for photos, so we don't have to count those. Once after the event, but you hugged me and we were tipsy, so you don't have to count that one. One at your cousin's house the night before the podcast, and then at the spice store in the French Quarter, a hug and a kiss, and then a drop-off at the airport, hug and kiss. I said, you did not hug me at the event before the podcast. There's no way. I didn't drink that much. I personally do not count posing for photos. And a side note, I didn't want to tell him this at the time because I didn't want to call him a liar, but I actually didn't drink anything at that event that night because I knew I had a podcast to film. So I only had mocktails. Remember when I said people don't notice? Yes, people don't notice. And yes, you did kiss me at the spice place in the French Quarter, and that made me happy. But it was also after I was verbally telling you that that's what I was looking for, and that I had just told you that's what I was looking for from you, and yeah, you gave it to me. But I didn't want to have to ask you for a hug when I was clearly telling you it bothered me you didn't give me any. Like I had to explicitly tell you that it would have fixed so much if you just came to give me a hug while we were arguing before. I ended up getting a hug at the spice store and at the airport. Yay. And he said, never mind. It's not working, and I'm tired of typing the same thing. I'll try to be more helpful. My way of doing that is to move away from things like League where I can't control myself and do things like get a full-time job. I'll stop the extra things that make me feel like I'm helping and actually do something I know has value. And that was on May 3rd at 10:24 p.m. And that's the last message between us until May 7th. Actually, no, I'm sorry. At 1 in the morning, I ended up saying, I'm not ignoring you. I'm in shock. And I can't process this. And I never got a response back, but I did get Google security alerts on May 7th in the morning, and I was nervous. I didn't know if something was going on with my Google account or if my ex was trying to log in to help me with stuff on my accounts or to help me in the background. I wasn't sure. I was just nervous. So I texted him and I said, is that you on my email security alerts? And he said, yes, I was seeing if the pink computer still worked, and it opened all the unclosed tabs. And it's not important, but we just kind of were talking about the iCloud stuff that needed to update and things like that. And then once we were done talking about the computer stuff, I said, I'm really upset that I haven't heard from you since Friday. And he said, I know, I'm sorry. I thought we both could use some time and think, and I needed to talk to someone. The last message was also you saying you weren't ignoring me, so I thought you were planning to text again. I typed out a short message, but was waiting till after work today to send it. Please don't feel you need to respond. I know you have a lot going on, and I want you to be able to give your friends and family all your attention and enjoy the places and experiences. Just know I love you and miss you, and I'm sorry for hurting you and neglecting such an amazing woman. I haven't had the opportunity to be in a room by myself since I got to New Orleans. And I've been running around so much I haven't even had 30 minutes by myself. I was trying not to text you because I just told you I wanted to feel like you were fighting for me, and you left. And then I didn't hear from you. And I felt like me reaching out was me accepting that you just weren't going to. But then my phone was being weird, and I kept getting notifications about sign-ins, so I was worried I was getting hacked or something, and I felt like I had no choice. That's part of the reason I left. But I also felt like you just didn't care and were ready to give up. I was completely shocked and thrown off when you even suggested separating would be an option. He's saying that I suggested separating was the option. I never imagined that you would be the one to say that, especially seriously. I almost asked if something else happened that I should know about to cause it. I know leaving was short-sighted and selfish of me. I should have stayed for you and your family regardless of the situation or what happened to us afterwards. That said, leaving felt like the best or even only option for me at that point. I wasn't holding up well, and I hadn't slept in 2 days. It had already been a long week, and I felt like I needed some support from you, even if it was just the word stay. In my messed up mindset, I even convinced myself that it felt right to make a strong decision for myself until I saw that scrunched up face you make when I've hurt you or you're really sad. Then I knew I messed up, but I didn't want to admit it and didn't know how to fix the flight situation. I said, but I didn't suggest separating. You did. Twice. You said if someone else would make me happier, I could go be with them. I don't even know where that came from. And you suggested it so nonchalantly. And then you said it again. I never said the word separate. You said it twice in the span of 30 minutes. I've been telling you for months that I'm not doing well. I haven't been sleeping. I haven't been eating. I know I've been working out and eating better, but I really shouldn't be losing this much weight so quickly. It's not healthy. And I told you over and over that I wanted to feel like you were fighting for me, and that I didn't want to have to tell you what to do for that. That we were arguing about stupid hugs for 48 hours, and it never dawned on you to just walk over to me once and just hug me. I was pleading for you for crumbs and already told you that I would take you leaving as giving up and being done. I'm not sure how that didn't translate to me not wanting you to leave. Like, I've been convinced that you asking me if there was someone else and encouraging me to go off and be with someone else is because you met someone at pickleball. And I've just been sitting on that for days. And you said you knew that it was a bad choice when you saw my face, and you still left. And then later tried to tell me it was on me because I was giving you ultimatums and cryptic messages. And when I was just telling you what I needed from you as my husband, something as simple as a hug, you lied and tried to make me look ungrateful. Like, it could have very easily been turned into a, look, this didn't come naturally to me, but I'm working on it for you, and I overcame my own issues for you twice today. See, I'm trying. A win. But instead, you lied and gaslit me about 7 times. You thought I was drunk and wouldn't know any better. And he said, that's not how it came off to me. You initially sounded like you weren't happy, and we needed to look for other options, especially as you kept referring to the cousin thing. Then on 2 hours of sleep and rushing to pack, I panicked, and I thought you wanted something else or were tired of me. And no, I told you, I made a commitment 5 years ago. If we split, I would be alone and sad, and you'd have literally a million options with one post or a trip. And maybe that's what was so scary about it for me. I trust you, but I also know how beautiful and impressive you are. And I'm generally lazy, rude, egotistical, and demanding. But that didn't happen. I did count the times we hugged and thought about the entire night before, but then quickly realized after I said it over text that it was manipulative and uncalled for, so I'm sorry. And I said, I don't care about other options. That hasn't even been on my mind, not even the slightest bit. What's been on my mind is my husband suggesting separating, accusing me of maybe having an affair, telling me these things I need for him are just not what he does, walking out of the hotel room, scaring the crap out of me, now involving my mother, leaving me in New Orleans, and trying to blame me afterwards and then not speaking to me for 4 days? My brain has been too shocked and downright flabbergasted to think about anything else. I don't care about other people. I care that I still haven't been given the luxury to cry about this and process that this actually happened. I care that I told you that I was taking you leaving as you not caring about us and you left. And then I didn't hear from you. And I don't really know how to come back from that, to be completely honest. I feel hollow on the inside and I can't see straight. I just hear TV static in my brain. And I understand that you have a lot of mental health things going on. I do too. You did not give me a hug 7 times, and counting the 2 times we posed for a photo is wild. You literally said there were 3 times at the party, and I just didn't remember because I was drinking. I wasn't drunk, and you were with my mom the whole time. It was twice, at the spice store and at the airport. He said, I know I'm sorry. That's just not how I took it on after a rough week and very little sleep. I didn't accuse you of having an affair. I honestly never thought you would, or even would consider separation. And that's why I was so caught off guard and panicked. But I do see how you talk to others, especially guys, every day. And again, I already know you're amazing and could get anyone you wanted. So when you said that, my mind went to the worst possible scenarios, especially since I can't seem to get 30 uninterrupted seconds of your time, even before this month. I know all those things were selfish and childish, and I'm sorry. And this is another side note. I couldn't at the time figure out why he kept talking, well, if there's someone else. Well, I see how you talk to guys. Because, it's like a thing in our Discord. They give me so much crap that, I throw those men under the bus for their girlfriend to their, all the time. Literally all the time. One of them let me die in lane, and I, DM'd his girlfriend, and I was like, your boyfriend's being so rude, he just let me die in lane. And it's been so important for me to not come off as like that pick-me girl, that I specifically make such a point to reach out with and like create a relationship with their significant others, because I never, ever, ever, ever want them to not understand that I'm a girl's girl, hands down. Always, forever. Even some of the guys, like, we have our group, we're the girly pops. Like, I've dubbed some of them the girly pops, and we're gonna get matching sweatshirts. So all of the like, well, I see how you talk to guys, when I like throw them under the bus constantly, or like, well, you know, you could be someone else. Like, I could not understand why this theme kept coming up, and we will see soon, don't worry. But just so you know where my headspace was during these messages, I was so confused. And he kept saying, but we do need to talk about leaving the hotel room. I understand being confused, but thinking I'm in trouble or going to hurt myself? Really, Becca? Do you think that little of me, that I would do that to myself or people in my life? Or do you really know that little about me? Or is it really that you don't have any respect for me either? I'm not trying to be hostile or turn things on you. I honestly want to know. And I don't recall you saying leaving was giving up. I don't recall saying I needed support or to be alone to process that spending time in a place I'm not familiar with constantly around people was going to be extremely difficult for me. I think that was a typo. I think he sent, I recall saying. I think that was a typo on his part. I have done plenty typos myself, as those watching can see. And all you could say was that it's your decision and you do what you want or need to do. And I understand it was selfish, but I also felt like I needed you last weekend. So then I sent back screenshots circling where I told him leaving felt like him giving up. And he said, those were after I was on the plane. I couldn't even change things by then, even if I thought it was a mistake. And I said, they were not. They were before. I'll show you the date. And he said, 8:51 p.m. and 10 p.m. And I said, a.m., not p.m. They were sent 8 a.m. or 8:51 a.m. and 10 p.m. And he said, a.m., my fault, you're right. And he said, well, honestly, I didn't remember that. And I said, my husband literally told me, you can go be with someone else. I'm not jealous or spiteful, as if it doesn't matter. Like, how does someone just move on from that? You didn't take your phone or your wallet, you just walked out. If you can't seem to understand a normal human being's reaction would be to be worried, I don't know what to tell you. Like, none of your statements or actions that day were in character, and you're really gonna ask me, do you not know me? Well, I guess not, if you think choosing to leave me in another state early, like you said you were gonna do 10 minutes before, is supposed to be in character for you. Right after I just asked you to fight for me, and you said you were leaving, and then you bolted from the room, and I'm just supposed to accept that as normal behavior? No one said you couldn't go be alone. Letting someone know where you're going or that you'll be okay is the bare minimum of human decency. And if you don't think so, I really don't know what to tell you. And then I sent him a question. If I told you that you needed to sign up for therapy, would you go? And he said, that's not how I meant that. I said, if you're really that unhappy, then I want you to be in a situation where you are. Even if I can't be your person. I never meant or said I want you to be with someone else, and that I thought it was clear that I wouldn't move on from you. It would crush me if you left, but I wouldn't stop you if you told me that was your only option. I know I'm not perfect. Most of the time I'm not even nice, maybe not even tolerable. I'm selfish, lazy, and mean almost every day. I know I neglect you and take you for granted all the time, and you deserve so much better. I also thought you meant separation when you said other options, so I was already defensive and upset. I understand you guys were concerned, and looking back, I'm thankful you were worried about me and wanted me safe. It was very irresponsible and careless of me, but you know me better than that. Why would I ever hurt myself or put myself in a dangerous situation? Every other time something terrible has ever happened while we were together, I've done the same thing. I just needed to be alone, and I couldn't sleep. And that's when I realized that there had been numerous other blow-ups where Avery freaked out and just like left our house for hours at a time and didn't tell me where he was going. I think the last one before this was when he wanted to do social media, and I was trying to teach him about like the different editing softwares on the different platforms. And I told him, I'm like, it's one of those things that you just kind of have to play with it on your own. Like you have to figure out which one feels natural for you, because they're all very different. And me just telling you what to do on which one, like you need to see which one feels good. But he wanted me to do it for him. And when I was like, no, like, you need to figure out which one feels good to record in, which one feels more natural. But he didn't like that answer, so he called me a trash can of a human being and then just left when we were supposed to have plans to go to the fair with my best friend and her husband, and I just went alone. And that was a year before, or 2 years before. And I kind of forgot that happened until he sent me that message and was like, well, this is what I always do. And I realized that there had been something of like this, but it just kept escalating every couple years. Anyways, back to it. And I guess you're right. Though I'd like to believe no matter what happened, I'd never cheat on you or break my word in regard to something like that. I care for you too much and despise people who cheat. And while I don't believe generic therapy would be that beneficial for me, I've already talked to someone. It was part of the reason that I felt like I needed to get home so bad. And if I'm honest, this entire conversation was selfish and attention-seeking from my end. I treated you like I used to treat the girls I dated, and even you that time we broke up in college. It started out as me seeking attention, especially since I felt completely isolated from you and ignored for a long time. And then I got upset at something we were discussing for no reason and got super defensive to the point that I caused an argument where I tried to either push you away or get you to try and get me back. I acted like a middle schooler instead of a married man with an amazing, hardworking, beautiful wife. And you're absolutely right. Leaving was unacceptable, though I may have taken it differently or just ignored it if I were in your situation. I can certainly understand that I really hurt you deeply. Regardless of what happens moving forward or you decide you need to do for you, I'll apologize a million times, and I know that won't be enough. I'm sorry, I truly am, and I wish I could take it back. I mistreated you for no reason and hurt the most important person to me, and you deserve better than what I've given. And the one thing that stuck out to me, and I responded with one question: who did you talk to? And he said, if it's okay, that's personal for now, at least. Nothing suspicious or inappropriate, just someone I haven't spoken to in a long time. And this, I genuinely don't know, like, this is what I was told by my mom at the time when, like, she and I were talking in the car. 'Cause she told me, like, first of all, my ex has never really believed in therapy, thinks therapists tell you what you can figure out for yourself. And he's so smart, he doesn't need someone to tell him. He knows what he can figure out for himself. But my mom told me that she was under the impression that marriage counselors would not see people who would not put themselves in regular therapy, because the idea is, like, you can't fix the whole if you can't fix your part. And so that I don't know if that's correct or not. At the time I was operating under the impression that that was a fact, because that's just what I was told. So I said, most marriage counselors will not allow someone who won't do generic therapy into couples counseling. You're not disallowed from having friends in confidence, but I would never hide who I was seeking advice from our marriage from to you, especially when separations and affairs were mentioned, but that's your choice. He said, I'm not sure that's a fact. Marriage counseling used to be required for divorce in North Carolina, or marriage in some circumstances, and I don't recall individual therapy as a prerequisite. And I said, let me rephrase. Many counselors who identify issues such as depression in clients for marriage counseling won't work with couples until the individual is seen. And the idea is that the individual cannot possibly work on their marriage if they can't help themselves first. And you are depressed. And I thought maybe he was, like, talking to his dad about things. I said, I wasn't going to chastise you if you were speaking to your dad. I just wanted to know who was, as you seem to be very secretive about it. And again, much of what we talked about has put me in a very defensive and paranoid state of mind. And he said, I also felt this was pretty eye-opening and very helpful for me. You may not feel the same way, and you don't have to, especially right now. I know I really screwed up, and you might need time and space. And again, I just want you to be happy, satisfied, and healthy. I figured out that I need to be better, even if I screwed things up too badly for you to ever forgive me this time. And I need to stop taking a backseat in my own life and take some action, even if it takes work and I hate it. Or if that just means just being there for you when you need it, cleaning the house without complaining, taking a few extra photos with a smile instead of looking angry, being aware of what I say and think about more. And especially taking time away from silly things like games to be present and available for friends and family. Far too many times I just wait for things to happen or expect good things to just work out. I'm so terrified of indecision and maybe even failure or other things that I just do nothing. I coexist with no purpose and neglect the things the most important to me. And I'm sorry for letting you down so many times. I've hurt you the most and completely forgot my vows or why I wrote them, and then completely went off script and said crazy but very true things instead. I said again, I genuinely have not had the privilege of being in a room by myself even for 30 minutes. Not even to shower, because the walls are so thin here. I have barely been able to absorb the weekend, much less this week and today. I've had to work all week and get all my filming for the next 2 weeks done so my mom can take my big cameras back. And I have not even been able to slightly ponder any of this, or else I would have broken down and been out for the week. So I'm glad you've been able to reflect and speak to someone, but I have not had the same opportunity. And I've had to work and be on for family the entire time. Because remember, I don't know what's happening, and I didn't want any of my other family members to know what was going on. And he said, I may deal with mood swings and depression occasionally, but most of that's self-induced by inaction, self-pity, and low self-worth because of what I just said. I'm going to try better because when I value myself and put forth effort instead of sit on my butt, I feel much better and hopefully accomplished and satisfied moving forward. And that's fair. I know they're just hollow words, but I guarantee you have nothing to be paranoid about. would never cheat on you. I haven't talked to anyone, especially like that, in any manner that would even be misconstrued as such. I do my job, I play pickleball with guys, and talk to my father. I literally live my life for you and the cats. You're irreplaceable for me. I completely understand all of this, which is why my original message said, please don't feel you need to respond. We'll have a long talk when you get back, and I'll be waiting and ready to listen. I really want you to be present and enjoy your time the rest of the trip. You deserve it, and I know you were so excited. I apologize for making the first half miserable. Please enjoy your family and friends, and let me take all the guilt and pain for now because I 100% was in the wrong. I know you're going to have an amazing time in New York, and you deserve to without any inhibitions. So after that message, I had to just kind of get work done. This was the 12th. I don't remember what day of the week that was, but at this point, I know that I was in New York. I had already finished everything in New Orleans. I was in New York. I had a meta event, and I had more podcast episodes that I had to do at a studio there. Like, I had a lot that I needed to get done, but I was in New York, and at this point I was still planning on going home at the end of the week because our 5-year wedding anniversary was that weekend. So that's what I was trying to get home for. So we went like another bit of time not really communicating, and I said, you still never told me who your friend was that you were talking to is. And he said, I thought we were gonna wait to talk about all that stuff. I'm happy to before you get back. I really miss you a lot, but I did want to give you some time and space if you needed it. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. The moment he said, I already talked to someone and got really secretive and was like, I want to keep that personal for now, immediately had a person come to my brain. Immediately had a woman come to my brain, a very specific woman who I know recently moved to the area that the pickleball stuff was in. And I have, to this day, I don't know if I was right in that regard or not, but I had a specific person come to my mind, someone that I had not thought about in a long time, someone that when I Googled her name, the first thing that popped up was the announcement that a few months before, she just moved to the area. Wild. Anyways, again, I'm not saying I could be very wrong. I still don't have answers to this day. And I said, we're absolutely going to have a conversation when I get back. However, not only have I said numerous times that space has been the exact opposite of what I was looking for this whole time, I would also think you know me well enough to know that my brain has been at worst case scenarios for mystery person you refused to tell me about since it came up. And he said, I understand that. And I've wanted to talk to you so badly it hurts. I wanted to text you every time I see something funny online. I want to share my day with you and ask about the fun things you're posting and doing, send cat pics, and I have a catalog of songs that I want to share with you, but I also didn't want you to be stuck on your phone or distracted while you're in New York. I know how busy you've been, and I wanted to let you focus and have a good time. I was hoping our last text prior to you going would reassure and comfort you enough to have fun. But I'll be honest, I've been sending reminders and questions your way, hoping to hear back from you, and seeing the few texts from you over the last week has made my day, even though it felt selfish to bother you. I may not say this very well, but I hope you understand what I'm about to say. It's a relief to hear the last part. I was really afraid that I'd messed up so bad that you were done with me, and I wouldn't have blamed you. I was an idiot. That you were worried and concerned kind of gives me a little peace that you don't hate me. And screw it. Maybe I wasn't clear last time, but I love you. You're my person, and you will be until I die, or you say otherwise. I love you more than anything in the world, except maybe Vixie. She's up there. Always have, even though I haven't shown it very well. I'll happily talk to you as much as you want until you get back. I miss you, and I can't wait to see you. And I said, I'm not mentally at the kiss and make up stage, or talking about solutions, or what comes next. I feel like I'm still not being listened to, and that stinks a lot. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm really struggling to get over some of the things that were said and done. I feel like I've said so many times that space was the exact opposite of what I was looking for, but it's all I was being given over and over. So instead of being able to process and resolve and get closure and move on, I've just sat in limbo, literally marinating in everything in the worst case scenarios of all aspects for over a week at this point, even though I was telling you exactly what I needed. And to hear there's now some mystery person you can talk to, but not me, that you will not tell me who it is, only further pushes my brain into chaos and numbness. And again, I feel like I've said over and over that I want to know who this person is, and I need to know who this person is. And I'm trying to communicate to you right now, I need to know. And instead, you tell me a lot of things that I really needed to hear last week, which I'm not saying I don't appreciate it now, but I'm not ready to hear them right now. First, I'm asking you different questions to be able to finish the puzzle pieces of everything that happened, and I feel like I'm still not being listened to. I'm asking you the questions that my brain needs to be able to put these pieces together, because I still don't even have the whole puzzle of what even happened to move on to solutions and what comes next. And he said, that's fine. You don't have to be. That's completely understandable. What I did was really bad, but now I'm not going to stop telling you how much I love you or want you until you make it clear that you don't want that. And even then, I'm going to work to convince you I mean it when I say you're my everything and I love you. And I apologize. In New Orleans, I should have given you 1,000 hugs and kisses and never should have left you. I realize that and can't apologize enough or make it right. But I can try to make it up to you for the rest of my life by being better moving forward if you'll let me. For New York, I was hoping our talk reassured you that I wasn't avoiding you and actively loved you and wanted to talk to you. I apologize for misreading the situation, but I promise you I had the best intention. I just wanted you to have the best second half of this trip, and I'm sorry. The person I went to was the same one I went to when we had issues 7 years ago. Then she told me, whatever you do, don't hurt that girl. She's kind, beautiful, and loves you so much. She deserves someone that can give her as much as she gives. And she was right, as usual. Just wish I'd remembered her words before I hurt you so much. And I said, are you referring to your mother? And he said, of course. I would never go to anyone else but you for love and attention, even if that means I threw a grown man tantrum to try and get it. You're my person. I'm sorry I don't tell you enough or do things that make you realize that every day, but I'll try to. And I said, did you go to your mom's grave? And he said, twice. I also talked to we never realized it was about us. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I to this day still don't know if I believe him for that. Because why would you not tell me that? Like, why would that not be something you, like, what? Anyways, I said, I don't understand why you couldn't tell me that last week. And what did your dad say? He said, I wanted you to feel like I was working on myself and trying to grow. I was also embarrassed that I left you, especially to talk to someone who isn't real in a place where she isn't even at. I asked my dad how he and my mom used to get through things like fights. We talked about all his regrets and things he wished he could have changed looking back. That she always got the short end of the straw and he could never seem to figure out the right way to do or say things to help. So he gave up trying and focused on my brother and I to show her he could make a difference. He wasn't a very good listener either, it seems, but I understood where he was coming from. I also don't want to continue to make the same mistakes. If I could turn back time, I would have immediately hugged you right when I came out of the airport in New Orleans and told you to sit in the back so I could hold your hand. I don't know why it took something so big for me to realize how much little things like that mean or how important they are. I guess I just got so comfortable and complacent, I forgot how to be present in a relationship, or spontaneous at all for that matter. Just being open and honest about my perspective, not accusatory. And let me caveat with, while I understand I made a huge mistake and was completely 100% in the wrong, I feel like I opened up and expressed how strongly I felt about you and us several times in the last week, and was met with some very unsatisfying responses, if that's even a good word. I know you were hurt, and you have every reason to be, but I really tried to express that I want to be everything you need and try everything I can for you. I felt like you said I wasn't good enough and wouldn't work for you. And I said, I understand that you ended up being clear and expressing yourself, But that was after a long list of very incredibly hurtful things that were both said during and after the blow up. To me, I would have certainly taken the phrase, intimacy feels like weakness and I struggle with it, very differently from, I have no desire to hug you, I just do it because you like it. And while it's easier to understand after you explain it, I still can't unhear the first one. And it's like that with lots of examples. I think the biggest one that I've been struggling with is that I said twice that if you leave, I'm taking that as you are no longer interested in fighting for us and making this work. And yeah, after you said you didn't see those messages, but that was still what I said. And that's all I had to go on. And you left. And I didn't hear from you for 4 days. I understand I had said that I couldn't process and that you thought you were giving me space because you thought it was what I wanted or that I was going to come back after I had a chance to really process. But in reality, I thought it was over. And I spent those 4 days accepting that as reality. And that entirely altered my brain chemistry. And that's now my biggest hurdle of I don't know how to walk back from that kind of mindset. And I don't think that's something I'm going to be able to change or fix while I'm out of town still, working. And he said, well, here we go again. I have no words or real idea on where to go from that. All I can think to say is it really doesn't make sense in my head that you would ever consider I would just give up on us or do you like that, especially that quickly. Knowing how my mind works, why would I just give up 5 years of my life, 10 really, after all we worked for and been through? I honestly thought in my messed up state of mind that it would be better to come to an easy logical conclusion based on outside factors where neither of us had to force a decision. To be completely open, I was really just wanting you to say the word stay, which I know is completely attention-seeking and unfair. Nearly broke me to see your crunched up sad face at the airport before I walked. But you had to see how upset and off I was over the weekend, right? I said, I don't see why I would not consider it when those are the words I said. 2 different times. I told you that I wanted to feel like you were fighting for us, and your next words to me, hours later, but still, was that you were leaving. And then told you what that meant to me and how I would take those actions, and you still went. And even so, you told me you realized it was a bad move when you saw my face, but didn't want to admit you were wrong, and that just felt really, really bad. I don't understand what you're saying about neither of us coming to a decision. You've said that a few times over the last few weeks, and to me it just sounds like you're saying that neither of us wanted to pull the trigger on a decision on what was to come next. And you said a few times you didn't want to feel guilty of a decision that was made, and that again made me feel like you were looking for an out, but didn't want to feel bad about it. And that again was just something I just sat on for days, because that's the impression I was given. Again, I get now that you say you didn't see those parts of the messages, but I did send them. Twice. And I knew I sent them. So I'm not entirely sure how else I was supposed to take and think about the situation. And I know you wanted me to ask you to stay, but I had also just spent the last 2 days explaining to you that I felt neglected and that I wanted you to make a gesture and I didn't want to force you into any decisions. Now, I'm not a perfect person by any means. I mess up a lot. I don't always say the right things or do the right things. But I also feel like I've done what I can to support you. I know you've been going through a rough time since your mom died, which is why I wanted to support you and let you stay home and not have to do the law stuff. You hate cooking, so I found factor meals so you didn't have to. I even said we could hire someone to come clean if we just got the house situated once, so it was another thing off your plate. And I know over the last month it's been a different story, but I think we both know it's a very common occurrence for me to wander over to your computer, hop in your lap, and bother you with attention. I know you wanted me to tell you to stay, but I just felt like this was my turn to get reassurance. And I did tell you to stay. I told you twice what it would mean for you if you left and how sad it would make me. But you apparently didn't read those messages, so I don't know how to win there because I did tell you, but you didn't read them. And I did see you were off. We were both off. That's why I was so scared when you left the hotel room. You left your phone, and Mom suggested maybe you took your credit card to get another room, so I checked your wallet, and your ID wasn't where it usually was. That's what terrified me, because typically, again, from what I understood from the movie I just watched, and I'm only saying that because, if that's not a common thing, I just don't want people in the comments that's not a thing. That's what I understood to be a common thing. Typically, people who harm themselves leave their belongings, and they have their ID on them. I even looked at Mom and said, maybe I watched too much true crime shows, but I'm freaking out now. And then you just got mad at me for being worried about you. And he said, I understand the miscommunication better now. Not the part about you saying don't leave. I was just so out of it, I didn't realize you were begging me to stay. And again, I just went worst case and could barely read, much less keep up with our texts. What I mean, and to see if I'm right, is you thought I meant coming to a decision about our relationship and making a decision about us. I was simply talking about the flight situation and getting back. There was nothing deeper than that. I was just talking about the logistics of saving money. And I was really just wanting you to say, please stay, so I could feel loved and get attention. I'm sorry that wasn't clear. I never want us to be apart and never did. Prior to the flight discussion, I was more afraid you were done with me at the point and wanted nothing to do with me, so I got defensive and scared. I retreated into my shell and I lashed out by saying I just wanted you to be happy, even if it's not with me. That's not what I want, though. I want us to be happy together, which means me learning how to give, especially the things that you actually need. Let's clarify this, and this is going to be more stern than previous messages. Supporting me is not babying me. If you told me to stop the law stuff because you thought I had a fragile mental, especially when my mom died, that didn't help. It was quite the opposite of supportive, actually. Of course that changed me. It changed everything, but it didn't break me. This past week has been just as bad as that incident. Just like I try to do, and I need to be more gentle, I need you to give me tough love sometimes. The actual reality of the situation with your real opinion, even if I hate it, and if it seems like I don't listen. I need you to be honest and have candid conversations with me about things if you actually have opinions. Letting me dominate everything in this type of relationship we have isn't good. And just like you, I'm going to get upset, especially if you're right. I'll get mad, we'll fight, I'll get over it, and I'll do the right thing. That's how relationships work. I don't need you to let me stay home and turn into a useless bum because you want to protect my mental. Unless you really want me to stay at home and do what I want while you do the 80-hour-a-week head of the household role like I plan to do for you. We've already seen there's little in between, especially with how lazy I am. We have to work together, especially when it's hard. And it's not that I didn't read your messages. I just wasn't in the right state of mind to interpret them how you intended, even though they were very clear looking back. And we were texting books. We honestly just needed to talk. And I get that, and I'm sorry I was irresponsible. I didn't move anything from my wallet, though. I took a room key. My ID is always in the center under the Band-Aids, and my credit card was to the right side. I didn't get mad. I was really relieved you were worried about me. But I also did feel pretty bad that you would even think I would hurt myself or put either of you in a situation where you had to deal with what we dealt with in 2018. Especially after you implied I was mentally inept a couple weeks before. He's referring to the autistic thing. I said, I think the big issue is I do, or at least have been, as of the last year, giving you tough love, and it just turns into more issues. I give you tough love on doing more around the house, and your exact words are, if you got your ADHD under control, you can get your work done in a few hours and have plenty of time to get house stuff done. And I know those are the exact words because that's played on repeat in my head for over a month now. I give you tough love about working, editing, house stuff, even how you talk to me in League, but you don't really take me seriously when I do, or you find ways to explain why it's fine, or you get mad, and when you get mad, you get really mean. I gave you tough love last week, and I was told I was giving you ultimatums and cryptic texts. I feel like there's no winning for me in that regard, and I understand people get mad when they're called out for things. Everyone does that. I do too. But I never lashed out at you like that before. I just must not have seen your license under everything. I didn't move anything. I didn't want you to think I was trying to snoop. I was just trying to figure out what was going on before I started panicking. And see, I never implied you were inept. You keep saying that, but ADHD itself is part of the spectrum. I don't think I'm inept. Me telling you that had nothing to do with me thinking poorly of you, just like I don't think poorly of me. My brain's just wired differently. It's not bad, it's just different. So hearing you take it as an insult and hearing that you think you're inept also feels bad? I mean, do you think I'm inept? It's possible that I'm further on the spectrum statistically, as we talked about, very common for women with ADHD to also be diagnosed with autism, usually mild, but still. So what if I am? Am I inept then? I don't see it as a bad thing. Even if I am, I've still done well for myself. I'm intelligent. I work hard. I'm successful. It's not bad. It's just different. And he said, Becca, my entire life has been about proving I'm capable. Everyone has thought otherwise or tried to challenge me. Hence why I'm so defensive, proud, arrogant, afraid of commitment, on and on. But what I've always taken pride in is I could do anything I set my mind to mentally or physically. I was always average or better at everything. Now that concept is both less and more important as I get older, and it's gonna be a reoccurring issue as I age. My mind and willpower have always been things I'm hyper aware of and proud of. You've also been blowing smoke up my butt for years, telling everyone how smart I am. Please don't do that anymore. Now it just feels like pity. But hearing that you thought I was mentally impaired, even if there's truth to it, was really eye-opening and upsetting. Especially after 10 years with you, that really hurt. And that's one of the first times I really didn't want to be near you. Like, I wanted to leave and be alone for a week, but I didn't because I love you. I still acted like a child for a week, but I wouldn't give up on us. ADHD is not autism, Rebecca. ADHD is attention deficit. Even the worst cases are just chemical imbalance, which affects your ability to focus, not your actual cognitive ability or intellect. You're a very intelligent and capable person. I have never meant you were dumb or limited in any way. And I know I've said some awful things and treated you with very little respect, and I apologize. I won't do that again. But autism is literally defined as limited cognitive function or degraded mental capacity. They're very different even if associated together. Especially from my perspective, you were calling me mentally challenged. And it was even worse when the realization set in that you were practically calling my entire family challenged all these years. I was very angry and upset by that. I said, "No, you did. You may have been referring to helping me, but your exact words were, you don't really work that hard. Like, you have Netflix on in the background half the time. If you get your ADHD under control, you could be done with work within a few hours each day and you'll have plenty of time to help me with house stuff." Like, I vividly remember that. It's been playing on repeat in my brain for the last month and was at the time the most hurtful thing that I've ever heard. That comment was literally what started our whole argument when I was going to New Orleans, because I wasn't able to get over it. And yeah, I'll admit, I also need to find organization strategies and systems that work for me. I've always struggled in that aspect, and I've genuinely been looking into different things, which is why I keep buying and investing into things to see what works and what doesn't. But ADHD is a disability. It's attention deficit because my frontal lobe sucks and is inept. It's not just a chemical imbalance. My frontal lobe is physically disabled and limited cognitively. They are very similar medically and psychologically. Both can have mild and severe cases, and again, statistically, women with ADHD are also on the autistic spectrum, so chances are I probably am. Who knows? Haven't gotten tested for that yet. And I just say that to show that to me, it's truly not a negative thing. It's just different. I know you see it as a negative thing, and that is a bit upsetting because, again, it's also my brain. But for me, it's not good or bad in the slightest. It's just different. And being aware of what makes me different means I know what to do differently to function. Just like our other friend knows he's different and will check in with people and ask if he crossed a line with various things because he knows his brain is a little bit different. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad. It just makes you more aware of what you need to be on the lookout for. He said, "I disagree with the terminology. There have been extensive tests regarding ADHD, and 2 of my family members were medically diagnosed and medicated. My brother's ADHD has no impact over his ability to learn or his intelligence. Focus and function, sure, but those aren't the same. Maybe cognitive capability was the wrong word if I used that. I should have said capacity. He may be one of the most intelligent people I know, and I believe you're extremely intelligent as well. Otherwise, I never would have dated you, much less marry you. You're super smart and don't have any issues using the smarts once you get focused on the task. Autism is a direct barrier to cognitive capacity. It's literally a learning inhibitor and labeled as a disability that causes intellectual ineptitude. They're both disabilities, but not the same kind, is what I'm trying to say. You have the capacity to learn and do anything you want mentally and emotionally. Our friends with autism have no capacity to moderate themselves." I want to take a second and just make sure that all of the, especially young kids out there who are on the spectrum listening to this, BS. Just absolute BS. If you've taken nothing away from this so far, BS. There's nothing wrong with you. Anyways, I had to say that. It was like firing. The teacher in me was getting fired up again. Okay. And then he sent me a cat picture of Milo, my king. I said, "I would agree I would like to get my ADHD under control a little more. I didn't even think to bring my supplements on this trip with me to see if they have a long-term impact that's helpful to me. And I do want to get all the clothes out of the house this week because when I get back, I really want to get the house under control clean-wise. But ADHD does, in fact, disrupt the ability to learn, which is why it's classified as a learning disability. But that's also my point. These are both learning disabilities, and we are still very capable people. Having a different cognitive function, even a limited one like we do, does not make us less than. Again, it's very likely that I could be on the autistic spectrum and I'm still very capable and intelligent and all of the things. And he just said, good, let's take a day, work together, make some real progress on things. I'm not sure where they go in the house and I'll handle the rest. I would also like to help and support you more with your ADHD. I'm going to come up with some ways while you're gone and we can do them together. Because again, remember, he does not want me on medication. So we go back and forth. He talks about how meditating could be a good substitute for medication, and he finds like some foods that I need to start eating. We talk about how like I just want to go see a psychologist and get ADHD medication. And there were a couple of phone calls that we had, and on one phone call, my ex tells me that this upcoming weekend, one of his cousins is having a graduation party, and we were invited, and we should just kind of think about if we should go or not. And it was just kind of set as that. And I genuinely was like, does he know that our anniversary is this weekend? But also, I was supposed to fly in Thursday or Friday before the weekend. I don't want my first interaction with him and the first like acknowledgement to be at his family's house. Like, we have a lot we have to talk about, right? Like, a lot. I don't want us trying to find a routine with an audience. Like, I'm so uncomfortable, I'm upset, I'm angry. And so I ask him later in the day, what are your plans for this weekend? Like, the full plans. And he said, well, I want to go in, because remember, where his family is, it's 2 hours away from where we live. He said, well, I want to go in Friday for about 5:30-ish and play pickleball Saturday morning, if that's okay with you. Take a nice lunch or brunch, go to the grad party, and then go home. Okay, what would be your plan if I decided I didn't want to go into town? And he said, not sure, I haven't thought that far yet. Would you still go to your hometown? And he said, I shouldn't. I was hoping you might come with me. They specifically asked us to come, and it's her college graduation this time. I also feel obligated because they essentially hosted both my graduation parties and for family stuff moving forward. I do know you miss home though. I really don't want to take you away from Milo if you need the rest. And I said, I was more referring to the fact that it feels like you forgot. And that's our anniversary. And he said, I would never. I said, well, you didn't mention it in the plans. He said, it's in the plans. I can give it away if you want me to. And I said, well, you don't have to. And then we got on the phone and we talked as I was like navigating through New York. Because I'm someone like, when I'm walking places or driving, like, I love to be on the phone. I want either an audiobook or I want to be on the phone. Like, that's just who I am as a person. And so we were talking, and it was after he like realized that I thought he forgot about our anniversary, and he was like, I would never forget all these things. And I was like, well, I'm just trying to figure out the plan, because I don't, you told me your plan for your hometown and you said you wanted to go to brunch. Yeah, but like, is that what we're doing for anniversary? We're going to brunch in your hometown? And he pretty much said that he had a bunch of stuff planned, but that some of the big things he had planned, he couldn't get situated by that weekend. And he wanted to know if if it was okay if we celebrated a different day. And I told him, I said, okay, I'm okay with that. For me, I know not everyone is like this, and that's fine. But for me, my family, we reschedule birthdays. Like, if a birthday's in the middle of the week and we can't get to dinner till the weekend, we reschedule that birthday for the weekend. And that's fine. Not opposed to that. And I said, okay, I'm totally okay with celebrating our anniversary a different day. And I told him, I said, if that's the case though, if we're not doing our anniversary this weekend, I don't want to spend the weekend in your hometown. I don't want to be there with an audience. I feel uncomfortable. I miss home. I haven't been home in a long time at this point. It's been over 10 days. I just want to go home. And I don't want, I feel uncomfortable, and I still haven't even been able to just sit and process everything. So I don't know if I want to go to your hometown. And he didn't love that answer. And he just kind of told me, I want to be together on our anniversary. Well, within the next couple days, my last days in New York, I got messaged from a friend of mine from the Discord, not a content friend, a Discord friend, who was engaged. And he was like, hey, There's like the Bruins hockey game, like they're the championship. I don't do hockey, so if I'm saying it wrong, I'm so sorry. But their championship, blah blah blah, the Bruins, so good, la 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 la. Come to the game. And do I look like I give a crap about hockey? Absolutely not. But it did give me an idea. And I reached out to my ex and I was like, hey, you want really badly to go to your hometown. And I do not want our introduction to be in your hometown. I do not want to be working through this with you in your hometown. Very against this idea. I don't want to be at my father-in-law's house. I don't want to be around all these people when I'm feeling this crummy. So what if, instead of coming home a few days before the weekend, I extend my trip? I go see some of the friends up there. They're inviting me over. They're saying that I can stay with the fiance. Some of my content friends are up there. My little internet sons, love them dearly. I'll go see them. I'll get to meet my Discord friend's beautiful fiance, and I will come back. And he was like, well, I want us to be together on our anniversary. And I said, I got that. I will come back for our anniversary. You just let me know. Like, if you give me this chance to, like, do something fun, because I've been working this whole time. I'll go a few days, and you let me know, where am I flying into? I'll get to go, like, relax, feed some giraffes with my genuine good friends, and I'll fly into wherever you want. What do you think? He was like, oh, well, you should extend the trip further and do these other like miscellaneous things too with like your content friends. And I was like, well, then I wouldn't be there for our anniversary at all. And he's like, yeah, but if you're gonna go, like go, experience. And I was like, well, no, you just said that it was important to you for me to be back for our anniversary. So I'm gonna be back for our anniversary. So you let me know which airport I'm flying into. Where do you want me to be for when I fly in for our anniversary, the day of our anniversary? And he said, fly into... And like some of the end part of like the extend, do another day trip, like all of that was also in text. Like we kind of went back and started re-talking about some of the things that we talked about on the phone on text. And he was like, still encouraging, hey, if you decide to go this weekend, you should go not only to Boston, but also go hang out in Rhode Island with your content friends. And I was like, again, I would miss all the things that you, like, I would miss the whole weekend. And he was like, well, it's not the important part. You don't need to be at the graduation party. They just need to know if you're coming for numbers. That's all. We didn't even have to go. It just felt like I should if they asked, especially with the circumstances, which I don't know what he means. It felt like we should go to the graduation party considering the circumstances, because our current circumstances were not a sign that we needed to go to that graduation party. But I digress. And I asked, what day do you want to set aside for our actual celebration? And I did not get a response to that. And then a couple hours later, we got on the phone again. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I never got like a day of like, hey, this is the day that we need to celebrate. It was just kind of like, what are you doing for the rest of the day? And what are you going to do when you go extend and blah, 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 blah. And that's when he told me, what airport do I fly into? You should fly into, like in my mind, because he said, you don't even really need to be at the graduation. And he told me to fly into, I assumed that when I flew in the day of our anniversary, he was going to be in. So like, I didn't even ask, I don't even know if he knows this part. I didn't even ask my parents to pick me up from the airport because I assumed he was going to be there to surprise me. Like, I didn't go to the graduation. I wanted to be here for our anniversary with you because I told you it was important and I told you to fly in. So I'm here. That didn't happen because I got off the plane and I went to find my friends to see if someone was surprising me in their locations they were in. But not only that, I texted him at 10 in the morning, happy anniversary, exclamation mark. And he responded to me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, you too. Hope you had an amazing weekend. As I get to the house completely, I had to call an Uber. I didn't even tell my parents that this part happened because I knew like my mom already knew too much. What was I going to say to my dad? I don't know. On top of it, I wanted to say he didn't show up for our anniversary. Like, he made such a big deal about we should be together. And I asked him, okay, which airport do I fly into? Where do you want me? I really thought he was going to be here when I landed. Genuinely believed that. I don't know why he would have told me to come to if he wasn't going to be here or whatever. So I get home. I called my friend who's another content creator. And I was on the phone with them when I walked to the house, and I was mad because he cleaned the house before he went to his hometown, I guess, like air quotes. There were some furniture things that I wanted hung up on the walls, and he put them up with nails and all in all the wrong spots. And he put all this heavy furniture in places that it wasn't supposed to go. And he's like, I did everything you've been asking me to do for months. And I was like, that's not cool. But I know he tried, so I tried to not dwell on that. I yelled about it on the phone to my friend for absolute sure, but I did not. I was trying really hard to play nice and not to cause another fight like the ones that we've been having. I told myself I'm gonna try and put my best foot forward. So I responded to the, yeah, you too, with I had a lot of fun, the most fun with my internet sons. And he said, good, I'm glad. And I said, well, what did you do today? He said, well, I tried to sleep most of the day away, but I couldn't. So I went to lunch with a friend. Thanks for asking. And I said, you didn't play pickleball? And he said, nope. Wasn't ever a plan to play pickleball. And I said, originally, you told me that the plan was to play pickleball in the morning while I was still sleeping. And he said, well, most of that plan was made up or oversimplified. And I said, what do you mean it was made up? And he said, wasn't the actual plan. I wanted to give you enough to want to come with me without influencing your decision so you could choose what made you happiest. And I said, I don't understand that. Because when you told me you were playing pickleball, I wasn't even invited to Boston yet. And the plan you told me was the one that I used to base my decision to go to Boston after I was invited. And I sent him a screenshot of that. And he said, well, I pretty much told you the plan was fake when you said you thought I forgot about our anniversary. And I said, there's no mention of it being a fake plan that day at all. I don't see that message. You said you had a plan for our anniversary, but not Saturday because you thought about the big stuff too late to make it happen by our anniversary. And then he sent me a screenshot of him saying, it's in the plans, like our anniversary, I can give it away if you want me to. And he's circling the I can give it away if you want me to. And he just said, I'm glad you got to go. I'm really happy for you. And I said, that message that you just circled, that in no way, shape, or form tells me anything that you had previously said was fake. I didn't want you to spoil the surprise that you made, but the only thing I knew, based on the information shared, is you wanted to go to your cousin's graduation and be in your hometown, and said you couldn't get our anniversary stuff figured out for today. And he said, LOL. Well, that's not what was said. I said one of the bigger parts would most likely have to wait till later because you had to reserve over a month out. Not that it matters, but I had some strings pulled for that too. You were too busy on your phone to listen to what I was saying. And I said, too busy on my phone? Are you referring to when I was navigating the subway to make sure I didn't get lost? But regardless, we were gonna be in your hometown. And he said, no, that was FaceTime in the hotel. I even asked you if you heard me and you said, yes, give me a second to send a message and I'll respond. But you didn't respond and started saying how excited you were for Boston, so I didn't push it. Yes, we were going to have to be closer to my hometown. It would have been easy and made sense to stop by the graduation party on the way back. And I said, whoa. If I was saying I was going to Boston, that means I was already planning on going, meaning that I didn't have that information before when making the decision about Boston. Because again, I wasn't even invited to Boston when you gave me the plans for the weekend about the pickleball and the graduation, all those, and the stuff about our anniversary. If I hadn't been given that information when I was invited to Boston, I wouldn't have even considered it because I'd be like, no, we got plans going on. But you told me there were no plans for then. You said we were going to have to reschedule. Oh, and I said, then you should have just said that you had plans instead of telling me you just wanted to go to the graduation. Like, I understand you had it in your head to try and surprise me, and I appreciate that thought. However, it doesn't make sense to take a situation where we just had a whole blow up about me feeling neglected and unappreciated and pretend like you don't have a big plan and want to just do pickleball and family stuff in your hometown along with a nice brunch for our anniversary. And he said, well, you hadn't changed the flight yet to my understanding, so like it wasn't official yet. You actually asked me if it was going to be worth going shortly after because you missed the cats. So it was about 10 to 15 minutes before son 1 even mentioned the giraffe feeding, and that's when you said that pushed you over the line and you wanted to go. And I said, son 2, because again, these are my internet sons, is the one that told me about the giraffes, and he told me about the giraffes early in the morning, and that's when I said I was going. Again, based on the plan that was communicated to me at that time by you. I just did not have time to change my flight until after lunch with my meta rep. Like, I literally changed my flight to go to Boston instead of home the day, like a couple hours before it happened. So no, it's not like I made the plans like before. And I'm not trying to finger point or blame or anything. I'm just trying to explain my thought process. Because based on what you told me, it seemed like we were celebrating on a different day because you wanted to do family things without even asking me or running it by me. And now I understand you wanted to surprise me, but after just having the conversations we had, I don't agree that this was the best time for a surprise gesture. And even if so, then tell me to fly into Charlotte or like be here when I get back. Like, I appreciate how much effort you put into getting the house cleaned. And he said, well, that would have spoiled the surprise. And you said you didn't want it spoiled. Also, if Boston was going to make you happy this weekend, I wanted that to be your choice. And I'm not going to bite on that one. I told you twice over text that I would really like for you to come or be with me this weekend. Then during a call, I repeated that I would love if you spent the weekend with me. And I wanted you to do what made you the happiest, even if that was going to be in Boston. And I said, there's a difference between I have a surprise gift and I lied about all these details that would have changed the entire schedule. Like, if that was the case, you should not have asked if you should spoil it. You should have just told me. There is no way that I would have guessed that you lied about the whole plan. You didn't even need to spoil it. You could have just said, well, I have the whole day planned for Saturday, but I won't tell you what, instead of saying you just wanted to play pickleball. Like, let me be clear, guys. Usually, when they say they're going to go play pickleball in the morning, they're like there until noon. Which is why it made sense that he was like, oh, I'm going to go to pickleball and then we can go to lunch or brunch. And I was like, I don't want to sit alone in my father-in-law's house until noon and then go to lunch and then the graduation party. Like, that sounds terrible. Yeah, you said you wanted me to come spend the day with you at the graduation. There's the big distinction. Once again, I get you were trying to surprise me. But in what world, after just explaining how neglected I felt, would I want to go sit at my father-in-law's house and go to your aunt's house for our anniversary? Like, I was upset you even asked me if we could do that. This was not the time for that kind of surprise. And I even asked you, should I fly into or, and you told me, so like in my mind, I thought the surprise was he was going to be in because he told me to go to. And he said, well, this conversation was prior to the giraffes. I was on the phone with you when all that happened. And I said, that's not the correct timeline. You told me about the graduation and pickleball and everything on Tuesday. The screenshot I sent is from Tuesday. And my Discord friend asked me about Boston Wednesday night. And then son 2 told me about the giraffes Thursday morning. And you mentioned that parts of the plan for our anniversary could still be used Thursday afternoon as I was coming back from lunch with Dean. And he said, I understand your thought process. Thanks for trying to explain it. I do appreciate it. And I want to make it very clear, I'm not upset at you. I'm also happy that you had to have a great time with your friends. But no matter what we were doing, I told you I wanted to be with you. You could have even invited me to come, and you didn't even consider it. I also did not want to pressure you into a decision. I wanted you to be with me, so I tried my best to let you know that I would support any decision you made, and I do. I'm glad you had fun. I really hope you had an amazing time with them. And I considered being by the time you got back, but everything I planned was going to be done by then, so I didn't want you to rush if you chose to go. And I sincerely wanted you to make the choice that made you happy, and I sincerely hope you had an amazing time. I understand you're not upset with me. He was. And I appreciate you hearing me out, but this is very frustrating for me. I did have a good time and my friends, and I genuinely did and felt like I really needed yesterday with my friends. But I feel like I'm trying to actively spell out and be transparent about where I am mentally and what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling and how serious this whole thing has been for me. And I'm still not being heard or taken seriously. I told you I've been struggling to move on from some of the things that were said and done. So letting me think for days that you wanted to go to a graduation party for our anniversary was bad for my mental. I've been trying to hype myself up all week about how you said things were going to be different and how I need to get on board because you're going to show me all these things. And then the day of our anniversary, I don't even hear from you until 3 p.m. And I come home to that red car being in our driveway, not mine. Mine is gone, so I can't even go and get myself food or leave the house. You took my car to your hometown. And I can't even leave the house because my family's all in for the weekend and you're in your hometown. And I'm just sitting here stuck by myself at home. Like, you could have asked me to fly in and we could have gotten dinner, or a surprise would have been for you to be here when I got back. Not make me feel like nothing was planned or coming or prioritized for days. Like, I already told you when I verbalized to you that you leaving New Orleans meant to me that you were done fighting for us, and I had to accept that. That was my reality over the next 4 days that I didn't hear from you, and how it was difficult for me to walk back from that. So I'm just not understanding why the plan was decided to make me think for days that we were going to your cousin's graduation party for our anniversary was a good plan. And he said, well, I wanted to surprise you and do nice things for you for our anniversary. And you found something else to do and seemed really excited about it. I wouldn't have been right for me to force you to come with me. And I also wanted you to make the choice to come be with me if you wanted to. Especially after the few weeks we had, I wanted you to do what would make you really happy. And I'm sorry if it was confusing or if I didn't give you all the details, but to be fair to me, it was not only our anniversary, but our 5-year. And again, I'm sorry if I was not completely forthcoming, but that's not fair for you to say. It's not only our anniversary, but for 4 days prior, I poured my heart out to you. I laid everything on the line and said everything I possibly could to try and let you know how much I cared and wanted to show you. You offered to fly into after everything was over, and you wouldn't have got to spend time with your internet sons. And I wanted you to spend as much time with them as you could. It didn't make any sense to fly in for the graduation party since I only planned to stay for an hour so we could say hello, and then I was going to take you home to the cats. Sidebar, like him saying he wanted to stop by for an hour and then go home, important. Just remember that. So I responded, I'm saying a surprise after everything that happened these last few weeks was not the right move, especially when I've been telling you the severe turmoil my mental health has been in over this. I didn't find something else to do other than our anniversary, let's be clear. You had me under the impression that we were rescheduling our anniversary. You had me under the impression that we were just coming to see family. Why in the world would I want our first few days back together after New Orleans to be in front of an audience at my father-in-law's house? I didn't make the choice to not spend our anniversary with you. I made the choice to not spend our anniversary sitting at my father-in-law's house and your aunt's house while I'm so mentally unwell. It was our 5-year, and I was under the impression we were rescheduling it. If that was not the case and you told me that, I would have been back Thursday. Yes, you did pour your heart out to me after completely shattering mine and kicking the pieces off a cliff. I don't know how many times I have to explain I am unwell. I explained this to you. You just fled New Orleans and my family because you couldn't handle being around them while you were in turmoil, so you instead made me believe I need to be around yours, where I'm dashing for my phone all day whenever it buzzed just to see when you were going to text me for our anniversary all day, and it took you until 3 p.m. And you were just at lunch with a friend. And he said, let me be extremely clear. I don't give 2 F's about what you think happened this time. You're wrong. The graduation was last week. It was a decoy to take you to early. After you sent me the picture of our Discord friends' conversation, we discussed the plan again. And I even said I would skip for you if you came home, even though that's where half the stuff was planned. I remember your facial expressions when you told me about the giraffes. I was sitting at the desk almost in tears 10 minutes before an assessment. I don't even know what you mean by usable. I can only guess I was just saying it as an excuse to make you think I was okay with you going. But by that time, I had already shut down and started canceling everything. Okay, Becca, you're right. I'm glad you had fun. I know those people are extremely special to you. I can't read or respond this fast while I'm at an event. I'm gonna miss things again, so you're gonna have to slow down and let me see it. What event are you at? Did you not just say that the graduation party was last week? So what event are you at? And also, if the graduation party was Saturday, how would telling me that it was Saturday get me early? And if all the things you had planned were Sunday and Saturday was early, then how would me coming in Saturday be too late? None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? So, actually, this is a real question. I still to this day wonder. Anyways, I said, I don't know how many times I have to say a surprise at this time was not the right move. Who cares about the timeline? There's no reason decoys and fake plans were the right call after New Orleans. Repeating what I just said last week after you poured your heart out, I feel like I'm still not being heard or listened to. And what event are you at? He said, the red car works. That's his one that's moldy and mildewy and doesn't work. I was asleep most of the day as I couldn't sleep. And every time I do, I have the same nightmares about us. Becca, just please stop. I can't deal with this right now. I understand you've had a hard time, but you've been constantly busy and around people doing fun things. I understand you may not have had time to process, but I've been completely alone in a cage at home suffering. He was at his dad's house. He's there now, and his mom's grave that he said he was at multiple times is also right by his dad's house. So he's not been home, at least not the whole time. I know I caused it, and it's been extremely hard, and I've cried every day and haven't stopped thinking about you, or us, or everything with nothing to distract me. I was literally bawling most of Thursday and Friday after you chose what you did. I haven't slept in 3 days. I made my intentions extremely clear, and I meant it, but you literally gave me nothing all week. I complimented you and said I loved you so many times, and you didn't say anything nice back. I was terrified that you hated me and no longer cared about us. But I fought and fought to make you understand. And the only thing I got was a heart-on-one message about how I would fight for you. And I was so excited about that. It made my whole week and was the first time I was happy the entire month of May. And then not a day later, you decided to leave for effing Discord friend of all people and a hockey game? But let me just lay it out this way. There was an intense conversation where someone was concerned about their relationship and that person felt the other didn't care and they couldn't get through to the other. The other person laid everything out on the line only to be ignored and met with defensive resistance from the other. Awkward conversation continued until there was a decision that one person felt was extremely important. In an altered state of mind, the other made a really bad decision which really hurt the other person, and that person then doubled down later on and decided to leave and follow through with that decision even though the other expressed that they wanted them not to multiple times. The other person couldn't understand why, and it crushed them to the point that they were numb and alone. Does that sound familiar to you? I don't think I can respond to this message without exploding right now. Because the fact that you won, think I was just running around having fun on my work trip the last few weeks, and 2, actually think these two situations are similar or accurate. Honestly, I don't have words. Didn't you say multiple times, I'm not mad, please go, I want you to go, stay longer than you're even planning to go, because you deserve, what? But then he also sent, I just disagree. Again, I'm not upset at you. I understand the decision, and I'm glad you had a good time, but I'm upset, extremely hurt, and very confused. I just can't believe you of all people did that. I can't believe that I feel like you don't care about me. It doesn't make any sense in my brain, and everything in me feels broken and empty, but I'm going to send a picture and leave it at that. I can't do any more over text, and it's just going to make things worse. And this man sends me, mind you, this text message is sent at what time? At 9:18 p.m. Okay, this is important. This man sends me a screenshot of a note that is created on his phone that says Beccaversary times 5. And it has a list of things. And let me tell you all of the things wrong with this screenshot. And I'm going to put it on my screen for those that are actually watching. So it says plan, Thursday, Chocolates, apology flowers, food that meant something to her. I don't know what that means. Talk and tell her how much she means to me. Massage, and then maybe a movie or show with the cats. Friday, lemur exhibit and feeding. Dinner if possible. Scavenger hunt. Date. Possible something romantic after. First of all, there is a lemur sanctuary nearby. I don't think, like, it's a sanctuary. I don't think you get to go and touch the animals. But even if you do, that's here. And then, so is a fancy restaurant in his hometown. Why would we drive all the way to his hometown to have a dinner at a fancy restaurant in his hometown when there are much nicer places here? So you're saying you want to go and spend most of the day at this lemur exhibit here and then drive 2 hours for a dinner reservation there? Okay. Saturday, wine and cheese with photos, brunch, walk around the park or pasture alone and talk. Neither of us drink wine. I don't drink wine. He doesn't drink at all. Why is wine and cheese on a Saturday schedule? Like, neither of us drink wine. But also, like, why could we not do that here? Like, my mom has a professional camera. Like, she takes a lot of my like, what? Anyways. But also, side note, didn't he say that he said graduation party on Saturday was supposed to get me to hometown early? And he's now saying that the plan was for me to be there Friday night for a dinner reservation? Just wait, we're not even done yet. Sunday, scavenger hunt. If can't Thursday, maybe in the Tesla. Or day at home. So does that mean we're back home now? I don't understand. Like, at which part, when did we come back? And why did we need to go to the hometown? I don't understand any of this. But I think my favorite part about this note, it says it was created or last modified at 9:18 p.m. on our, like as he sent it to me. Not only that, but he said, I'm going to send you this picture and then I'm going to be done with it. And then it took 4 minutes for you to screenshot your note? Or did it take you 4 minutes to write out this to-do list that doesn't line up with anything else that you had already talked about and then screenshot it and send it to me? And the moment you were done modifying it is the moment you screenshot it to me. I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying that is the case or not. I'm just wondering. But that really pissed me off. And remember, he said, I'm going to text it and just be done. Text it and leave it at that. Because he's at an event and he can't talk to me, right? But in that hour, I don't know what to do. I'm like mad at this point. I'm so confused. And I was like, maybe I'll get online. I'll play some games. I'll try to calm down. And I get online and one of my Discord friends says, hey, you're home? And I said, yeah, why wouldn't I be? Because apparently my ex-husband DM'd 2 or 3 people, maybe 4, I don't know how many. I know more than 2. And then like the 2 since mentioned it to others and people were talking about it, I guess, that he was so distraught because I refused to come home for our anniversary and I chose to spend the whole weekend with Discord guy, and other guys, and my ex was just at home, all alone and devastated, spending our anniversary by himself. That's what he DM'd to a bunch of our friends. Or at least a couple of them, and then it spread amongst them. And I said, well, I'm clearly home. And they're like, yeah, I can see that. Where's your husband? That's a great question. I don't know, because he's supposedly at his hometown for a graduation party that was last week, but has a different event now and can't talk to me because he's with people. I couldn't tell you. No idea. And I'm like mad at this point. Okay, I'm mad. And so hour later, he texts me and he says, okay, I'm alone now and a little bit more level-headed. And that was at 10:27. And it took me a few minutes because I'm trying to decide, how am I going to play this? Because one, what event are you at? You said that the party was last weekend. Who are you with that you can't talk to me? If there's not actually anything going on this weekend, why are you there and not at home with me? Like, what is happening? And then do I even address right now what was said to our friends? Or is like, I'm stressing right now, right? I don't even know how to proceed. It takes me a few minutes to respond. And it's so funny because at 10:27, he texted me, and at 10:36, he texts me again and says, never mind, I see you're busy. Have fun. I'm going to try to sleep. Like, and not only that, like, it's not like I just sat there staring at the screen for 9 minutes. I was deciding and then typed out what I was going to send and also sent it at 10:36. And I was so annoyed that as soon as I hit send, that's what also popped up, as if 9 minutes. I didn't have my phone right next to me after you told me over an hour ago. I'm just leaving it. And I didn't respond for an hour, but okay, cool. Nothing's wrong. And I said, I was very honest and transparent with you about how I was not well. I specifically told you I was having trouble moving on from what happened in New Orleans. I haven't been sleeping or eating. I've been extremely unwell, and I can't imagine why you felt it was a good idea, after everything, to try and make me believe we were doing nothing for our anniversary. I was so upset you even asked about going to your cousin's graduation party. I felt like I was going to fall apart in front of your family instantly. I didn't go to Boston for Discord, guy. I went because I was not ready to face what happened in New Orleans in front of your family, which is what you made me believe I was going to be doing. For you to compare you leaving me in New Orleans after I expressed that I felt neglected and that I was not receiving the help that I needed, to you purposefully deceiving me, though with good intentions, into a plan I was mentally not prepared for and mentally not well enough to be a part of, is so incredibly hurtful. It completely invalidates everything I'd been going through over the last few weeks and all of the hurtful things said and done. And he said, I know I messed up and I told you how sorry I was. I was childish and immature. I never intended to hurt the person I loved the most, and I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I also expressed that I was not doing well. A very prominent concern for me was that you didn't love or care for me anymore, and that you couldn't afford to spare even a moment of your time because you're too busy with other people or work on a work trip. And then you chose to go to a hockey game the weekend of our anniversary? Activities that literally could have been done any other weekend and or with me there as well? Still dwelling on the fact that I didn't invite him to go to Boston the weekend of the hockey championship game when he just threw the money for the flight to Jazz Fest out the window? No! Anyway, sorry, got distracted. Especially if you were gonna see the internet sons. Not only that, but you guys literally did almost exactly what I had planned for you. Where? So no, I didn't hide anything from you, Becca. I expressed very real concerns that you ignored, which is also a concern I've reiterated over and over, and felt like I was essentially begging you to come stay with me on the most important day of our relationship. You can try to make it seem like it was my fault all you want, or that you had no control, but you didn't care for that excuse when I gave it. But the fact of the matter is that you made a choice, and if you can't admit that, or at least stand by where you went after I said do what makes you happiest, then you may want to reevaluate. The truth is, I'd been planning this since before New Orleans, and I've been less spontaneous and attentive, I'll admit, but I always try to do something special for you on special days. I also admitted that I was wrong for being so irresponsible with your feelings, and said I loved you, and then wanted even more to do something extremely nice for you. So I combined all the things you've been passionate about and tried doing them with you. Another side note, I think I have a card downstairs, and I only still have it because I have all the physical evidence from the last year of my ex talking about how we never celebrated Valentine's Day on the day because he much rather get me discounted chocolate than go out on Valentine's Day. Tell me more about how you do special things for me on special days anyways. I didn't purposely deceive you. I had no malicious intent in any of this. Pause, I actually just realized this is where he started getting that phrase from. In all the recordings, I had no malicious intent. Anyways, okay, I'm so sorry. I'm getting agitated because like this part is amping me up and getting me very upset and frustrated because like I haven't read back this part of the conversation since it happened, and just like seeing the gaslighting, it makes me mad. I didn't realize at the time how bad it was. Oh, okay, anyways. I only wanted you to be happy, and that doesn't mean your choice didn't affect me or invalidate my feelings. I worked hard to plan extremely detailed, expensive, and coordinated weekend for us, and then canceled work and all my other plans to make sure it went off without a hitch because of the circumstances. I even told you I would just skip the entire weekend just for you to be at home with me. I'm at home, my guy. Where are you at? You found something else you wanted to do more, and I asked you to please come be with me, and you made your choice. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your version of what this is this time. I've been nothing but supportive even if a decision that devastated me, and I failed to see how you can try to say that knowing all that I've let you know, I was going through as well. I said, first of all, you have not ever expressed concerns over Discord guy. I have no idea where this is coming from. Now, sidebar. Some of the other, just a little bit of context. Some of the other Discord guys thought that this one had a crush on me, and I genuinely did not think so. And I even asked my ex, they think he has a crush on me? I don't think so, but like, are you comfortable with us being friends? And he said, yeah. Okay, cool. Now, once the divorce became like a thing and we were separated, this guy who had a fiance, like that's a whole other weird situation. And that's another story time. Now, remember, me and that girl, well, ex-fiance now, we're still friends. Love that woman. Love her to death. So like, yes, he would end up being weird. That is irrelevant to this time period now. Second, I didn't even go to the game. I have no idea what you mean that I had the same plan with Discord guy as our anniversary. LOL, I saw that guy the least the entire trip. He and the fiance picked me up from the airport and they dropped me off at the hotel. And then in the morning, the fiance picked me up and we had a girls' day, drove to Rhode Island and spent the whole day with the internet sons. Didn't see Discord guy at all. And then the next day, we did an early day. We did some food and then the aquarium before my flight. And they dropped me off at the airport. I was with the fiance, the girl, every day. I was transparent with you that I was struggling with what happened. And I told you I was not in a mental state to hear the complaints and declarations of love you were giving to me. I understand you had concerns. However, I was literally just ripped to pieces. And it is so incredibly frustrating for you to have put me through what you put me through and then tell me that you needed me to make you feel loved. I didn't even have a day to get back home and cry. The fact that you talked about putting in work and fighting, yet you're sitting here telling me that because I didn't just get over it right there and then just go back to normal days after everything happened. I'm speechless. How am I supposed to believe anything about change and from now on things will be different when you're freaking out that because not even a full week later, I'm not over everything? You did hide the whole plan. What are you talking about? You literally told me the plan was to go to pickleball in the morning and then brunch. And like side note for you guys, when they say they're going to do pickleball in the morning, it's usually like they're there until at least noon, maybe afternoon, depending on if more, like it's time consuming. So like when they're like, oh yeah, we're going to do pickleball and then brunch or lunch. Yeah, no, I don't want to sit in my father-in-law's home all day by myself. And then you wanted to go do family things. How is that not being deceitful? Yeah, you had good intentions, but it was all a really bad plan. You did not tell me the truth, and I did not have all the information. And for you to compare the two incidents is so incredibly offensive to me. For you to leave me in another state because I called you out for not contributing to our household. And then for you to try and pretend that me moving on from your actions that you committed, the things that I said, the mental state you put me in, is me abandoning you the same way you did to me, tells me that you really don't understand how severe this event was. You do not understand how serious this is. For you to think that me prioritizing not falling apart from what you put me through in front of your family and in front of an audience is the same. For you to purposefully give me false information and then blame me for just not knowing things were planned and for not being a fan of the decoy plan that was a really bad idea to begin with? You also did not tell me you would cancel. You said you shouldn't go without me, but really wanted to show your face. Honestly, I'm so shocked, offended, and upset right now. And for you to insist the whole point is that we should have been together today, and then to tell me to come home to an empty house? I'm shocked. Pause for a moment before I move on to the next thing. In that moment, as I sent that message, I get a text message from a random number that I don't have saved with the area code from his hometown. Hey, your husband sent me photos that were not overly appropriate. I met him online and I looked him up and I found you with him on his pics and realized he was married to you. And I found your information through my own digging, so I thought I'd message you, so now you know. Is this who you've been with all day? This makes so much sense. Hold on a second. Like, is that why he had to take a break for an hour? Because he was with somebody else and she was mad I took him away? Like, it's just so weird. So many things are strange about this. Like, it's not like this just came on any day. And I've gotten many hey girly messages throughout our relationship. This is the first one since we'd been married. And since I'd like really come into my own skin and like realized those are unacceptable. For it to come in the middle of such an argument on our anniversary. No, I don't think so. Something's weird. Something's not adding up. And so I look at it and I just remember like just hearing beep, like that's all I could hear in my head. And I just screenshot it and I sent it to him and I just waited. While I sent that screenshot, he sent another message. So I'll read that to you and then you'll see what he says. I'll get to like what he says when he sees that, but he sent the long message before he saw what I sent. Kind of like when I was typing that message when he was like, oh, I guess you're busy. But he said, I was referring to feeding the giraffes, like not the hockey game. I literally bent over backwards to get you a chance to feed the lemurs and a tour of the facility up close. And those tickets are booked over a month in advance. And I'm gonna be honest, y'all, I haven't even looked to see if that's a real thing or not. I haven't even bothered with it because that is not the biggest problem here. I'm gonna be blatantly honest. He continues, where are you getting this from? When did I say I was out? When did I ever indicate that I was even mad at you? I understand what you did and why, and I fully support you going and having a good time. But that doesn't mean I don't matter too. That doesn't mean your decisions don't also impact me and that I can't feel. I'm really, really upset, Becca. I know you don't care, or at least it feels that way. But that's what I've been trying to say from my end. It always seems like everything you have going on is the only priority. I can't even get 5 seconds to talk or have an actual conversation with you. But if I do the same or make a mistake, well, now it's a full mental breakdown and you can't talk to me. You know, you've said I love you one time since New Orleans, and it was by habit at the end of a phone call, and you hesitated at the end, like you caught yourself doing it. You know how it feels to me after these past 2 weeks? I literally have been crying for 2 weeks thinking you do not love me anymore. But fine, Becca, I messed up again. You win. I'm not going to argue with you. My plan was terrible and it doesn't even really matter because you weren't there for it anyways. You chose a completely unplanned trip that could have literally happened the 364 other days of the year over the one day for us and didn't even invite me to tag along. Not really sure how I'm supposed to take that after you preached and scolded me for 2 weeks. I really don't know how to take that. I feel like I literally couldn't love you anymore and expressed how much you mean, that I can't lose you and you think I don't know how serious this is? Are you even listening to me? And then he saw the message. Yep, then he saw it. And that's when he started calling me frantically. But I could not answer in that moment. And I wasn't ignoring his calls. I literally texted him and I said, I can't breathe right now. Like I was having asthma attacks. I was panicking. I said, I can't answer right now. I have to collect myself before I can answer the phone. And he said, answer please. You don't get to send that photo and then ask for space. I can't drive right now because I'll wreck the car. I said, I'm not asking for space. I'm saying let me catch my breath because I'm literally having asthma attacks. And he said, I'd rather hear you breathing while I talk then because this is fighting. Let me win for once or at least compromise or I can't help. And I said, I never said I wasn't going to answer. I just said, let me get a moment to calm down and control my breathing. And then he called me and he pretty much said that he didn't even want to talk about the text message because it's not real, so it's not of any concern. And I was like, okay, my guy. And like, first sidebar, my aunt suggested, have you thought about like getting a PI and finding out who this person is? And I told her, no, honestly, because again, this is very clearly like not the biggest issue. If it was, sure. But right now it's just like an additional sprinkle. I'm like so fed up and so done. I let him know, like, I don't believe a word coming out of his mouth. So we're gonna have a long conversation when he gets back. And did he come home that night? No, it was very late and everyone was emotionally charged. So sure, understandable. Did he come home the next day? No, he did not. He came home sometime the following day. I don't remember what time in the day. I was over it. If it wasn't gonna be a priority for him, it wasn't gonna be a priority for me. And that was when I decided, I don't know if this is gonna work out. Like in the back of my brain, I think I really accepted, oh yeah, this is not gonna work. This is not happening. I didn't accept that decision with the rest of my consciousness for a little while. But that's gonna be a different video because this is already way too long. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like in this time frame, I thought that was gonna be the crazy story that I have, and it doesn't even hold a candle to what comes next during the separation. Wild. And it would be in that time that I realized, oh, I gotta start recording things because people are not gonna believe that this is happening. And thank God so much of this was over text. Like, thank God I was busy with work and stuff and that it was all documented. Because again, like the gaslighting, I wouldn't have believed me, to be completely honest. If you're still here at the end, you were down the rabbit hole. I applaud you. I thank you. That was really therapeutic, even if no one else stays to the end. I needed that for me. That is the story of how I came to the conclusion, or what would lead to the decision of me going, oh yeah, no. And like, as all of this was happening, like, remember, I'm still really coming and accepting, like at this point, I'm still accepting that a lot of the things that had been happening for years beforehand, like, I don't think I really accepted the physical and sexual abuse stuff until even later. Like, that's why none of it came up yet. And it will later, and like you've seen in recordings, like it will come up and it will be talked about and it will be discussed. But in my mind, like, I didn't even accept that that was actually happening at the time. Like, I knew it was happening, but I didn't recognize, oh, this is abuse. I knew that I didn't like it. I knew I wasn't happy about it, but there were so many other things that needed to be talked about. Like, I didn't realize how severe and stuff it was until later on. And it's like, I'm still realizing, oh, we're arguing about you saying I need to help you with housework, but like, I'm working a full-time job and like, you play pickleball and video games all day and you're upset that I'm not helping you more with house stuff. And what? I'm not a perfect person. There might have been things that I said where you're like, Rebecca, that was uncool and that's unacceptable. And I'll accept that. Like, I'm not a perfect human. I'm learning and I'm trying to be better about communication and things like that. But I'm not an expert. You know, this was really the first time that I really started putting my foot down, and I'm still learning and I'm still, you know, I'm just a girl. So yeah, like, if there was a part where you're like, I don't like what you said, or I think that you were wrong, or I think that you were gaslighting him, like, you can let me know in the comments. Like, it's not gonna hurt my feelings. It's not going to offend me. My goal here was really just to be transparent with you guys. I've gotten so many messages from women since posting like recordings of women that are like, oh, I recognized parts of my relationship in those recordings and I realized him speaking to me in these ways were unacceptable. And I'll be honest, I never thought I was going to share this story online because one, I again like didn't realize how bad it all sounded when it was happening. But two, the way that we had planned to divorce originally was pretty amicable. Like, after all that, it was as amicable as it could have been. Again, part two, later. And I was like, I'm already, you know, I'm leaving him. I'm taking everything that I worked for with me. I don't want to bash him on the internet. And to be so clear, like, my goal here isn't just like, aha, bashing someone on the internet. It's more of, you know, one, it's validating for me to like really look back and see, oh my God, you questioned whether or not, oh no, yeah, girl, no, you gotta go. When I first decided that I was going to get divorced, and I was talking about it with family in New Orleans, I had a cousin who I adore tell me that listening to me talk about my decision helped her understand that she was in a bad relationship and she got out. And I'm so proud of her for that. And then pairing that with all the messages that I've been getting just from the recordings, that's so important to me. And there's gonna be a lot of people in the world that see it as petty or bashing. And you know what? That's fine. They just can. If that's what you take from this, that I'm trying to be petty or just bash someone, that's fine. You can think that about me. If that's what you get out of this, okay. But I think one of the biggest issues with whether it be verbal abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, domestic violence, gaslighting, all these, like, it's so prevalent because people don't talk about it. I think it's prevalent because people don't really know what to look for. Like I talked about with like the Disney expectations, you know, and girls growing up and not really understanding what is and is not healthy. People don't talk about it. People don't give examples. People don't know what it looks like. Like before all this, I genuinely didn't know a good example for gaslighting. I was like, I don't know what that means. Maybe I've been who knows? Now I know for sure. I don't mind taking that step and being vulnerable. Like, yeah, so much of this was humiliating for me and mortifying and devastating. And I'm willing to take it on the chin. Even if it helps one person realize, oh, that's how my significant other talks to me, and I'm saying that's not okay. That means so much to me personally, because I'm gonna cry again. I didn't have that. Now I will say some of the very young Discord guys would speak up when my ex would scream at me in the video games. Yeah, they were young. I genuinely assumed they didn't know what serious relationships were. I didn't have someone older tell me, hey, I've been through that and this is abusive. I didn't have someone to look up to. I didn't get the nitty-gritty details. I just got from a couple young guys, I don't like how he talks to you. That was it. And they didn't know half of it. You know what I mean? If I can do that for someone, I want to give to others what I didn't have. And then hopefully it will not take those people as long to find the help and the support that they need. I'm going to stop rambling because my editor is ready to strangle my throat with the length of this video. And yeah, I appreciate you listening, and I thank you for being a trooper and going down this rabbit hole with me. I started this in the morning, and it's now nighttime. I just lost my whole day. It's fine. It's fine, because it was therapeutic for all of us. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next week. Bye, my lovelies.